A black beam of light appeared, streaking toward them from off in the distance. Its speed was almost impossible to describe as it shot toward Chu Yuyan's will, and then slammed into some of the pill furnaces which were circling around her. The instant it hit them, they shattered into pieces, which the black beam devoured. It was with great difficulty that Chu Yuyan had attracted these pill furnaces out of the group of 100,000 others. Just as she had found one she had synergy with, the black beam slammed into it and destroyed it. It seemed as if the furnaces didn't dare to flee or evade, like they were allowing the black beam to consume them. It was as if the black beam was an emperor who had demanded the death of a government official. Of course, the official had no choice but to die. Chu Yuyan's will was instantly shaken. Not all of the pill furnaces were shattered. There were 2 or 3 that the black beam seemed to disregard and leave alone. An instant later, the black beam shot toward Yi Feimu. It circled around him and the dozens of pill furnaces which he had attracted from out of the 100,000. Half of them shattered to pieces and were consumed. The beam then moved on to the others. All of this takes some time to explain, but the black beam moved in the twinkling of an eye. Next it shot toward Meng Hao. He had no time to snatch the pill furnace which hovered in front of him. The black beam slammed into his violet pill furnace, and it disintegrated and was sucked up by the beam. Rage instantly billowed up from the depths of Meng Hao's heart. His fury soared to the heavens. He was not like the other candidates who had been able to attract multiple pill furnaces from out of the 100,000. To them, losing a few was not a huge matter. They could always select another one that the beam didn't destroy. However, Meng Hao had expended a lot of effort to persuade the violet pill furnace to accept him. Then it was destroyed in the blink of an eye by the black beam. Now he was left without anything at all. How could he not fly into a rage? This was even more the case when, after destroying Meng Hao's pill furnace, the black beam exuded a will of arrogance, and then shot off into the distance. It seemed as if it were an emperor surveying his territory, who would kill a few officials here and there and then continue on his way. Meng Hao could clearly make out the image of a pill furnace within the black beam. It was completely black, and emanated no magical symbols whatsoever. Black was not one of the colors within this world, making it seem completely incompatible, as if it were above all the other pill furnaces. Destroy my pill furnace, will you? Fine. My new pill furnace is going to be you. His fury billowing up, his will suddenly shot into pursuit of the black pill furnace. At this moment, Meng Hao took the so-called follow your heart theory and tossed it out into the void. He also tossed aside the idea of finding the life furnace that belonged to him and him alone. This was his personality. If you destroy Meng Hao's pill furnace, then regardless of the reason you did so, you will pay the price to replace it. This is Meng Hao. His fury rippled, and his will shot out in pursuit of the black beam. To add insult to injury, the black pill furnace didn't seem to even notice him. Its level of arrogance was incredible. As it proceeded along its way, it would viciously smash into other random pill furnaces, destroying and consuming them. It seemed that this pill furnace had its own spirit, which viewed Meng Hao with contempt and disdain. Meanwhile, just outside of Violet East Mountain, everyone sat around the Mother of Furnaces. Chu Yuyan opened her eyes. Slowly, so did Yi Feimu and the other 7. As they did, the air above their hands began to glow, and then transformed into pill furnaces. It didn't matter the color of the pill furnace they had acquired within the illusory world just now. The pill furnaces that appeared in their hands now were white, each and every one of them. Everyone had awakened except for Meng Hao. He still sat there, eyes closed in meditation, his brow furrowed and his jaw clenched. Outside of the celestial land and the illusory world, everyone, including the Violet Furnace Lords, actually had no way to see what was happening within the Mother of Furnaces. The only thing they could see were the expressions on the faces of Meng Hao and the others. Now everyone was focused on Meng Hao and his lack of success. Chu Yuyan also glanced at him. Not saying a word, she stood and raced toward Violet East Mountain, pill furnace in hand. Yi Feimu's body flashed as he also charged forward, head toward the first of the paths that led up the mountain. The other 7 candidates also silently headed toward Violet East Mountain, each picking a path of their own. As they did, the paths disappeared behind them. Soon, there was only one path left on the mountain, left behind for Meng Hao, who was still in meditation. Within the illusory world of the furnace, Meng Hao was engaged in mad pursuit of the black beam. It had led him to every corner of the place, and as it did, its contemptuous will seemed to grow stronger and stronger. Finally, Meng Hao lost his patience, and he gave a cold snort. Demon ceiling, 8th hex. His senses told him that this world was under some type of ceiling, making it impossible for outsiders to be able to tell what was happening inside. Therefore, he held nothing back. His invisible body dissipated, and a part of Meng Hao's soul suddenly appeared amidst endless ripples. The ripples transformed into gossamer strands which immediately shot toward the black pill furnace, entangling it. The black pill furnace seemed to be frozen in shock. In its memory, it had never encountered anyone who could catch it. Within this world, it was the sovereign. No one could possibly lay hold of it. And yet, today it had run into a magical technique which was capable of shaking both its will and its pill furnace form. Immediately, it stopped. It only took the space of 2 breaths to shake itself free. However, just as it was about to speed off, an illusory hand appeared out of nowhere and clamped down onto it. Originally, Meng Hao's presence here had been invisible. However, because of the 8th demon ceiling hex, an illusory phantom image of his body could now be seen. "Where do you think you're running off to?" he said, locking his grip onto the pill furnace. The black pill furnace began to struggle, sending out massive waves of power. As it did, a face appeared on its surface. It was the face of an evil, vicious youth. It radiated enmity and hatred, and after it appeared, it glared at Meng Hao and let out a threatening howl. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with coldness. He lifted up his left hand and slapped the thing right across the face. The slap to the pill furnace's spirit rang out with a boom. The face was flung to the side, but then spun back around and let out another roar of rage toward Meng Hao. The roar rose up to the heavens, as if it contained an incredible might within it. The force of it washed over Meng Hao, shaking his will. However, he did not allow his grip on it to weaken in the slightest. Instead, he gave a cold harumph. Fighting back? Well, fighting back won't do you any good. He lifted his left hand, employing the power of the 8th demon ceiling hex as he pressed his finger down onto the youth's face. "You consume other pill furnaces? Fine, I don't care. But you dared to consume my pill furnace. In doing so, you've sown karma. Now you will reap the karma and earn your reward." His left hand flickered in an incantation as he again employed the power of the 8th demon ceiling hex. Streams of seals flew down onto the pill furnace. It seemed as if it would soon be sealed into complete suppression. The spirit of the pill furnace, embodied in the face of the youth, struggled violently. Its will of hatred grew more powerful than ever. In a frenzy, it opened its mouth and let loose a piercing scream. The sound of it filled the entire illusory world, reaching its every corner. All of the pill furnaces inside heard it and began to tremble. They immediately began to rush toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao was surrounded by stream after stream of glowing lights. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. More than 100,000 beams of light circulated around Meng Hao. The glow they caused rose up endlessly and gradually transformed into 100,000 pill furnaces. They had Meng Hao completely surrounded. The buzzing noise they emitted echoed out as they spun around him at top speed. It seemed they had Meng Hao in their crosshairs. If he didn't release the black pill furnace, they would attack him. The black pill furnace youth ceased its attempts to flee. A proud look appeared on its face, then aggressive arrogance. It looked at Meng Hao as if it were attempting to provoke him. However, it was at this moment that Meng Hao lifted his hand and once again slapped the face. Rage covered the face of the black pill furnace youth. A scream rang out, causing the surrounding 100,000 pill furnaces to suddenly charge in attack. They shot toward Meng Hao, sending out ripples throughout the air. Their glow lifted up to the heavens. Meng Hao merely gave a cold snort and closed his eyes. Time to leave. His will sprang into action, immediately beginning to disappear, along with the furnace he gripped in his hands. Its shrill cry slowly dissipated as the 100,000 pill furnaces charged in attack. Not a single one of them was even able to touch Meng Hao. Outside of the pill furnace in the celestial land, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, his eyes flashed open. The instant they did, a black glow shot up in front of him, and a pill furnace appeared. Despite the fact that it was here, it appeared to be struggling. But Meng Hao's will was still in his body. How could he possibly allow it to flee? He gripped it hard, and his eyes glowed with a fierce cold aura. Are you really looking to die? The pill furnace continued to struggle, and as it did, a strand of will entered Meng Hao's mind. Said, it would rather die than submit. Meng Hao smiled, although it was a smile filled with coldness. Rather die than submit? No, I'm not going to destroy you. Starting today, I don't care if you want to or not. You're my pill furnace, no matter how much you resist. He stood up and looked toward Violet East Mountain, and the only remaining path leading up it. At the same time, outside of the Celestial Land on Eastern Emergence Mountain, the onlookers didn't seem to be very impressed. However, the 8 Violet Furnace Lords' faces all flickered. That black pill furnace contains its own will. I saw that same furnace when I was in there all those years ago. I wanted to take it but failed. This Feng Mu seems to have created some kind of connection with it. It's extremely rare to see that pill furnace within the illusory world. The will of a cultivator is no match for it, and should be incapable of capturing it. After all these years, it has become the sovereign pill furnace of the illusory world. Just what promises did Feng Mu make to the black pill furnace to get it to accept him? From the expression on his face, it seems that maybe the two of them are having some conflicts. As the Violet Furnace Lords discussed the scene, the other onlookers also began to notice Meng Hao and the pill furnace. That's strange. Why does Feng Mu have a black pill furnace? Everyone else got white ones. As people expressed their surprise, Grandmaster Pill Demon's eyes began to glitter with a strange light. This kid actually managed to bring it out. An imperceptible smile touched the corners of his mouth. Back in the world of the Celestial Land, the pill furnace beneath Violet East Mountain began to tremble. A roaring sound filled the air, along with a 7-colored glow. It seemed almost like the 100,000 pill furnaces within were in a frenzy, trying to break their way out from within. This scene caused everyone on the outside world to stare with wide eyes. Many of the East Pill Division alchemists had faces filled with disbelief. The furnace within the Celestial Land was emitting shocking booms. The roaring was so intense that the massive furnace rocked back and forth. Quite a distance away, Meng Hao suddenly looked back. No one in the outside world would know why the furnace was doing this, but he did. The 100,000 pill furnaces inside were attempting to bash their way out to pursue him. His eyes glittering, he shot away from the pill furnace, reaching the final path available to tread on Violet East Mountain. He was exhausted, but he still propelled himself forward with full power. In the space of a few breaths, he was on the path, climbing upward. The mountain path disappeared behind him. The pill furnace's booming grew even more intense, and popping sounds rang out. Meng Hao wasn't worried. Not even looking back, he continued up the mountain path. Everyone in the outside world could see the pill furnace rocking violently back and forth. It seemed as if it would explode into pieces at any moment. "Crafty move, kid," said Pill Demon with an enigmatic smile. He reached his hand out toward the image of the Celestial Land and extended a finger. When his finger descended, a roar filled the sky of the Celestial Land, where magically appeared the massive image of a finger. The finger seemed to fill the entire sky and cover the entire land, becoming a canopy covering the whole Celestial Land. The finger was incredibly thick and coarse. The fingerprint was clearly visible on its surface. The appearance of this immense finger seemed to shake the Celestial Land like the will of the heavens itself. The sub-patriarchs from the outside sects were also astonished. They watched the screen mutely as the scene unfolded within the celestial land. The power it emitted shook the heaven and rocked the earth, as if it had governance over both. Endless, infinite ripples emanated out, as if the finger had a will of its own. It slowly pressed down on the furnace at the foot of Violet East Mountain. The instant it pressed down, the entire world of the celestial land shook. After that, everything was still. The previously rocking and trembling pill furnace was now incapable of any movement whatsoever as the finger pressed down on it. All of this lasted for the space of about 2 breaths. Then, the enormous finger disappeared, and the pill furnace was once again calm. On Eastern Emergence Mountain, everything was quiet. Patriarch Violet Civ was panting as his heart raced. He looked over in shock at the expressionless Grandmaster Pill Demon. According to the rumors, he thought, the most powerful expert in the Violet Fate sect is not a patriarch of the Violet Chi division, but Grandmaster Pill Demon himself. The rumors also say that Grandmaster Pill Demon's cultivation base reached the spirit-severing stage years ago. If it hadn't, how could he have lived more than 1,000 years? The sub-patriarchs from the other sects all seemed to be thinking the same thing. The second Sword Lord of the Solitary Sword sect lowered his head slightly. He was one of the few people present who knew how frightening Grandmaster Pill Demon's cultivation base actually was. Because Pill Demon didn't want to make a big deal about it, he'd only invited these sub-patriarchs to the apprentice-accepting ceremony. Otherwise, he would have invited the true patriarchs of the great sects and clans. Su Luo from the Blood Demon sect was panting slowly, and his eyes glowed with a blood-colored shine that quickly turned into reverence. He thought silently about how much the Blood Demon sect feared Grandmaster Pill Demon. They had compiled many of the rumors regarding Grandmaster Pill Demon and had uncovered a shocking secret. Unfortunately, such a secret would never be known to very many people. Zhou Jie of the Black Civ sect looked on with narrowed eyes. A cold will gleamed in his eyes, mixed with an unprecedented sense of concentration. Seems somewhat familiar, like the aura of an old friend. His eyes flickered as he looked at Pill Demon. As the outsiders were shocked by Grandmaster Pill Demon's actions, Meng Hao was walking up the steps of the path on Violet East Mountain. Occasionally he would look up ahead, but all he could see was mist. The peak of the mountain itself was not visible. Time passed slowly. Meng Hao trudged up the steps, feeling more and more apprehension at how tall this mountain was. 5 days had passed already. He had long since lost sight of the land below. Clouds and fog completely surrounded him, obscuring his vision, making it impossible to see the world outside the mountain. However high he was, Meng Hao got the feeling that when compared to the peak of the mountain, he was still at its base. The higher he went, the thinner the air got. There was nothing that could put pressure onto his cultivation base, but the further along he went, the more effort it took to take each step. Soon it took twice as much as it had when he started out. Meng Hao had started out his journey along the path at a dead rush, and already exhausted at that. Add in the effort he spent struggling with the black pill furnace, and he could no longer race ahead. Now he went one slow step at a time. Every once in a while he would pause and look around. The immediate surroundings were lush and verdant. Grass grew all around, which Meng Hao would occasionally pick. From the perspective of the outside observers, Meng Hao had already fallen far behind. All the other candidates were much further ahead of him. This was especially true of Yi Feimu, who was the first alchemist to enter the first of the 4 regions. Just up ahead of him was an enormous stone boulder which was covered with dense inscriptions. After examining it for some time, Yi Feimu sat down next to it cross-legged. After that, he pulled out a pill furnace and began to concoct a pill. The next day, the pill emerged. Holding it carefully with both hands, he proceeded past the boulder. Not long after, Chu Yuyan also concocted a pill, and then proceeded forward. All of the other alchemists except for Meng Hao did the same. The master alchemists of the East Pill Division began to discuss what was happening. No wonder Yi Feimu is at the peak of the Furnace Lord rank. His cultivation base is extraordinary, and he was the first person to step into the first region. His ability to recognize medicinal pills as well as his pill concocting skill are both anything but sloppy. I bet he's going to win. Chu Yuyan is also doing well. This promotion trial by fire is most likely going to come down to a decision between the two of them. Earlier, I thought Feng Mu might have had a chance, but I never thought he would spend so much time getting a pill furnace. What a pity, right? If your first step is slow, then all of them will be slow. Most of the sound of discussion came from the ordinary master alchemists. The furnace lords and violet furnace lords just watched on thoughtfully, opting to say nothing. A few days later, Meng Hao finally reached the first region and saw the enormous boulder. He looked at the inscriptions, studying them for a while, before glancing at the path which proceeded on upward. This is the first region. After this boulder, the path to the second region is covered with a poisonous miasma. One must concoct a poison-repelling pill to be able to get through safely. The greatest difficulty is that throughout the journey, different miasmas will appear, and special pills will have to be concocted for each one. Meng Hao thought about the situation for a moment. Finally, he pulled out the black pill furnace and looked it over. It seemed to him that he hadn't truly won out over it, so he decided to put it back into his bag of holding, leaving it suppressed for the time being. Instead, he took out the 10,000 refinements furnace, put some medicinal plants in it, and then started concocting. After 2 hours, he had produced a medicinal pill. He swallowed it, then glanced around at the scenery once more, and then walked past the enormous rock. As he proceeded onward, his body was enveloped by a thin mist. The master alchemists immediately started to discuss what had just happened. Furnace Lord Feng Mu thinks a bit too much of himself. He only used 2 hours to concoct the pill. Of all the other candidates, the one who used the least amount of time was Yi Feimu, who took 4 hours. The longest was a day. How could he possibly compare with Furnace Lord Yi? Furnace Lord Yi is Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Look, he's the furthest ahead, and is already halfway through the first region. Everyone watching the screens could clearly see what was happening, and knew exactly how far everyone had progressed. Even some of the Furnace Lords exchanged glances. To them, it really did look like Meng Hao was being sloppy and careless. Of course, Meng Hao had no idea what things they were saying, nor did he care to know. He continued on relentlessly through the miasma. It grew thicker as he went, and the color changed as well to dark gray. All the plants and flowers in the area were withered, and seemingly had been for years. A gloomy, cold aura filled the air. As Meng Hao went on, he occasionally caught sight of arm-length centipedes, scurrying about quickly through the shriveled grass. However, whatever poisonous bugs that appeared as Meng Hao walked along would suddenly pause, seemingly incapable of doing anything to him. They would just let him continue on his way. Time passed slowly. As he traveled, he would occasionally take break, using some of the nearby withered grass, as well as some of the poisonous bugs, to concoct a medicinal pill. He did this a total of 3 times. More and more poisonous bugs began to appear. Soon, they were swarming. But as soon as Meng Hao neared, they would either begin to tremble or run away. As for the roiling miasma, it would consistently move out of the way, making way for Meng Hao to travel along the path. This, too, was clearly visible to the observers, who watched on with wide-eyed astonishment. Soon, more and more eyes were focusing on Meng Hao's screen. It wasn't just the East Pill Division. Even cultivators from the other sects were watching closely. He's using the poison bugs to make medicinal pills, but what pill exactly? What medicinal pill is that? It has such an incredible effect. The cultivators watched on in astonishment, then glanced over at the screens of the other candidates, including Yi Feimu and Chu Yuyan. It seemed most of them were reaching the end of the stairs that were part of the first region. Most of them had concocted medicinal pills on many occasions during the journey. They also would concoct pills to ward off the poison, but none of them were as dramatically effective as Meng Hao's. This, of course, was because the poison bugs along the path didn't seem to have any inclination of avoiding Yi Feimu and the others. However, in their terror, they clambered over each other in order to get out of Meng Hao's way. If this scene was taking place anywhere except the Violet Fate Sect trial by fire, then plenty of people would begin to make connections. But this was a Violet Furnace Lord promotion, so there ended up being only one conclusion drawn by the observers. The pills Feng Mu concocted were anything but ordinary. Actually, even if Meng Hao hadn't concocted the various medicinal pills, the miasma wouldn't have been the least bit harmful to him in any way. The resurrection lily had been suppressed, but its nature talent was still within him, which could innately dispel all varieties of poisons. Meng Hao did not fear poison. Granted, many years had passed since the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, which so many cultivators had witnessed. However, anyone observing could easily make a connection between the two. Thus, he had concocted the medicinal pills to make it seem like they were repelling the poisons. However, their true function was to suppress his own aura, which was affecting the poison bugs and the miasma. That, of course, was something about him that was completely different from the other candidates. There was really no choice but to suppress his aura in this way. If he didn't do so with the medicinal pills, then as he traveled through the miasma, it would explode away from him immediately, and the entire area would be completely free of it, without the slightest trace. Even having suppressed his aura, the miasma still spread out away from him. There was literally nothing he could do to make himself walk through the miasma and have it remain still. As for the poisonous bugs, were it not for the fact that his aura had been suppressed, they simply wouldn't dare to exist nearby. In fact, Meng Hao was worried that he might lose control of his suppressed aura, and that any bugs which hadn't fled far enough away from him would spontaneously die. If that happened, it would definitely attract attention from the outside world. Therefore, the best he could do was use medicinal pills to suppress his aura, be extremely cautious not to allow the miasma to completely disperse, and try to make the poison bugs behave a bit more normally. Despite all of that, he caused quite a stir on the outside world. However, it was just a stir, not enough to draw any connections to the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. Several days later, the first person made it to the second region, and of course it was Yi Feimu. Behind him was Chu Yuyan, and then in third place, Meng Hao, the newcomer to the top of the group. As far as the other 7 people, 2 more eventually appeared at the boulder marking the second region. The other 5 were still stuck back on the path in the miasma, concocting pills and slowly moving forward. When the candidates arrived at the large boulder, all of them discovered the same thing. Strands of violet chi emerged and latched onto their pill furnaces and then merged into them, causing them to change color. The same thing happened to the Meng Hao. The black pill furnace seemed very opposed to this happening, but considering how it was suppressed by Meng Hao, there was nothing it could do to resist. People outside immediately began to discuss what was happening. The VE only just passed the first region, and you can already see the difference. It looks like the final candidate will be one of these 5 people. However, I still think Furnace Lord Yi has the advantage. Suddenly, Violet Furnace Lord and Zihai's voice rang out. The Violet Furnace Lord trial by fire promotion is a test of an alchemist's skill in the Tao of alchemy. Falling behind doesn't mean anything. The year I took the test, I came in last in the first 2 regions. However, I successfully passed the third region, the one in which most people get stuck. You might better spend your time observing how these 10 chosen alchemists concoct pills, than discussing things the way you see them now. And Zihai's echoing voice immediately silenced the discussions of the surrounding alchemists. They grew silent and thoughtfully began to watch what was happening. What they saw was that the 5 alchemists in last place were all very calm. All of them were concocting pills in different ways, and not one of them experienced the slightest failure. Time passed slowly. Meng Hao had already been staring thoughtfully for several hours at the boulder leading into the second region. It wasn't just him. On their various respective paths, Yi Feimu and Chu Yuyan were also staring with furrowed brows at the boulders. The boulders completely blocked the various paths. Only by fulfilling the requirements laid out would a fissure open in the boulder and allow passage through. Meng Hao murmured to himself as he sat cross-legged next to the boulder. Concoct medicinal pills for the 4 great stages of qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. Each one must have medicinal strength of 80% or higher, and must contain variations from among the 10 million variations of plants and vegetation. If you can create your own unique medicinal pill, this will be counted as perfection. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The 4 regions of the Violet Furnace Lord trial by fire contained practical tests of an alchemist's skill in the Tao of alchemy. The first region tested the skill of concocting pills based on the current circumstances. Different situations required different pills to be concocted, requiring flexibility. It seemed simple, but in reality, most furnace lords were incapable of doing such a thing. The second region was even more difficult. Tested fundamental pill concocting ability. For medicinal pills, one for each of the 4 great stages. Medicinal strength must be maintained, and mastery of the 10 million variations of plants and vegetation was a necessity. This trial by fire was comprehensive, and as for this second region, someone not at the peak of the Furnace Lord rank would be incapable of passing it. Even for someone with those qualifications, passing was not an easy thing. Meng Hao sat there thinking silently for some time, as did Chu Yuyan, Yi Feimu, along with the other candidates who made it to the second region boulder. There were no requirements regarding the medicinal plants which could be used. Each alchemist could do however he pleased. In fact, based on one's mastery of the variations of plants and vegetations, one could simply make a depiction of a medicinal plant on the surface of the boulder, and the power of the celestial land would produce an illusory replication which could be used for illusory pill concoction. They were only illusory replications, but were actually very realistic. There are 2 options, thought Chu Yuyan. One is the easy path to concoct an existing pill. After all, the only requirements are those regarding medicinal strength and skill with the 10 million variations of plants and vegetation. The other path is much harder, and that is to create a new medicinal pill to make something out of nothing. Both of these 2 paths can lead onward, toward the highest pinnacle. However, it is clear that the road of a violet furnace lord lies along the second path. Determination filled her eyes. She was an apprentice of Grandmaster Pill Demon, so in order to become a violet furnace lord, she had to prove herself. Yifeimu obviously felt the same way. He stared at the boulder, and as he did, a bright light shone in his eyes, along with a proud, unyielding look. If I'm going to concoct something, he thought, I will concoct a pill no other person has ever seen, a pill which contains my very self. I will show that I have the will of a violet furnace lord. At almost the same time, resolve showed on the faces of Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu as they chose the second of the 2 paths. As for the others, most picked the easy path, although some attempted to concoct original creations. Each one made their decision based on their own Tao of alchemy. Meng Hao looked at the boulder thoughtfully, sighing as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. He had recently traveled for 4 days non-stop, had engaged in a battle of will with the black pill furnace, and was now completely exhausted. He looked at the requirements listed on the boulder, and realized that traversing the path of medicinal pill creation would definitely make him more tired. He began to murmur to himself, concocting an existing pill is definitely better than coming up with something new. Creating a new medicinal pill requires good fortune, alchemic enlightenment, and meticulous concentration. Otherwise the quality will be inferior. Yeah, this is the best decision. My analysis is definitely correct. I will not let my quality drop. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense to him. His mind at ease, he began to concoct medicinal pills. He lifted his right hand and pressed down onto the boulder. Immediately it rippled like water. The medicinal plants which floated in his mind slowly began to appear in front of him. A medicinal pill for the qi condensation stage. I'll make the simplest one, a qi condensation pill. He flicked his sleeve, and an illusory pill furnace emerged from the boulder, into which he fed bunch after bunch of medicinal plants. After another moment's thought, he began to concoct. Not too much time passed before Chu Yuyan's eyes opened, and she waved her beautiful hand. A pill furnace appeared, and her eyes glittered brightly as she began to concoct. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Yi Feimu opened his eyes. Filled with self-confidence, he began to concoct. The observers outside on Eastern Emergence Mountain were watching intently as everything happened. Their eyes passed back and forth among the 10 screens, including Meng Hao, the 10th person. Of course, the focus was Yi Feimu and Chu Yuyan, who had performed spectacularly in the first region. And of course many were paying attention to Meng Hao, who had attracted such attention with his own performance there. However, Meng Hao was taking the easy path to pill cultivation. Currently, he was concocting a qi condensation pill. He wasn't the only one, in total 7 were doing so. The audience could see the instructions on the boulder, and thus began discussing things in low tones. It was relatively easy to determine what this part of the test was about. It turns out Feng Mu is concocting a qi condensation pill. It seems like he's falling further and further behind Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu in this second region. I heard about Furnace Lord Yi Feimu a long time ago. His skill in the Tao of alchemy is at the pinnacle. Based on the look of it, he's not just concocting some ordinarily medicinal pill. Could he be working on an original creation? Lin Hailong gave a slight smile as he turned to Zai and said, Chu Yuyan is most likely also creating an original medicinal pill. Simply having the confidence to do that is worthy of praise. And Zai gave a slight nod. His expression was calm as he glanced at the 10 screens. When he saw Meng Hao and took note of what he was concocting, he felt slightly amused. In his opinion, Meng Hao understood that an original creation would allow him to pass this critical juncture, but had decided instead to save time and effort. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. Meng Hao had produced a qi condensation pill of 80% medicinal strength, as well as a foundation establishment day of similar quality. Now he was working on a pill for the core formation stage, a spiritualization pill. Before, Meng Hao would have had a difficult time concocting such a pill, considering his cultivation base. However, now that he had 10 Tao pillars, and was of the great circle of foundation establishment, concocting a simple, common spiritualization pill required a bit of effort but wasn't very difficult. In fact, he was both concocting and resting at the same time. Having been in Violet East Mountain for several days now, he had now recovered quite a bit of energy. He was no longer exhausted, and his pill concocting went a bit faster than before. However, the moment his spiritualization pill emerged was also the exact moment when Chu Yuyan's original qi condensation stage medicinal pill came out. When it did, brilliant light swirled up from her pill. At a single glance, it was obvious this was no ordinary pill. It immediately attracted quite a bit of notice on the outside world. At the same time, Yi Feimu's original medicinal pill emerged. A 4-colored glow enveloped it, a bit brighter than the glow from Chu Yuyan's pill. A sudden gasp of astonishment could be heard from the spectators. As for Meng Hao, however, he produced nothing extraordinary whatsoever. Like most of the others, he had chosen to concoct familiar pills. Furthermore, from his attitude, it seemed as if he were goofing off. It was completely different from the conscientiousness of Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu. In fact, the clear-cut difference between them made Meng Hao seem even more unremarkable. Only one person on Eastern Emergence Mountain was different. Grandmaster Pill Demon. When he casually glanced at the screen depicting Meng Hao, an imperceptible shadow of a smile appeared on his face. By the time Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu were in the midst of creating their foundation establishment stage medicinal pill, Meng Hao had already finished with the spiritualization pill and had begun to work on the nascent soul medicinal pill. Medicinal pills for increasing the cultivation base during the nascent soul stage were made from rare medicinal plants not often seen in the world. There were not many such pills in the southern domain. For 4 or even 5 people from a single sect to possess one would be considered beyond incredible. These were not pills that could be mass-produced. One batch might make 3 or perhaps 5. Therefore, they were quite prized. Such pills were not common even in the Violet Fate sect. When you consider that a nascent soul cultivator who practices breathing exercises can absorb all of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 3-kilometer radius in a single breath, it is easy to imagine how important medicinal pills can be to them. If they possess such pills, all is well. If they don't, the only remaining option is to take them by force. However, when it comes to medicinal pills for nascent soul cultivators, the most difficult type to concoct, as well as the most valuable, are pills which extend longevity. The value of such pills is extremely high. A lifespan that does not exceed 1,000 years is not a defiance of the heavens. The only way to live past 1,000 years, to defy the heavens, is to sever the spirit. Otherwise, one can only waste away in death. Of all the medicinal pills for the nascent soul stage, the most basic are healing pills, and such pills are also the easiest to concoct. Generally, they are of average effectiveness. However, no matter which way you look at them, such pills must be considered of the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao decided to concoct just such a simple medicinal pill for the nascent soul stage. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't considered finagling, but rather using the most simple method to pass this part of the test. He didn't want to expend a lot of mental energy to concoct a unique, one-of-a-kind pill. Therefore, several days later, one of the most common healing pills for the nascent soul stage emerged. Meng Hao held the pills from the 4 stages in hand, and then pushed them into the boulder. The boulder began to tremble, and then a fissure appeared that snaked down the very middle of the boulder, a little over half a foot wide. It almost seemed like the boulder wasn't pleased with Meng Hao's medicinal pills. However, he had met the requirements. Each pill contained 5 of the 10 million medicinal plant variations, although most of them had been obscured by Meng Hao using a technique just for that purpose. He looked at the fissure and then cleared his throat. He knew that he was being observed by others. With a bit of a bashful and embarrassed expression, he lowered his head and walked up to the crack. By turning his body to the side and exerting a bit of effort, he was just able to squeeze himself through. Then, with a solemn and dignified expression, and not the least bit of awkwardness, he continued along the steps up the mountain, toward the 3rd region. When the spectators in the outside world saw this, the master alchemists of the East Pill Division could be seen making bitter smiles. Those who were relatively familiar with Feng Mu seemed a bit embarrassed. Using such a method to pass this part of the test really was a bit of an eyesore. This was especially after looking back at the earnestness with which Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu persisted in their work. Meng Hao's attitude immediately aroused the scorn of those who hadn't liked him very much to begin with. A few of the 8 Violet Furnace Lords also frowned. However, regardless of anything, Meng Hao was the first one to make it past the 2nd region. Hands clasped behind his back, he casually walked into the 3rd region, looking exactly as if he were just going for a stroll and taking in the scenery. One of the Violet Furnace Lords, a middle-aged man named Yi Yuntian, said, "Feng Mu doesn't seem to be taking things very seriously. With such subpar character, he's clearly not suitable to become a Violet Furnace Lord." His voice was cool and seemed to carry the weight of authority. And Zai laughed and said, "Not necessarily. There's no rule against using the simplest method to charge past." "That's true, elder brother N," replied Yi Yuntian with a smile. "Now, though, I'm very curious to see what sort of decision he will make in the 3rd region." Moments later, more candidates emerged from the 2nd region. Only Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu remained. A total of 5 people came out. The other 2 were unable to complete medicinal pills with 80% medicinal strength, and thus declared forfeiture. Now, only 8 screens remained of the original 10 above the pill furnace in the outside world. When Meng Hao reached the boulder marking the 3rd region, violet qi poured out. It was only a tiny thread, and lasted only for the space of about 3 breaths. He had succeeded, but the approval of the celestial land was not great. After the strand of violet qi entered the pill furnace, Meng Hao looked at the boulder, then sat down cross-legged in front of it. He took a moment to erase the last bit of exhaustion in him, until he was filled with energy. Chu Yuyan's final pill emerged, and when it did, her face was pale. It had been extremely difficult for her to concoct the 4th pill. As for original creations, she had persisted up until the Foundation Establishment pill. As for the Core Formation and Nascent Soul pills, she was unable to create new versions of such pills. Instead, she had selected the most difficult of the pill formulas she knew to concoct the final 2 pills. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she watched as a 3-meter-wide fissure split apart the boulder in front of her. A self-confident smile on her face, she strode forward. After her, Yi Feimu finished his pill concoction. Similar to Chu Yuyan, he had been unable to make original creations for all 4 pill varieties. He had succeeded in making an original pill for the Core Formation stage, but as for the Nascent Soul stage, he could not proceed. Having no other choice, he created the most high-level and difficult pill for the Nascent Soul stage that he could think of. It took 10 attempts before he finally succeeded. Everything happened relatively quickly, because everything moved more quickly within the world of the Celestial Land. Were it outside, it would take over a year to concoct the 4 pills he had. Yifemu took in a deep breath as he watched a 6-meter-wide fissure cracked open the boulder in front of him. A proud look filled his eyes as he strode through. It was becoming readily apparent to the observers which of the various candidates were above the others. A buzz of discussion echoed out as they began to talk about the shocking sight of the fissure created by Yifemu. As Chu Yuyan and the others reached the boulder marking the 3rd region, dense violet qi poured out toward them. The violet qi which emerged for Chu Yuyan lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn before dissipating. Most shockingly was Yifemu. His lasted for the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn. Furthermore, his pill furnace had already turned light violet. On their various respective paths, the other candidates' pill furnaces absorbed the violet qi. Afterward, they began to concentrate on the boulder. Frowns appeared. The test for the 3rd region was even more difficult than the first 2. Meng Hao finished his meditation. He opened his eyes, and they glowed brightly. He was completely recovered, and his eyes glittered as he examined the text on the boulder in front of him. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Beyond the boulder, there were no stone steps. The path of steps seemed to end right here, and only clouds were visible. 9 treasures, pearl curtain plants. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the carving on the boulder. It depicted a type of medicinal plant with 9 flowers on it, each of which was a different color. 3 treasures, pearl curtains plants are common. 6 treasures, pearl curtain plants are uncommon. As for 9 treasures, pearl curtain plants, they are rarely ever seen. Each flower contains different medicinal properties. The 9 petals all work in harmony with each other. This single medicinal plant can be used in over 1,000 different pill formulas. The formulas used and the quality of the medicinal pills concocted will determine how many steps appear. Meng Hao closed his eyes for a moment to think. On the other paths, the other candidates were facing the exact same test. Chu Yuyan reached up to place her right hand onto the boulder. Immediately, a flickering, glowing light appeared, and the 9 treasures pearl curtain plant materialized in front of her. The cultivators on the mountain peak in the outside world, including the representatives from the other sects and clans, were all paying very close attention to the incredible scene which was taking place within the trial by fire. Violet Furnace Lord Yi Yuntian coolly opened his mouth and said, "The 3rd region tests both pill concocting and decision-making. How many pills must be concocted to magically create a perfect set of stairs? That is the key." From start to finish, his gaze never left Yifemu's screen. His words caused the faces of many of the master alchemists to fill with astonishment. One by one, they began to focus intently on the various screens. Chu Yuyan looked at the plant floating in front of her. A thoughtful look glittered in her phoenix-like eyes. The Tao of alchemy is like the great Tao of cultivation, she thought. Plants and vegetation grow within heaven and earth. However, heaven and earth are not alive. Concocting pills is like refining the heavens and transforming the earth, finding a spark of life therein, and turning it into a medicinal pill. Therefore, pill concoction is a search for life, a way to find that spark which doesn't exist within heaven and earth. 9 is the ultimate number. Therefore, I will make 9 pills, and each pill will contain 8 flowers. Furthermore, each pill will contain the medicinal properties of the one missing flower. These 9 pills will form a cycle that will open up the path to the heavens. Chu Yuyan's eyes glowed with determination now that she had made her decision. She immediately set to work concocting. After thinking for several hours, a serious look filled Yifemu's face, and he took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed as he flicked his sleeve. A 9 treasures pearl curtain plant appeared in front of him, and he began to concoct. If I'm going to concoct a pill, I'll only make one, he thought. It will contain the medicinal properties of all 9 flowers, as well as that of an additional medicinal pill. I will concoct not the number 9, but the number 10. I will concoct a pill that contains a medicinal property that the 9 treasures pearl curtain plant does not. In keeping with my identity, this 10th medicinal property will be unprecedented. It was difficult to say whose thinking in regard to the Tao of alchemy was more advanced. Between the two of them, One used the Tao of alchemy to refine life to the pinnacle. The other combined all the complex variations to create something unique. At this moment, their skill in the Tao of alchemy was clearly visible to the spectators on the mountaintop and caused quite a stir. Everyone, including the representatives from the outside sects, began to think deeply about the proceedings. After Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu made their decisions, the 8 Violet Furnace Lords nodded in praise. Grandmaster Pill Demon's face, however, was unreadable, making everyone wonder which screen he was watching. It was at this moment that Meng Hao opened his eyes, and they gleamed with a strange light. He lifted up his hand and pushed it onto the boulder. The 9 Treasures Pearl Curtain plant appeared, along with his pill furnace. He did not immediately begin to concoct, though, but rather stare at the medicinal plant, his eyes shining. Within his mind flitted countless pill formulas. His skill with plants and vegetation was in full force as well. The 9 Treasures Pearl Curtain plant rotated in his mind as he mentally began to organize the various medicinal properties and how they worked together. However, Meng Hao quickly decided to clear his mind. He looked at the medicinal plant, and then his eyes began to gleam even more brightly. He looked interested. His bearing now was vastly different than the laziness he had displayed in the second region. I'm going to concoct 10 pills, he thought. 9 minor pills and 1 master pill. 9 is the ultimate number, representing strength. My body is the pill furnace, and my heart is the pill formula. Refine the heavens, refine the earth, refine the changes of time. Concoct a pill that contains the essence of nature's simplicity. A look both deep and bright shone in his eyes. Were this any other place, he would not display such an attitude toward pill concocting. But within this Violet Fate sect trial by fire, his interest had been piqued. He would no longer conceal his true self. He would fully display his skill in the Tao of alchemy. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Then, he lifted up his right hand, took hold of a flower, and put it into the pill furnace. Only the Violet Furnace Lords on the mountaintop could get an idea from Meng Hao's actions what he intended to do. However, all of them had different expressions on their faces. Some were frowning, others seemed lost in thought. Feng Mu's choice is interesting. However, he won't be able to pull off something like that. Even still, that type of thinking in the Tao of alchemy is laudable. It contains some of the frivolity of youth, but considering his skill in the Tao of alchemy, he definitely won't be able to succeed. I still favor Yi Feimu. That kid's Tao of alchemy contains persistence. Persistence is a necessity for all of us alchemists. The Violet Furnace Lords continued to discuss matters as they watched on. Only Xianxia gaped for a moment, before a bright gleam filled his eyes. He wants to concoct, and Xianxia's breathing grew heavier. He did not agree with the others. Without thinking about it, he turned to look at his master, Pill Demon. Grandmaster Pill Demon sat there cross-legged. A strange light flickered in his eyes, then disappeared. Time passed 3 days. Chu Yuyan had completed her first medicinal pill. When it appeared, 1,111 steps appeared up ahead of her. For over 1,000 steps to appear caused a buzz to rise up among the crowd on the mountaintop. Moments later, Yi Feimu also produced a pill. As soon as it appeared, so did the stone stairs, 2,000 of them. This caused the observing alchemists on the mountaintop to immediately rise to their feet, looks of astonishment on their faces. What caused even more of a stir was that Yi Feimu looked at the pill with a frown, and then crushed it between his fingers. Immediately, the 2,000 stairs vanished. It seemed that 2,000 steps didn't satisfy him. In addition to Chu Yuyan, Yi Feimu, and Meng Hao, 2 others were concocting pills. All had made different choices in their concoctions, and all paled in comparison to Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu. Each of them concocted 3 pills respectively, which produced a total of 700 stairs each. They did not dare to crush their medicinal pills, though. No matter how many pills it took, they would cause all of the stairs to appear. As for the alchemists who had fallen behind, they slowly showed up. After experiencing the difficulty of the second test, they sat there thoughtfully for a bit before beginning to concoct pills. Of course, None of them produced results as spectacular as Chu Yuyan or Yi Feimu. They took the easy route. This was not in error, however. It did not count as being part of their personal Tao of alchemy. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. Meng Hao was now finished with the first minor pill. It emerged, a bluish-green medicinal pill, which Meng Hao had concocted using the bluish-green flower from among the 9. The pill furnace was illusory. The 9 treasures pearl curtain plant was also illusory. Therefore, the pill that was produced was obviously not real. Despite that, it could be held in hand and it could be crushed. This was one of the bizarre, miraculous aspects of the celestial land. A magic that could create something from nothing. Meng Hao looked at the bluish-green medicinal pill in his hand, then lifted his head. Further up, the mountain path began to buzz. Suddenly, out of thin air appeared a step. A single step. Meng Hao's face was the same as ever, without the slightest hint of change. Much earlier, he had predicted that this would happen. He looked back down at the 9 treasures pearl curtain plant's crimson flower, grabbed it, and began to concoct. Seeing this caused a buzz to immediately rise up among the audience on the mountaintop. Of course, the Violet Furnace Lords didn't participate, nor did the Patriarch-level cultivators from the outside sects. They only looked on in silent thought. Based on their concentration, their age, and their experiences in life, eccentrics like this wouldn't easily show what they were thinking. However, the disciples who had accompanied them had not reached such a level. Seeing what happened instantly caused astonished exclamations and discussions to fill the air. Alchemist Feng Mu only created a single stair. That's simply too few. Is he really a furnace lord? At the very least, the other candidates created a few hundred stairs. Furnace Lord Yi created the most, 2,000, and wasn't even satisfied with that. But Feng Mu, he doesn't look even the least bit embarrassed. Maybe he has some special plan. Such discussions couldn't be avoided. Meng Hao's medicinal pill, and the one stair it had produced, was immediately divisive. Everyone could clearly see what had happened, and it was only natural that people immediately began to make comparisons. Han Bei frowned. She couldn't believe that Feng Mu's skill in the Tao of alchemy was so limited. After her interactions with him in the Black Civ sect, she knew of his extreme cunning, and was convinced that he must be pulling off some clever trick. Zhou Jie's expression was normal, without the slightest reaction whatsoever. It seemed as if nothing would cause him any surprise whatsoever. Fatty was secretly clenching his fists. He knew that Feng Mu was Meng Hao, which caused him extreme anxiety inside, especially considering that he could not possibly charge forward and warn Meng Hao about what was happening. Li Shiqi's eyes glittered slightly as she watched Feng Mu on the screen. She then glanced at Yi Feimu and frowned, as if she wasn't quite sure the meaning of everything that was happening. Of course, Meng Hao couldn't hear any of the commotion which he had caused on the outside, nor would he pay it any heed if he could. He was thoroughly engrossed in concocting his second medicinal pill. Again, his bearing was completely different from before in the second region. However, the more earnestly he worked, the more derision rose up from the outsiders. A day later, Chu Yuyan finished her second medicinal pill. Just the same as before, 1,111 stairs appeared. Yi Feimu's second pill also was completed. When it appeared, a great roaring shook the heavens and rocked the earth. 4,000 stairs. He's no furnace lord. This Violet Furnace Lord promotion definitely belongs to him. Violet Furnace Lord Yi Yuntian chuckled. He looked at Yi Feimu with an expression of deep praise. The other Violet Furnace Lords also looked at him with similar approval. They nodded, slight smiles on their faces. Their praise grew even more obvious when they saw Yi Feimu once again crush the medicinal pill. The 4,000 stairs disappeared. Striving for perfection is Yi Feimu's weakness, and also his strength, said Yi Yuntian, smiling. This kid's determination is something you rarely see in others. I hope that after becoming a Violet Furnace Lord, he will retain his tenacity and use it to tread into realms we have not. As they discussed the matter, and Zai sat there silently. He wasn't looking at any of the other candidates, only Meng Hao. Slowly, the shock in his eyes grew more intense. Fatty gave an inward sigh as he looked at the screen with Meng Hao on it. There's no way to compare. Ah, Meng Hao, why did you have to encounter somebody so inhuman? How can you possibly compare to this Yi guy? As the discussions proceeded, the other alchemists on Violet East Mountain continued to produce medicinal pills, Meng Hao included. When Meng Hao's pill was completed, a roaring sound filled the air, and a second stair appeared. This immediately caused muffled laughter to rise up from the cultivators on the outside world. They seemed to find the appearance of a single stone step to be quite amusing. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he began to concoct his third minor pill. Time passed by slowly. Meng Hao was by far in last place. In this third region, Chu Yuyan held her spot in first place. She had concocted 8 medicinal pills, and was currently working on her 9th. Up ahead of her on the mountain were 8,888 stone steps. It was an astonishing sight, and was already being given great recognition by the observers in the outside world. She was now being viewed as a possible contender with Yi Feimu. This was especially the opinion among many alchemists of the East Pill Division. Quite a few greatly admired Chu Yuyan, and as they watched, their eyes burned with passion and hope as they wished her luck. Besides Yi Feimu and Meng Hao, among the other candidates was an old man who had concocted 30 pills to produce a total of more than 8,300 stairs. Before, he hadn't attracted much attention, but now, of course, people were talking about him. He had produced a lot of medicinal pills, however, all of them stemmed from his own Tao of alchemy. As for the others, anywhere from 5,000 to more than 7,000 stairs had appeared. Meng Hao only had 8 steps. A single stone step had appeared each time he concocted one of the 8 minor pills. However, Meng Hao was not in last place. Rather, Yi Feimu was. Of course, nobody actually believed him to be in last place. He was currently concocting a pill for the 9th time. The previous pill, the 8th one, had immediately produced 9,300 stairs. That, of course, had caused a commotion in the outside world. Surprise had even been visible in the eyes of some of the patriarchs from the outside sects. Slowly, everyone on the mountaintop grew quiet, settling their chi and calming their minds. They looked at the paths on the 8 screens in front of them. They could clearly see that the moment of truth had arrived in the 3rd region test. Any moment now, people would begin to pass on to the next region. After enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, Chu Yuyan's medicinal pill emerged. This was her 9th pill. Immediately a black-colored cloud appeared above her pill furnace, the size of a hand. Electricity crackled, circling around above the pill furnace. The pill furnace emitted a roaring sound, and the 9th pill flew out. The path up ahead of Chu Yuyan immediately extended. It grew from 8,888 stone stairs all the way to 9,999. The absolute limit of stairs was 10,000. Chu Yuyan had created an incredible number of stairs. Reaching such an achievement in the Violet Furnace Lord trial by fire proved that she was an outstanding talent, worthy of being a Violet Furnace Lord. Immediately, conversations broke out in the world outside. A tribulation cloud appeared. That only happens for the most difficult to concoct medicinal pills. Chu Yuyan is definitely worthy to be Grandmaster Pill Demon's apprentice. This is clear proof that she is qualified to be a Violet Furnace Lord. 9,999 stairs. Chu Yuyan's skill in the Tao of alchemy is shocking. All eyes were on her, including Master Alchemists, Furnace Lords, Violet Furnace Lords, Sect Patriarchs. Chu Yuyan took a deep breath as she strode forward, walking directly up the stairs she herself had created. Everyone else was still in the middle of concocting. The old man who had previously been in 2nd place had now created more than 9,000 steps. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be the second to pass through the 3rd region. However, it was just then that a shocking thunderclap sounded out, booming out from within the world of the celestial land. Concurrent with the sound of the thunderclap, a tribulation cloud nearly 300 meters in diameter appeared above Yi Feimu's pill furnace. The tribulation cloud roiled as it appeared in mid-air, and thunderclaps echoed out in roars. It seemed it desired to destroy the medicinal pill which had just been concocted. The thunder existed only within the world of the celestial land. Outside on Eastern Emergence Mountain, where the audience was, the weather was sunny with a gentle breeze. Everyone was closely watching Yi Feimu's screen and the tribulation clouds within the celestial land. Intense praise filling his eyes, Violet Furnace Lord Yi Yuntian lightly said, "Tribulation clouds. It seems the pill Feimu concocted has provoked pill tribulation." Just as the tribulation cloud was about to explode downward, Pill Demon lifted his hand and waved toward the screen. Immediately, the tribulation cloud of Yi Feimu quivered and then began to disperse. The lightning within completely dissipated. At the same moment, Yi Feimu's pill furnace exploded with a loud sound as a medicinal pill emerged. It was a 9-colored pill, containing all the 9 colors of the 9 treasures pearl curtain plant flowers. However, it also used their medicinal properties to produce a 10th medicinal property. As soon as the pill appeared, the stairs in front of Yi Feimu boomed. Step after step appeared. 10, 100, 1,000, all the way to 10,000 steps. Chu Yuyan would have had to produce more steps to make her stairs absolutely complete. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feimu had risen from last place to first. He flicked his sleeve, and the pill furnace disappeared. As he proceeded up the stairs, he immediately became the focus of all attention. Such a chosen of the Tao of Alchemy, 10,000 stairs. Who else could possibly be the Violet Furnace Lord other than him? It seems that he really and truly is Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. It just so happened that at this exact moment, Meng Hao's 9th minor pill emerged, adding one more stair to his path. Now there were 9. When compared with 10,000, 9 stone steps were almost too insignificant to mention. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He had no idea what was happening on the outside. He had no clue regarding the commotion caused by Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu. His expression was as earnest as ever as he took his 9 minor pills and placed them all into the pill furnace. He took a deep breath and, eyes filled with determination, began to concoct a pill which conformed to his own Tao of alchemy, a pill which would be in accord with his skill and would be a return to the simplicity of nature. As the pills entered the pill furnace, Meng Hao's eyes slowly closed. His hands pushed out into the air as he began to concoct. Meng Hao's actions on the screen went relatively unnoticed thanks to the shocking scene caused by Yi Feimu. The only people who seemed to notice were Fatty, Han Bei, and Nzai. Yi Feimu walked slowly up the steps, looking every bit like a chosen. His screen was the only focal point atop the mountain. The only one who could remotely compete was Chu Yuyan. As far as the others, they had fallen far behind. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the old man who had been in second place finally concocted enough pills. The 9,937 step appeared. The pill furnace in front of him exploded, and the 9 treasures pearl curtain plant disappeared. This indicated that he had reached his peak. He took a deep breath as he began to ascend the stairs. Behind him, time continued to pass. The remaining candidates continued to persevere. To be able to participate in this trial by fire indicated that these were no ordinary alchemists. They might be a bit slower, but even the least among the group was able to create more than 9,600 stairs before his pill furnace exploded and he proceeded up. Unfortunately, missing hundreds of stairs in the Violet East Mountain trial by fire was an indication of failure. Several people were forced pale-faced to admit defeat when they reached the end of the stairs they had created. Only a middle-aged man happened to succeed. Of the group of 8 just now, only 5 were left. For had already succeeded. Only Meng Hao was still concocting a medicinal pill. Other than Fatty, Han Bei, and Nzai, no one else was paying any attention to him at all. All of them were looking at the screens of Yi Feimu and Chu Yuyan. Until, about half an incense stick later, the faint sound of thunder suddenly echoed out. This attracted some attention. Almost immediately, more thunder could be heard, this time much clearer. Everyone suddenly began to look around, confused, trying to figure out which screen the sound was coming from. When their eyes finally came to rest on Meng Hao's screen, thunder pealed out for the 3rd time, echoing out loud enough to shake the heavens and rock the earth. filling the entire world of the celestial land which could be seen on the screens. More and more people turned their gazes from Yi Feimu and Chu Yuyan to look at Meng Hao. Immediately, they began to gape. This was because, although Meng Hao's expression was one of unprecedented concentration, above the pill furnace in front of him was a roiling black cloud 300 meters in diameter. It looked exactly the same as the cloud which had appeared above Yi Feimu. Feng Mu, don't tell me he also concocted some type of astonishing pill? As astonishment spread throughout the mountain peak, and Zai began to breathe heavily, and his eyes shone with an incredible light. His unusual expression immediately attracted the notice of the other Violet Furnace Lords. Suddenly, another incredible peal of thunder boomed out, far more intense than the previous three, by at least 10 times. Meng Hao's pill furnace trembled violently. Up above, the tribulation cloud rapidly expanded, from 300 meters to 3,000. This caused shock to fill the hearts of everyone in the outside world. But then, a fifth, a sixth, and then a seventh heaven-shaking thunderclap rang out. The thunder shook the celestial land, and the screens began to flicker, as if they were experiencing some sort of interference. Tribulation clouds swelled outward. By now, they were several tens of thousands of meters in diameter. The scene caused the minds of the cultivators in the outside world to reel. What's going on? What medicinal pill did he concoct to cause this? Yi Feimu's pill didn't provoke such shocking tribulation clouds. Everyone was in an uproar. It was impossible for them not to be astonished. Before, they had believed the scene caused by Yi Feimu to be incredible, but now they were struck dumb. This was truly incredible. The thunder echoed out throughout almost the entire world of the celestial land. The sound of thunder rose up to the heavens. Now, it wasn't just Meng Hao's screen that was flickering, but all of the screens. They distorted and twisted so violently that it seemed they might rip apart and disintegrate. Even more shocking was that clearly visible to everyone on the mountaintop outside, the rest of the candidates had all stopped in their tracks. Their expressions flickered and began to fill with disbelief. Obviously, all of them could hear the thunder and see the tribulation clouds. This caused shock to fill everyone's hearts. Yi Feimu's pill had definitely caused an extraordinary sight. However, only he had been able to see it. The candidates were all within the celestial land, and on the same mountain. However, they were treading different paths, so no matter what the others did, they wouldn't be able to see or sense it. But right now, a shocking scene was unfolding. The booming caused by Meng Hao's medicinal pill was breaking through any such barriers, making it so that all the candidates could see the tribulation clouds. How could this be happening? Furnace Lord Feng Mu, what is he doing? Fatty stared open-mouthed, panting. Suddenly, an excited glow filled his eyes, and his body began to tremble. Inside, he was yelling out, crying for Meng Hao to become famous. It seemed possible that he was more excited at the moment than Meng Hao was. Han Bei's eyes glittered. Her expression quickly returned to normal, but inside, she was thinking that this was what she had expected of Feng Mu. And Zai sat there cross-legged, his eyes shining with an intense light. All of the other Violet Furnace Lords were staring with unprecedented concentration at what was happening. It was at this moment that the 9th thunderclap rose up. Its appearance caused the entire world of the celestial land to quake. Atop Violet East Mountain, Chu Yuyan, Yi Feimu, and the others all felt the shaking. Up above them, they saw the sky completely covered with endless tribulation clouds. They were huge and never-ending, thick, black, and stacked in layers. As the booming rattled out, an uncountable amount of lightning bolts began to surge about in the clouds. The power on display was astonishing. "Who is doing this?" murmured Chu Yuyan, her face pale. It was as if she had lost her mind. She had no way to see who had instigated such a shocking scene. The first person who appeared in her mind was Yi Feimu. However, for some unknown reason, his image was suddenly replaced by someone who made her feel incredibly irritated. Yi Feimu's face drained of blood. He stared mutely up into the sky, one expression after another flickering across his face. Disbelief, confusion, and a variety of other complicated expressions appeared. His mind was suddenly blank. What happened next was even more astonishing. As the ninth thunderclap could be heard, it wasn't Yifeimu, Chu Yuan and the others on East Violet Mountain who were shocked. Completely unpredictable was that this ninth thunderclap influenced the outside world. In the sky above Eastern Emergence Mountain, black, roiling clouds suddenly appeared. Within them, lighting danced back and forth, and a rumbling roaring could be heard. When this happened, and Zai leaped to his feet. The other Violet Furnace Lords who sat around him also had expressions of shock written on their faces. Pill Demon sat there quietly for a moment, then lifted up his right hand and flicked his finger. The same move he had used to dissipate Yifeimu's tribulation clouds was enough to get rid of the thunder and tribulation in the outside world. However, the tribulation clouds within the celestial land were still there. Seeing that the tribulation clouds were about to reach the point where they would erupt, Meng Hao began to sweat. However, his eyes filled with determination. After the space of a few breaths passed, he growled, then pushed out both hands toward the pill furnace. As he did this, a roaring sound filled the air. Popping sounds rang out as cracks spread out over the surface of the pill furnace. A moment later, it exploded, and a colorless medicinal pill flew out. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds up above began to shrink in on themselves. A massive lightning bolt, as thick as a person, began to descend. Pill Demon's eyes glittered, and he said, "Disperse!" It was one word. However, it caused the entire world of the celestial land to suddenly tremble as if some new intangible rule had been proclaimed within it. This rule seemed as if it could affect everything inside. It warped the sky, changed the lightning bolt, covered the tribulation clouds, causing them to suddenly disappear. It was as if the sky had instantly been replaced. Meng Hao stretched out his hand and grasped the semi-transparent medicinal pill. Everything was still and quiet in the outside world. All eyes were glued to Meng Hao's screen and his right hand. The Master Alchemists, Furnace Lords, Violet Furnace Lords, and all the disciples of the visiting sects, even the late nascent soul stage subpatriarchs, were all staring at the same thing. What they wanted to know was, considering this medicinal pill had elicited such a shocking reaction, something that had even rippled out into the outside world, how many stone steps would it create? A moment passed, and there were still 9 stone steps. Not one more, not one less. Nonetheless, no one made a single comment. This was because Meng Hao opened his hand, and the transparent medicinal pill therein floated up to hover in front of him. Then, it blossomed with 9 glowing colored lights. The light emanated out from the pill, slowly forming into the shape of a 9 treasures pearl curtain plant. The plant was vivid and lifelike, and the instant it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The gazes were filled with countless thoughts. Shock, amazement, and disbelief filled everyone's minds until they were complete blanks. And Zaihai's voice broke the silence. "This is creating something out of nothing." He was panting as he once again rose to his feet. Earlier, he had guessed that this might happen, but to see it with his own eyes sent his mind reeling and shook his heart. Normally, he would never have made such an outburst. He was an alchemist, and stubborn pursuit was part of the Tao of alchemy. He was the type of eccentric who would never reveal his emotions regardless of whether he was happy or furious. But in this regard, his sentiments ruled him. A great Tao of alchemy, returning to the simplicity of nature, creating something out of nothing. As Zaihai's voice echoed out, everyone watched the screen as Meng Hao lifted his foot onto the first step. He walked slowly up the 9 steps, then raised his foot out into the emptiness. As it descended, a 10th step appeared. He walked forward. As he did, more steps appeared beneath his feet. The limitation of number had already been exceeded. This was a realm far past that of Yifeimu. Most people didn't even understand such a realm. However, the 8 Violet Furnace Lords did. His heart trembling, mind reeling, Lin Hailong was the second to rise to his feet. With a gasp he said, This is... Feng Mu didn't just concoct a pill, he concocted a seed. A 9 treasures pearl curtain plant seed. Shock filled his eyes. It's impossible. He took an illusory model based on the Tao of alchemy, and then concocted a real seed. If you plant this seed, there is a high likelihood that within a few years, a 9 treasures pearl curtain plant will grow. But the ingredients he used were all illusory, not real. This realm, it is creating something out of nothing. After Nzihai and Lin Hailong finished speaking, silence reigned. The master alchemists sat mutely in their places. The furnace lords were breathing heavily. All of the people who had been laughing at him earlier now felt their minds spinning, as if they had been slapped in the face by an enormous, invisible palm. The slap had both cleared their minds and sent them reeling at the same time. After the space of a few breaths passed, an incredible hubbub broke out. Creating something out of nothing? Feng Mu was able to take something that didn't really exist and use it to make something real? What level of skill in the Tao of alchemy does that represent? Is Yi Feimu the strongest? Or is this Feng Mu even better? The people from the visiting sects weren't able to discern what was going on. The only thing that was abundantly clear was the shock they saw on the faces of the Violet Furnace Lords. Of their number, only Yi Yuntian had a gloomy look on his face. He frowned as he looked at Meng Hao's screen. A breathtaking medicinal pill. The disciples from the visiting sects were shocked by the scene playing out in front of them. Truth be told, they had been shocked over and over from the moment this trial by fire began. However, this moment was the most shocking yet. Creating something from nothing, concocting pills in a celestial land, refining the rules of alchemy, turning an illusory 9 treasures pearl curtain plant into an actual seed that could be planted. All of these things caused waves of shock to fill their minds. As of now, they had forgotten Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu. All eyes were fixed like glue onto Meng Hao. He was the focus of attention of all the people here. Fatty was panting. Han Bei's eyes shone with a strange light as she looked at Meng Hao. Li Shiqi's expression was one of fascination. She herself had never imagined that alchemist Feng Mu would concoct a pill such as this. Chen Fan had never been very interested in alchemy, but he gaped in astonishment, and admiration grew within his heart for Feng Mu. Patriarch Violet Civ from the Black Civ sect laughed. Starting today, the name of alchemist Feng Mu will be known to everyone within the southern domain. Sub-patriarchs from the other clans laughed and said similar things. When their words entered Yi Yuntian's ears, his face grew unsightly, and unconsciously he glanced toward his master, Pill Demon. Pill Demon's face was expressionless, which caused Yi Yuntian to sigh with relief. Turning his head to look at the other Violet Furnace Lords, he said, "Unless Master makes a specific choice, then everyone has a chance. Feng Mu may have some unique skills in pill concocting, but the general trend is clearly favoring Fei Mu to become the next Violet Furnace Lord." He gave meaningful looks to those among the Violet Furnace Lords with whom he was close. He felt a bit more calm after that, and when he looked back at Meng Hao's screen, his expression was the same as ever. His heart, however, was filled with rancor and cold laughter. Meng Hao had no way to know what was happening in the outside world. However, from the moment he had begun to concoct the pill, he had decided to make a big scene. At the moment, he was walking up the mountain path. Ahead of him was nothingness, but every step he took, more stone steps would appear to support him. Time passed. The buzz of conversation still filled the outside world when Meng Hao stepped onto the final stone step of the third region. He wasn't really sure how many total steps he had traversed. If he thought about it, then perhaps it was more than 10,000. Meng Hao didn't actually care about a specific number. It wasn't important. Who was it? Thought Chu Yuyan, her breathing heavy. She still wasn't sure who had caused the shocking scene just now. Whoever it was, that person was on a different path. Unless they were at the peak of mountain, it would be very difficult to see anything. At the moment, the first person that came to mind was, again, Yi Feimu. But then, she hesitated. Suddenly she wasn't so sure. Something inside of her was telling her that it probably wasn't Yi Feimu. And yet, from her perspective, other than Yi Feimu, none of the other candidates, including herself, could possibly have done something like that. As she thought, determination filled her eyes. She turned and continued upward. The most conflicted of all was none other than Yi Feimu. He stood mutely on the stone steps, thinking for a very long time. Who was it? What pill did they concoct? I concocted one medicinal pill, the pinnacle. I can't believe that someone else's decision regarding the Tao of alchemy could surpass my own. In the third region, I definitely produced the most steps with the least amount of medicinal pills. I only concocted one. This person could not possibly have outdone me. Yifemu's pride caused pain in his heart, but it quickly vanished. I must be in first place. His eyes glittering, he raced forward, hurrying toward the end of the third region. In his preparations to participate in this trial by fire, Violet Furnace Lord Yi Yuntian had actually violated sect protocol by secretly telling him in detail about his own experience in the promotion trial by fire. For example, Yi Feimu knew that at the end of the third region, it was possible to see who had passed through the region, what method they had used to do so, and what position they were granted by the Immortal Land. His eyes filled with stubbornness, Yi Feimu hurried on, panting. In addition to Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu, there was also the old man and the middle-aged man. They were also racing forward. Time passed. The first person to reach the end of the third region was Chu Yuyan. She leaped across the gap created by the last few missing steps. Then, a tremor ran through her body. She had just seen the boulder marking the beginning of the fourth region. The first thing which entered her vision was not the requirements for concocting a pill, but rather the rankings from the previous region, which floated in the air in front of the boulder. In third place was her own name, Chu Yuyan. Next to it were written the numbers 9,999. She gasped, then looked up toward second place. It was Yi Feimu's name, and the number was 10,000. 10,000. He really does deserve to be called Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. 10,000 steps marks perfection in the third region. However, how could he possibly have only placed second? She stared at the name for a moment, and her heart began to pound. Slowly, her gaze moved up until she saw the listing for first place. Instantly, a roaring sound filled her head, and her eyes shone with disbelief. How could it be him? She was suddenly out of sorts. The boulder was spewing out massive amounts of violet chi, but she didn't notice. All she could do was stare at the rankings. Feng Mu, muttered Yi Feimu, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief and, even more so, shame. If it had been Chu Yuyan who beat him, he could have accepted it. But instead, it was someone he completely looked down upon. Furthermore, that person had surpassed him in the third region. As far as he was concerned, this was a complete humiliation. Actually, from the moment Feng Mu had been raised to Furnace Lord, he had aroused the dislike of the other Furnace Lords. That was especially true for Yi Feimu. He held nothing but contempt for the manner in which Feng Mu had received his promotion. Next, Yi Feimu's body trembled and began to fill with rage. This was because he had just seen the numbers written after Feng Mu's name. 10 stone steps. 10 stone steps? I created a perfect set of 10,000 stone steps. How could a trifling 10 stone steps even compare? Just what pill did this Feng Mu concoct? Yi Feimu wouldn't go so far as to question the fairness of the trial by fire, but inside he just couldn't accept it. By now, he had already put the pieces together and realized who the pill tribulation had come for. Violet chi poured out from the boulder, but Yi Feimu felt a sense of irony. His eyes filled with a cold light. Meng Hao stood in front of the fourth region boulder, looking at the rankings. His right hand lifted up, causing the image to scatter. Massive amounts of violet chi poured out, dense to the extreme. Those watching in the outside world could easily see the boundless extent of the violet chi, and how much it exceeded that of Chu Yuyan's and Yi Feimu's several hours past, during which time, this point was even further impressed upon all onlookers. Meng Hao's black pill furnace absorbed the violet chi, and as it did, its color slowly changed. Now it was no longer pitch black, but tinged with violet. At first glance, it would be hard to tell whether it was black or violet. However, the pill furnace was now struggling about half as much as it had before, and no longer as fiercely. About an hour later, the violet chi disappeared. Text gradually appeared on the boulder, revealing the requirements for the final region. Become an apprentice. Seeing these words caused Meng Hao's vision to suddenly blur and twist. The mountain in front of him was no longer a mountain. The sky above was no longer the same sky. The mountain vanished. Far, far off in the distance, a mountain range was just barely visible. The sky was no longer blue. Instead, it was as red as flame because it was dusk. The dusk carried with it the afterglow of the setting sun, which trickled across the land to blanket over a small county-level city. The walls surrounding the city had existed for many years, which was clear from their ancient appearance. They were covered with blotches and marks, evidence of the passage of time. Atop the walls, a few guards lazed about. Occasionally, the faint sounds of their laughter and chatting would drift down into the bordello below. There was a new girl in town, and their laughter contained the beauty of anticipation which comes in life. Horse carts lined up to enter through the city gate. Atop each cart sat a driver brandishing a whip and bellowing out directions to his horses as they ambled toward the city center. The sun was setting, but oppressive heat still held sway over the land, turning it into something like an oven that wanted to bake the earth. There was no wind or rain. The only thing that existed was arid heat. This walled city was not very large. It was only a county after all. People walked the streets in groups of 2 or 3, cooling themselves with fans, occasionally cursing the weather. The most lively places in the town were the tea houses, where a cup of cold tea could dispel a bit of the heat. On a sweltering summer evening like this, gossiping with friends and neighbors there was the primary pastime of the populace. Other than the tea houses was the town bordello, which was a place for rich people. Many men who passed by couldn't restrain themselves from glancing up at the gorgeously dressed young ladies who leaned against the wooden shutters up above. It was enough to make any man's heart burn, and then cause him to think about how unbearable the weather was. If a man's wife walked with him past the bordello, her face would twist with jealousy, and she would hastily pull him away. A more shrewish wife might look up at the licentious, headstrong girls up above and curse them a few times. It was said that the girls in the bordello were as delicate as flowers and as refined as jade, almost inhuman. Inside, the rooms were filled with ice cubes and cute servant girls with fans. Because of this, rich customers had the luxury of enjoying an ice-cold breeze. Supposedly, the bordello also abounded with delicious food and wine. Every man wished to go there, either for the girls, the food, or the ice cubes. "Look, the point is, this place is awesome," said Meng Hao in a low, earnest voice to the 2 kids next to him, clenching his fists tightly. Both the kids were around the same age as him, 12 or 13 years old. "You guys just don't have any sense of brotherhood." Meng Hao put his arms around their shoulders. One was skinny, the other chubby. Both looked excited, but at the same time, a bit shy and nervous. Meng Hao gave them a very serious look, as if he were a sect patriarch arranging to hand over a legacy. "Tomorrow I, young master, am being sent away to boarding school. From now on I'm handing over the title of Eastern Emergence County's #1 bully to you 2. Don't forget, you can't do anything to ruin young master's reputation. If they were in some sacred location, then perhaps his words would carry some power. But unfortunately, the 3 of them were currently lying on their bellies atop a wall. What was inside the wall was nothing other than the bordello, and the wall they were on surrounded it. Further inside was a 2-story building, connected to another building which filled the front of the courtyard. From their position on the wall, they could clearly see the shadows of men and women inside the 2nd-story windows. The sound of chatting and laughter drifted out. The fat kid, whose face was covered with freckles, excitedly said, "Young Master Fong, don't worry. The name of the #1 bully in Eastern Emergence County will always belong to you. As for us 2, #2 and #3 bullies, we will definitely maintain your reputation." The skinny kid next to him nodded enthusiastically. "Good. I know I can trust you too," Meng Hao replied solemnly. "However, you still need your gang initiation plaques. Today, your final test has arrived. Now pay attention. Soon, someone is gonna come out. When that happens, you have to throw these bricks as hard as you can. Each of the kids held a brick which was about the size of their own hand. "That damned bastard," said Meng Hao through gritted teeth. "He dares to go chasing after my peach blossom? Young master is definitely going to find out who exactly it is who has the gall." He glared at the second story of the building. Panting, he continued, "Peach Blossom promised me that she would wait until I grew up, and then she would sleep with me. Who could have guessed that some damned son of a bitch would dare to go pick on her?" His heart filled with rage. When the other two kids saw the look in his eyes, their hearts filled with intense admiration. "He definitely deserves to be the elder brother," they thought. "The #1 bully in Eastern Emergence County has a mistress. He's for sure the only 12-year-old kid in the entire county who could pull that off." They exchanged a glance, and their expressions grew more fanatical. As far as they were concerned, anyone who could enter the legendary bordello and get a mistress had skill that reached to the heavens. To be able to talk about it openly made them feel even more proud. Soon, enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn. Evening had fallen, and the moon was rising. The second-floor balcony door opened, and a beautifully dressed young woman led a middle-aged man out by the arm. He appeared to be drunk, and they talked in soft tones as they emerged. The moonlight was thin, and the sky somewhat dark, making it difficult to see their exact appearance. However, Meng Hao could instantly recognize Peach Blossom. Immediately, his eyes grew red, and he shouted, "You crusty son of a bitch, young master's gonna beat you to death. You dare to see my Peach Blossom." With a howl, he hurled the brick. With equally vicious howls, the two kids also threw their bricks. "Young master is gonna Meng Hao was just about to charge into the courtyard when his body began to tremble. The drunk, middle-aged man easily dodged the 3 bricks and then raised his head furiously. As soon as he saw Meng Hao, he gave a slight smile. Then his fury burned hotter. "You little bastard," he cried. "This is mutiny." Meng Hao instantly began to shiver. "Father!" All of his ardor and sincerity evaporated, as if freezing water had been poured over his body. He immediately leaped off of the wall and began to run. His 2 sidekicks' faces went pale with fear, and their calves burned as they raced off. "We're finished. Finished. Fong Mu's father is the former #1 bully in the county. Now he's a constable, so he can kill people without blinking an eye." The 2 kids' faces were as pale as death as they fled. After the 3 of them vanished, the middle-aged man stood in the courtyard, both angry and amused. The idea of a son making a move on his father was both infuriating and hilarious. That little bastard never studies and has no skills whatsoever. Sending him to study in boarding school is definitely the right decision. Late that night, Meng Hao ambled through the streets, heaving continuous sighs. When he finally reached the main gate of his house, he looked at the lights shining from within and gave a deep frown. "Why did it have to be Dad? Oh, Mother, you left too early. If you hadn't gone, things wouldn't be like this. I'm going to go have a few words with him for you." He had just pushed open the gate leading into the courtyard, when suddenly he began to cry. "Mother, I miss you. Mother, you visited me in my dreams last night and told me to go visit Peach Blossom. Mother." "Shut up," bellowed an angry voice from within the house. The door opened to reveal Meng Hao's father, the middle-aged man from before. His brow was furrowed, and he looked haplessly at Meng Hao. "Quit your faking. Why aren't you in bed yet? I'm taking you to the boarding school early in the morning to meet your new teacher." "I'm not going," cried Meng Hao, taking a step back. "I want to go to regular school. All the people in the city are going to laugh at me. You little bastard. Still up to the same old tricks at your age." The man frowned, then suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Meng Hao, who was just getting ready to run away. He lifted him into the air and spanked him on the bottom a few times. The slapping sounds rang out clearly, but there was no pain. Things had been like this for Meng Hao since he was young. He and his father had only each other to depend on. Every time they had some sort of disagreement, his father would put on the appearance of being very strict, but couldn't actually bear to hit him hard. "What good is regular school?" his father roared. You need to learn to respect the teachers and their teachings. You need to learn about ethics. Are you gonna go? Or not? I'm not going, cried Meng Hao, his eyes rolling. You! Meng Hao's father raised his hand high into the air. Meng Hao hurriedly said, if you promise to never go see Peach Blossom again, then I'll go. You can go see anybody else, just not her. He was afraid his father might actually start to spank him hard this time. Meng Hao's father wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. He lowered his hand, placing it onto Meng Hao's head and tousling it gently. All right, you're growing up, kid. And I can see that you have a fertile imagination. Fine. From now on, I'll never see Peach Blossom again. I'll leave her for you. After you grow up, I'll arrange for her to be your concubine. Really? Said Meng Hao, his eyes growing bright. You're still not in bed? He glared at Meng Hao as he released him. Meng Hao beamed with joy as he ran into the house, threw off his clothes, and jumped into bed. He had some beautiful dreams that night. Early the next morning, when the sky was just beginning to grow light, Meng Hao's eyes were still blurry as his father dressed him. Father glanced at son, and could see that he clearly hadn't gotten enough sleep. A solemn expression covered his face, as well as love and kindness, something Meng Hao didn't often see. He reached down and picked up Meng Hao, just like he had when he was young. Meng Hao's head fell onto his shoulder, and he continued to sleep. Meng Hao's father grabbed the gift he planned to present to the teacher, and then left. Along the way, his gait was a bit unsteady. Carrying such a large boy wasn't an easy task. An hour later, they reached the main gate of the house of a famous old man who lived in the east part of the city. Meng Hao's father woke Meng Hao up and then put him down. Then he knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. Meng Hao was left yawning out in the courtyard as his father entered the house. So he didn't see his father respectfully clasping hands and making other imploring gestures. Not much time passed before his father emerged. Next to him was an old man with a full head of white hair. His features were ancient, but full of vigor. It gave him a noble and prestigious bearing, much different from that of an ordinary person. This was especially true of his eyes. They were filled with profundity, as if they contained stars within them. Anyone who looked at them would be entranced. The old man gazed down at Meng Hao. This gaze seemed to be able to see lives that had been lived, and lives yet to be lived. This gaze seemed capable of piercing through the haze to see all three lives: past, present, and future. This gaze made it seem as if this young man's entire life had been lived for the purpose of coming here and kowtowing 3 times to become his apprentice. A long moment passed, and the old man nodded slightly. Meng Hao's father looked down at Meng Hao and said, "A master is like a father. Feng Mu, I want you to respect your master. Respect him even more than you respect me. If you can't do that, then you aren't my son." With that, he left. Meng Hao gaped at his father. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd seen him act so strictly. The seriousness of his tone instantly caused him to wake up. A master is like a father. Meng Hao watched his father's back as he left. He clearly was wearing a simple, unlined robe. However, for some reason, it seemed to Meng Hao as if he were surrounded by a violet wind. The wind seemed to shatter some barrier in his mind. Suddenly an image appeared. It was his father. The image was blurry, but he could tell that his father was looking at him and sighing softly. His mother was there too, gazing at him warmly. It looked like there were tears in her eyes. For some reason, there was also a Tower of Tang as well as many, many complicated memories. Meng Hao thought for a long moment before shaking his head roughly and turning to look off in the distance. There, in the middle of the county, was a very tall tower. It was a Tower of Tang. That wasn't there before, was it? No, it never was. A confused look appeared on Meng Hao's face. In the midst of his vacantness, an ancient-sounding voice reached his ears. "This isn't a boarding school." As his father disappeared into the distance, Meng Hao turned to look at the old man who stood in front of him. Now that his father was gone, only he and the old man were there in the courtyard. The old man looked down at Meng Hao, then slowly continued, "Up to now, I've had 17 apprentices. A few ended up returning to dust. A few left and forged their own path. There were also a few who are still pondering what they wish to pursue. In fact, when you think about it, some don't really even count as my apprentices. As of today, you are my 18th apprentice. However, I'm actually going to call you Little Ninth. As the man spoke in his ancient voice, all the sound in the air around Meng Hao seemed to fade until he was focused completely on the old man. You have a junior sister. She became my apprentice before you, but in a bit of an unorthodox fashion, so she ranks below you. She is surnamed Chu. Meng Hao wasn't sure why, but he felt nervous. He didn't know whether to get onto his knees and kowtow, or bend from the waist with clasped hands. He was completely ill at ease. I haven't used my own name for a long time, said the old man. Outsiders usually call me by my alchemist name, whereas friends usually call me Mr. East. I've never been married, so I have no heir. My apprentices are my heirs. Eventually, you will pass on my teachings, and the mark I have made on the world will be extended by you. As far as I am concerned, you apprentices are my closest relatives. The old man gazed at Meng Hao, looking very majestic. However, his eyes were warm and filled with kindness and love. It seemed almost as if he had been watching Meng Hao for years, and had been testing him for a very long time. From now on, I'm your master. Without thinking, Meng Hao responded, Respect master, venerate the Tao. Master is like a father. There's no need to say such things, said the old man, his eyes gleaming with a keen light. As long as they exist in your heart, that is enough. Little Nine kneel. In the blink of an eye, his entire person seemed to become the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Meng Hao couldn't really describe exactly what he was feeling. It was as if, in this instant, the old man had become the heavens. And yet, he was not cold, but instead filled with deep kindness and warmth. It was as if he were a mountain that could shield against wind and rain alike. Meng Hao bowed his head and got down on his knees. As he was kneeling, he could not see how everything above him in the sky had stopped moving. The clouds were still. The birds no longer flitted about. The earth did not quake, but everything within the city grew silent. As my apprentice, you only kowtow twice in life, at least in the true sense of the word. The first time is upon becoming an apprentice. This kowtow sows karma with me, whereupon our fates are intertwined. If you do not break this connection, then neither shall I. As for the second kowtow, wait until you come to your senses, then come ask me about it, and I will tell you. The first kowtow upon becoming an apprentice is actually divided into 3 further kowtows, those of the innocence, the roaming, and the sunset gazing. Your kowtow today is the kowtow of innocence. Meng Hao didn't really understand. However, he placed his hands onto the ground and kowtowed deeply. With this kowtow, the sky sprung back into motion. The winds and the clouds swept along. The birds flew. With this kowtow, the earth shook, as past events flitted dreamlike through the minds of all the living creatures. With this kowtow, past life karma, future karma, present life. If you do not sever it, then I shall not sever it. The old man laughed contentedly. It echoed about, filled with emotion, satisfaction, kindness, and duty. From this day forward, the young man in front of him was his apprentice. In the future, the young man's every action would be marked by him. From now on he was the young man's master. This is karma. Karma is not something predestined, but something decided by people. It can be called fate. Not fate determined by the heavens, nor doom from the underworld, but something decided between 2 people. One person decides to take another as master. The other decides to take an apprentice. This creates karma. His voice soft, the old man said, You must still experience the kowtow of roaming and the kowtow of sunset gazing. Throughout the process, you will be able to choose from many paths. As for which path you choose, that is your decision. If in the end you are able to perform the kowtow of sunset gazing, then that will name us master and apprentice. No one will ever be able to sever that bond. I will accept no gifts in becoming your master. I have already accepted everything I need to accept. He reached down and softly tousled Meng Hao's hair. His smile was kind as he helped Meng Hao to his feet. Meng Hao still didn't really understand. As he stood, he looked at his master, and could feel the kindness and love within him. Beneath the man's gaze, he could also feel a warmth deep inside of himself. He nodded his head solemnly. Springs and autumns came and went. Years passed. Meng Hao was now 19 years old. In the past 7 years, he spent most of his time living with Master, studying, observing the cool breeze and the white clouds, gazing up at the moon and the stars. After reading from many books, he finally understood what it meant to respect Master and venerate the Tao. He also understood that the world was a very large place. During the 7 years, his father had aged quite a bit. Master had grown even older. Peach Blossom's popularity in the bordello waned. Eventually, some moneybags from another county paid her debts and took her as a concubine. Before she left, she came looking for Meng Hao. It seemed she viewed him as something like a little brother. She spoke some tender words, then, accompanied by Meng Hao's smile, got into a sedan chair and left Eastern Emergence County. According to their agreement from years ago, his two friends really did grow up to become the biggest bullies in the county. Meng Hao, however, no longer called himself a bully. He didn't wear fancy, expensive clothes, but instead, a simple scholar's robe. It was green just like the greenness of his youth. However, in just the same manner that spring changes into autumn, his face no longer carried the frivolity it used to, but instead calmness. He liked to think and to gaze off into the sky, even though he didn't really know exactly what it was he was looking at. He liked the wind and the rain. He liked to stand in the pavilion and look at the lightning off in the distance, and hear the thunder. When the rain fell down onto the earth outside, he liked to open up a book and read about how life had changed throughout the ages. Everything was like a dream. 7 years passed like the falling of a rainstorm. Meng Hao didn't feel like he had changed much, but from the perspective of others, he had changed quite a bit. As he watched his master continue to grow older, he often thought of bringing up the subject of the roaming. He wanted to climb mountains, travel to distant lands, to see the realities of the world. But in the end, he looked at the city, his father and master, and instead maintained his silence, saying nothing. A year. Another year. Soon 7 more years had passed. During autumn of that year, as the leaves drifted down to the ground, floating in the wind to return to the earth, his father fell sick. One night, a violent wind blew, and his father passed away. Meng Hao stood in front of his father's grave, a blank look in his eyes. He vaguely remembered how, 14 years ago, his father had held him in his arms and taken him to meet Master. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Meng Hao stood there silently, sipping from a pot of alcohol. Finally he turned and left. He found Master, and told him how he desired the roaming. It was the only dream he possessed now, and had been fermenting in his heart for years. Before he left, Meng Hao kneeled before Master and kowtowed a second time. This was the kowtow of roaming. Master watched early one morning as Meng Hao shouldered his scholar's pack and walked off into the distance, framed by the rising sun. Eventually, Meng Hao looked over his shoulder. By that time, Master was no longer visible. Later, he looked over his shoulder a second time, and even the Tower of Tang couldn't be seen. He was thoughtful for a moment, then gradually seemed to come to an understanding. He looked forward once again, and continued to walk off into the distance. He did not look over his shoulder a third time. He reached a mighty river and encountered a ferryman, with whom he chatted about some of the legends of the river. Supposedly, an immortal resided somewhere here. In the books Meng Hao had read, he had occasionally come across the title Immortal. He decided to live next to the river. Unfortunately, in the 3 years that he did, he never saw an immortal. What did see, however, was his own inverted reflection in the river waters, a different him. He saw himself flying in the sky, practicing cultivation in the mountains, and some place called the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate sect, where he concocted. It seemed as if all he had to do was jump into the water, and he could become that other person, and this life would be over. By the time the 3 years had passed, Meng Hao was 29 years old. In the end, he did not jump into the water. Instead, he left the river and traveled far off to another place. A year later, in the depths of a seemingly endless forest, on a blustery and nearly moonless night, Meng Hao caught sight of a woman floating in the air. There was also an abandoned tomb, with no incense burning in front of it. The surrounding forest was pitch black, and Meng Hao was a bit scared. A moment later, he found himself surrounded by countless shadowy forms. Suddenly, a sealing incantation popped into his mind. He extended his palm, and everything around him vanished. Starting then, he was very curious about this dark, mysterious forest. He continued to travel about in it, sleeping in thickets when necessary. He saw many strange things, including a variety of fantastic fierce and wild beasts. It took 3 years to travel through the forest. When he emerged, he looked back, and an absent-minded look covered his face. He had the feeling that if he wished, he could stay and become a part of the forest. In a place like this, a person could become one with heaven and earth and transcend the mortal life. As Meng Hao gazed at the forest, he thought back to Master's words from 21 years ago. There are many paths in life. As to which path he would choose, that was his decision to make. This place is not the path I wish to tread. Lost in thought, Meng Hao turned and walked off into the distance. 2 years later, Meng Hao was 35 years old. It had been 9 years since he left home. However, during that entire time, he had only lived in 2 places, the river and the forest. This year, he ran into a gang of bandits. Bandits are generally killers, but they didn't kill Meng Hao. Perhaps it was because of his worn scholar's robe, or the scholar's pack that he wore on his back. He certainly looked down on his fortune. The bandit leader was a beautiful, seductive woman. She asked him a single question. "Can you keep financial records?" Meng Hao shook his head. However, they took him anyway. They led him to their mountain fort, which was really a stockade village where more than 1,000 people lived. Most of them were the family members of the bandits, including quite a few children. It was arranged for Meng Hao to become a teacher, which mostly involved instructing the children how to read. He didn't have to teach anything very complicated. They just needed to be able to read banknotes and understand basic messages, things that any good bandit should be able to do. This was a requirement laid upon all the bandits by the beautiful bandit chiefess. Time trickled by. Meng Hao adapted himself and quickly felt at home. He taught reading and looked up at the sky. It was almost like life in Eastern Emergence County. Sometimes he thought of Master, or of his father, and how he hadn't gone back to sweep his grave for a very long time. People died every month in the mountain fort. During a 3-year period, the camp moved locations twice. In the 4th year, the army came. The mountain fort faced overwhelming numbers. At a critical moment of life and death, Meng Hao unhesitatingly proposed using poison. At the moment, a north wind was blowing, and the army was located to the south. Meng Hao wasn't sure why exactly he had thought of using poison. It was just that, in the past few years, he seemed to have an abundance of knowledge in his head. The poison was of course concocted by Meng Hao. As the poison powder drifted south with the wind, Meng Hao closed his eyes. A long time later, he heard shouts of rejoicing. It had been a massacre. The mountain village had won. Meng Hao was 39 years old. That night, during the 3rd watch, something like burning fire burrowed under the covers with him. It was the bandit chiefess. During the day she was a conservative woman, but right now she was like a beautiful spirit. Overnight, Meng Hao's life changed. He was no longer a teacher, but instead, a so-called military advisor. He had never experienced such a life before. It was fresh and exciting. Soon he was 40 years old. He was past the prime of life when the blood boiled. And yet all of this was addicting, killing, plundering. For 3 years, no blood physically stained Meng Hao's hands. However, with his assistance, the number of lives taken by the bandits increased by tenfold. That winter, Meng Hao finally got fed up with it all. He had not chosen this life and he wanted to leave. But by now, the mountain fort had grown very large. When he brought up leaving, the beautiful chiefess refused to allow it. But Meng Hao persisted, and left the mountain fort anyway. Therefore, they tried to chase him down and kill him. They chased him for a year before finally giving up. In the end, Meng Hao wasn't killed. Exhausted, he turned, and there, 100 or so paces behind him, was the chiefess. She sat atop a horse, staring at him, a big black bow in her hand. She was older, but still beautiful, and within her eyes was a torn expression. The wind blew past the two of them. Meng Hao shouldered the same scholar's pack he'd taken with him when he left his hometown, turned around, and walked off into the distance. No arrow was loosed from the bow. That year, Meng Hao was 43 years of age. Eventually, he caught sight of a Taoist temple located on top of a mountain. It was autumn, and the leaves rustled as they drifted down onto the green limestone of the temple. The sky was overcast, and occasionally the soft rumbling of thunder could be heard. Rain was coming. Meng Hao took up residence in the Taoist temple. He watched the Taoists practice their religious cultivation, observed them live their daily lives, and enjoyed a kind of peace he had never experienced before. He had the unshakable feeling that his hands were stained dark with blood that just wouldn't wash off. Perhaps in this place he could discover a way to cleanse it. 2 years later, Meng Hao was 45 years old. He let out a soft sigh. It turns out there's no way to cleanse it. In that case, I'll just have to live with it. Shaking his head, he bid farewell to the Taoist temple and strode out once again into the world. Eventually, he reached the capital city. After he had been living there for a year, a bloody war broke out with a neighboring nation. Despite his age, Meng Hao was forcefully conscripted into the military and became a soldier in the army. The war between the two countries had just started at this point. 2 years into the war, Meng Hao used some poison that he had concocted to win a battle that shocked both of the countries involved. This sparked his rise to prominence. He was no longer a common soldier, but a poison specialist. 5 years into the war, he was a general. He led a special offensive, commanding a force of 100,000 soldiers, along with a special unit of 100 personally trained poison specialists. 8 years into the war, the enemy withdrew from the battlefield and turned to defense. Meng Hao was more than 50 years old, and his name was famous throughout the entire nation. He led his men into the enemy nation in a campaign to destroy them thoroughly. By the 10th year of the war, Meng Hao was 56. It had been 30 years since he left his hometown. The enemy was destroyed. He returned to his home nation and was welcomed with grand ceremony. He was now a legend, and as such was conferred with the title Royal Advisor. Everything was like a dream, and Meng Hao wasn't used to it. Perhaps it was because of him or perhaps because of the nation's growing power, but after becoming the Royal Advisor, the nation turned into an aggressor. A new round of wars began. Year after year passed, and eventually Meng Hao was 60 years old. Once again fed up with everything, he left the army and returned to the areas that had been scorched by the flames of war. Pestilence raged there. He was able to save the lives of a few people, after which he was the royal advisor no longer, but a doctor, the alchemy doctor. He continued to travel, pursuing the dream he'd had when he was young, climbing mountains and traveling to distant lands. However many people he had killed in the past, that was how many he would save. His travels lasted for 20 years. Throughout those 20 years, Meng Hao traveled through countless nations and climbed to the top of who knew how many mountain peaks. He saved many people, and soon, word of the miraculous hands of the alchemy doctor spread throughout the land. The year Meng Hao turned 80, he looked thoughtfully up into the sky. His weathered face was covered with the evidence of a life full of memories. I've traveled many paths in life, he thought to himself. But as for my choice, just what is it? I did not choose to be the reflection in the water of the river. Nor did I choose to live the peaceful life of a hermit in the forest. I absolutely did not want to live the romantic life of a bandit couple. Nor did I choose to become a Taoist priest. I've long since given up on being a poison specialist or a royal advisor on waging war. I thought that my final decision would be to become an alchemy doctor. But now that I look back, that's not my path either. Just what am I pursuing in this life? He looked up into the sky, but could not think of any answer to the question. The only thing he found was more frustration and deep exhaustion. He missed home. That autumn night, he sat beneath the stars looking up at the sky. Next to his foot was a fallen leaf. He didn't notice as the wind whispered through the forest, picked it up, and returned it back to the tree it had fallen from. At the moment, he was somewhat like that leaf. He had been away from home for almost a full 60-year cycle. Now he needed to return. Meng Hao began to walk. After he had left home, it had taken him 54 years to reach this point. The return trip only took 6. Eastern Emergence County was still there, flourishing more than ever. Meng Hao's hair was white when he entered the city. He was just barely able to make out some of the traces of the past. The bordello was gone. The wall had long since been knocked down, and the location was now home to a large mansion. The house where he grew up had vanished with the passing of time. In its place was an inn. Meng Hao stood across from it for a very long time, staring at it. His face was covered not just with the ravages of time, but with a complex expression. Finally, he turned and left. When he returned to Master's house, the person who opened the door was a stranger. After making some inquiries, Meng Hao turned his head to look at East Mountain off in the distance. His father had been buried there more than 50 years ago. Master had been buried there more than 20 years ago. Meng Hao sighed. Silently holding a pot of alcohol under his arm, he climbed the mountain. First, he visited his father's grave, which was covered in weeds. "I know this is all an illusion," he said softly, "and that you aren't my real father. However, you let me feel the fatherly love that I've been missing. It was only a simple embrace so that I could sleep." About 30 years ago, in the Taoist temple, he had come to understand everything. This world was nothing but an illusion, a test to become an apprentice. The real Meng Hao was still in the world of the celestial land in the Violet Fate sect, atop Violet East Mountain. He closed his eyes. A long time passed before he left his father's grave. Finally, he arrived at Master's grave. He looked at it for a while before speaking. "Becoming an apprentice involves 3 kowtows," he murmured. "The first is during the time of innocence. The second is in the time of roaming. The third is when gazing at the sunset. You gave me an entire life to decide whether or not to become your apprentice. Everything in this realm of illusions was created, not by you but me. You only provided the starting point. Every person in the trial by fire will create their own world. In this world, I liberated my heart. I experienced everything. In the end, I've come back here. But I still haven't found what it is that I wish to pursue. The Tao of alchemy? Obviously not." He lifted the jug of alcohol and took a long drink. "Eternal life?" he said quietly. "I'm not qualified." Soon, the sun began to sink in the west, and the jug of alcohol was empty. He did not begin the 3rd kowtow. Instead, he turned and headed back toward Eastern Emergence County. He knew that once he performed the 3rd kowtow, he would leave this world of illusions. But he still had not found his answer. Therefore, he would not leave. He would stay. From then on, a very old man took up residence in Eastern Emergence County. Outside of the world of illusions, within the Violet Fate celestial land, atop Violet East Mountain, tears seeped out of Chu Yuyan's eyes. She opened them, and they were filled with grief, as if being immersed in her world had caused her to forget about reality. A long time passed, and then a tremor ran through her body. She blinked. Her eyes were filled with confusion at first, but they quickly grew clearer. Her expression was one of melancholy. Eventually, she looked up and saw that there were 2 others with her here high atop Violet East Mountain. One was Feng Mu. The other was Yi Feimu. Both of them had their eyes closed. One had a face filled with thoughtfulness, the other, confusion. The former was Meng Hao, the latter was Yi Feimu. As for her, she was still about 10 paces from the very peak of the mountain. Further behind her were the other 2 nameless candidates in the trial by fire. It was at this moment that Yi Feimu suddenly trembled and began to awaken. Bitterness arose from deep within Chu Yuyan's heart. She thought about everything that had happened within her world of illusions. Then she looked up toward the two trial-by-fire candidates who were at the peak of the mountain. One was Feng Mu, whose presence, she felt, was somewhat of an accident. For some reason, though, she also felt like she had known all along that it would happen like this. Then there was Yi Feimu, chosen of the Tao of Alchemy. Were he not there, she would have been surprised. "I lost," she said with a sigh, then turned and began to walk down the mountain. This mountain could be ascended, but not descended. One step back signified forfeiture and departure from the celestial land. As her foot descended, her vision blurred. When everything grew clear again, she was back on the peak of Eastern Emergence Mountain. She looked over at the alchemists of the East Pill Division, and then the cultivators from the visiting sects. Finally, she understood. These people could not see what had happened inside her world of illusions. This was because as she turned her head to look at the screens projected by the pill furnace, all she could see was Feng Mu's thoughtful expression, not the world he was in. "Welcome back," said Pill Demon with a slight smile. Chu Yuyan suddenly wanted to weep. The realism of the world of illusions had lasted until the moment she returned to reality, and it was still hard to tell one from the other. Wordlessly, she walked over to stand next to Pill Demon. After Chu Yuyan, the old man and the middle-aged man appeared in quick succession, also having admitted defeat. Their eyes were vacant as they walked toward the other alchemists and then sat down cross-legged. They seemed as if their souls had been lost, and all they could do was stare blankly. Hushed discussions immediately sprang up. Just what exactly did they experience in the final test in the world of illusions? Why do they all look so confused? Even the majority of the master alchemists of the East Pill Division were unclear about the details and began to make various speculations. Seeing the questioning looks on their disciples' faces, the sub-patriarchs from the various sects began to discuss the matter. The world of illusions in the Violet Fate sect's celestial land uses the heart as a seed upon which to grow illusions. Under the influence of this art, no one would be able to tell the true from the false, not even someone with a nascent soul cultivation base. You can never come to your senses within the illusion. Therefore, it is really another life. Yes, exactly. While inside, previous and future lives don't matter, because it's a dreamland. As for telling the difference between reality and the dream, between the past lives and the future, well, few people nowadays could do that. Upon waking, the illusions will shatter, and that is when they wake up. That's why they look so confused. It seemed as if they were simply discussing the matter, however. What they were actually doing was taking advantage of this East Pill Division trial by fire to train their disciples about the difference between reality and illusion. After all, it wasn't often that a spectacle such as this could be observed. Any enlightenment derived therefrom was nothing more than good fortune. Li Shiqi muttered to herself for a moment and then quietly asked, "The illusion shatters the moment they wake up? What happens if someone gains enlightenment, but the illusion doesn't shatter? Would it be possible for them to gain even deeper enlightenment?" Next to her, Tu Luo coolly responded, "For the moment, don't even contemplate the value of such enlightenment. If someone becomes clear-headed and is able to prevent the world of illusion from collapsing, well, that would require incredibly powerful spiritual sense. In fact, it would require Tao enlightenment. Therefore, something like that can only happen serendipitously, and not by choice. In my entire life, I've only seen one person do such a thing." Off to the side, the second sword lord of the Solitary Sword sect heard their interchange and added, "Furthermore, doing such a thing is incredibly dangerous. The more time that passes, the more likelihood by the time that person came to their senses, they would be lost and never be able to emerge." As everyone engaged in their discussions, a rippling buzz filled the air as people noticed that Yifeimu had awoken. They watched the screen as he looked over at Meng Hao. A dark look washed across his face. However, in the end, he chose to retreat, leaving the world of the celestial land and returning to the peak of Eastern Emergence Mountain. The moment he appeared, calls of welcome could be heard coming from the mouths of the various alchemists he was close to. "Congratulations in your efforts to secure the win, Furnace Lord Yi. Your rise to Violet Furnace Lord will bring about a true golden age for the East Pill Division." Furnace Lord Yi, as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, your efforts to secure the win are simply a formality. I'm just afraid that the visitors from the outside sects might still be curious about the details of everything. Congratulations, Furnace Lord Yi. As one person after another spoke out from the crowd, Yi Feimu's expression was no longer proud. With a slight smile, he clasped hands to the crowd. As for the title of Pill Cauldron, he hesitated, neither endorsing it, nor offering any explanation. This, of course, created a feeling of tacit approval. While everyone was looking at Yi Feimu, Furnace Lord Yi Yuntian gave a hearty laugh. He stood and looked approvingly toward Yi Feimu. Feimu, why don't you take out your pill furnace so everyone can see that you are qualified to be a Violet Furnace Lord? Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding alchemists began to glow brightly, and Zai-Hai's brow furrowed, but he didn't say anything. Yi Feimu took a deep breath, and then once again, a proud expression covered his face. He smacked his bag of holding with his right hand to produce the pill furnace. It was none other than the one he had acquired within the world of the Mother of Furnaces. It had started out white, but was now violet, and emitted a violet glow which caused the glimmers of violet to reflect within the eyes of all the observing cultivators. Yi Yuntian looked at the violet furnace and immediately let out a loud laugh. He turned toward Pill Demon, clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Congratulations, Master," he said excitedly. "It appears that this Violet Furnace Lord promotion has resulted in you acquiring a new apprentice, and that we have acquired a new junior brother. Feimu, why haven't you bowed to your new master yet?" A glow of excitement also appeared in Yi Feimu's eyes. He took a deep breath, and was just about to walk forward, when Zai-Hai spoke up. "Junior brother Yi," he said coolly. "This is somewhat incongruous with protocol." The interchange between the two immediately caused the expressions of the 6 other Violet Furnace Lords to flicker. However, they didn't reveal what they were thinking. The expressions of the Furnace Lords, however, all changed. Naturally, they could pick up on what was happening. Yi Yuntian's goal was all too obvious. That having been said, the Furnace Lords generally didn't favor Feng Mu, and most of them liked Yi Feimu. Each and every one of them watched with various thoughts and ideas running through their heads. As far as the ordinary master alchemists, not many of them understood what was going on. However, they could pick up on some of the clues. They watched on, speechless, waiting to see what would happen. The sub-patriarchs from the other sects were all experienced and astute. How could they not see what was going on? In fact, they had begun to expect this development some time ago. Of course, they were more than happy to watch such a scene unfold. Fatty watched on wide-eyed. He glared at Yi Feimu, and had long since begun to curse him inwardly. Pill Demon was the big exception. From the very beginning, he hadn't said a single word. It was as if he hadn't heard or seen anything that had transpired. As all eyes came to fall upon the scene, Yi Yuntian gave a slight smile. "Oh," he said, a strange note in his voice. "Elder brother and junior brother doesn't really understand what you mean. Would you mind clearing up my confusion?" Yi Feimu wasn't the only person to step foot onto the peak of the mountain, replied Zai-Hai calmly. Yi Yuntian laughed loudly. "Oh, so that's the protocol you were talking about. Elder brother and junior brother would of course never overlook such a matter." However, he was only halfway finished speaking when suddenly, a booming sound erupted from the screen depicting the world from the celestial land. When the booming sound appeared, it was obvious that it was coming from within the celestial land itself. The entire celestial land was shaking, and the nexus of it all was none other than Violet East Mountain. Immediately, all of the spectators looked over. Even Yi Yuntian's words were immediately drowned out by the boom. No one noticed, but Pill Demon's eyes suddenly emitted an unprecedented glow, and a smile slowly spread out across his face. It was a smile of satisfaction, filled with emotion and contentment. Back in Meng Hao's world of illusion, he continued to reside in Eastern Emergence County. 3 more years passed. Meng Hao was currently 99 years old, and had once again returned to his master's grave. He looked at the gravestone, and his face filled with emotion. Heaven and earth are just resting places for the myriads of living creatures. Time represents the passage of hundreds of generations of passing travelers. A smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. Life is a journey, every turn of which is filled with new scenery. This path that he tread now contained his mark. Whether the mark was shallow or deep didn't matter. That was because it was his choice. Maybe my path hasn't even arrived. He shook his head. Perhaps in the future he would realize what his purpose in life was. For the moment he still didn't know. Since he didn't know, he wouldn't force himself to choose. When traveling, it is never possible to know what unfathomable things might occur. That is what makes it beautiful. A carefree smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. When it did, his white hair became black. His crooked frame straightened. His features were no longer ancient, but once again filled with the vigor of youth. He took a deep breath, then looked at the gravestone and dropped to his knees to kowtow a third time, the kowtow of sunset gazing. With this kowtow, karma was finalized, and the master and apprentice relationship solidified. If you do not sever the bond, then neither shall I. With this kowtow, Eastern Emergence County began to turn translucent behind Meng Hao, and then disappeared. With this kowtow, the entire world around him began to disintegrate, leaving behind only the grave. With this kowtow, a roaring sounded out between heaven and earth. Everything began to fall apart. Meng Hao opened his eyes, and the world vanished. He saw the sky once again, the world of the celestial land. And there he stood on the peak of Violet East Mountain. He looked off into the distance, and then took a step forward. As he did, ripples like that on the surface of water spread out. His body melted away. When he reappeared, he had left the world of the celestial land, and was now standing on Eastern Emergence Mountain, outside of the pill furnace. His appearance garnered much attention, including a dark glare from Yi Feimu, and a cold smile from Yi Yuntian. Everything was quiet for a moment, and then Yi Yuntian's cool voice echoed out. Just now I wasn't able to finish speaking. Elder brother and two people did step onto the peak of the mountain. However, when that happens, the resulting decision is not made by those two people, but rather by you, me, and the other Violet Furnace Lords, as well as all the Furnace Lords. We make the final decision. That is the protocol for the raising of a Violet Furnace Lord. Does this explanation suffice, Elder brother? And Yuntian smiled. And Zai-Hai, on the other hand, said nothing. He merely flicked his sleeve. According to sect protocol, because two people stepped foot on the peak of the mountain, it requires a decision to be made on our part. Whoever receives the most support will become the Violet Furnace Lord. I am Violet Furnace Lord Yi Yuntian. Please, will all fellow Taoists of the Violet Fate sect bear witness today? I believe then Yi Feimu is more qualified than Feng Mu. As such, I select Yi Feimu. Violet Furnace Lord Chun Shuyang selects Yi Feimu. Violet Furnace Lord Shin Long selects Yi Feimu. Violet Furnace Lord Yuan Daoming selects Yi Feimu. Violet Furnace Lord Ma Feifeng selects Yi Feimu. In an instant, 5 Violet Furnace Lords had picked Yi Feimu as their choice. This caused Yi Feimu's expression to fill with pride and excitement. Lin Hailong hesitated for a moment. He thought for a moment as he looked at Meng Hao, not making his decision immediately. The Violet Furnace Lord next to him was a middle-aged woman. Her expression was one of indifference, and she didn't speak immediately either. The disciples from the other sects watched as all of this happened. The sub-patriarchs watched with vague smiles, not speaking. Behind the Violet Furnace Lords were the Furnace Lords, who now began to speak. Furnace Lord He Jin selects Yi Feimu. Furnace Lord Sun Zishuan selects Yi Feimu. As the voices rang out, it seemed that the greater part of half of them all selected Yi Feimu. And Zai-Hai's face was extremely unsightly. He was about to open his mouth to say something, when suddenly, Meng Hao's voice calmly filled the air. Violet Furnace Lord Yi, I would like to ask a question, he said. Could you please explain exactly why I, Feng Mu, am not as qualified as Furnace Lord Yi? His expression was as calm as always as he asked the question. Yi Yuntian looked at him, and in a very impolite tone replied, At the moment, it doesn't matter whether we discuss your skill in the Tao of Alchemy, or your reputation, or even your ability to create new medicinal pills. In my judgment, you are less qualified than Yi Feimu in all of these areas. Even more importantly, Yi Feimu became famous in the Southern Domain 10 years ago. Half a year ago, he concocted a 90% consummate medicinal pill. He is destined to become a Violet Furnace Lord. As for you, you lack such qualifications. His words sounded almost like a reprimand, and in fact, as a Violet Furnace Lord, he was qualified to say such things to a Furnace Lord. Qualifications? Replied Meng Hao, glancing at Yi Yuntian for a moment. Then he flung his sleeve out in front of him. A medicinal pill flew out, then 10, then 100, then 1,000. In an instant, more than 1,000 medicinal pills flew out. Meng Hao swirled his sleeve, and they rolled through the air. Each medicinal pill was clearly marked with the symbol of a cauldron. That symbol was exactly like the mark which had been branded into the bedevilment pill. When the pills appeared, the air was filled with an intense medicinal aroma like nothing anyone had ever encountered before. Every single pill in this shocking display contained 90% medicinal strength. These were all 90% consummate pills. These were all the highest value pills that Meng Hao had concocted after the bedevilment pill. He had concocted such pills often, in the hopes of finding an opportunity to sell them off one at a time. However, today he put them all on display to shocking effect. The medicinal pills floated in mid-air. The cauldron symbol instantly caused the minds of all of the alchemists to spin. Chu Yuyan immediately rose to her feet, an expression of disbelief on her face. The minds of the disciples from the visiting sects began to reel, even the sub-patriarchs. Their eyes went wide and they stood up, their faces shining with shock. The medicinal pills filled the air, and the medicinal aroma was as thick as fog, roiling out and filling the peak of Eastern Emergence Mountain. The grass in the earth struggled upward. Dark clouds filled the sky. Thunder crackled across the entire state of Eastern Emergence. Even more surprising was that when Meng Hao tossed out the medicinal pills, they began to mass together in midair. Slowly, they formed together into the shape of an enormous cauldron, which gave rise to a resplendent glow that rose up with boundless radiance. Meng Hao's cool voice rang out in all directions. If you add in the fact that I'm Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, then would you say I'm qualified enough? Over 1,000 medicinal pills swirled together to form a cauldron. Medicinal aroma filled the area. In an instant, everyone began to breathe heavily, shocked by the sight of the giant cauldron. Everything was quiet. Lin Hailong shot to his feet, staring at Meng Hao, eyes glowing with unprecedented brightness. Next to him, and Zai Hai, who already knew the true identity of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, couldn't help but be shocked by the sight of the cauldron formed from 90% consummate pills. The other Violet Furnace Lords were gobsmacked. This many 90% consummate pills, all of them marked with a cauldron symbol, clearly indicated Meng Hao's identity. As of now, no one would be stupid enough to deny that he was Pill Cauldron. If he wasn't Pill Cauldron, how could he possibly have so many 90% consummate pills? If he wasn't Pill Cauldron, then how could he have shockingly created something out of nothing within the third region? Thinking of everything that had happened, and then being faced with the Pill Cauldron floating in midair, everyone could clearly see that the famous Grandmaster Pill Cauldron was none other than Feng Mu. Yi Yuntian's face was pale white as he staggered back a few paces, panting. His eyes overflowed with disbelief. He knew that Yi Feimu wasn't Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, but no matter how he'd thought things through, he'd never anticipated that Feng Mu could possibly be the owner of that mysterious identity. In fact, he had harbored other speculations regarding the identity of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, and was dogged in his conclusions. But now everything had been turned around. Yi Yuntian's mind spun. The name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron resounded throughout the entire southern domain, to such an extent that he was included among the other three Grandmasters. In fact, many people believed that Grandmaster Pill Cauldron really was the fourth Grandmaster of the southern domain. Such an identity, such knowledge, were like a shocking, resounding slap across Yi Yuntian's face, stinging, burning, causing his mind to buzz. He thought about what he had just said, and the question Feng Mu had asked him regarding qualifications. Now, the words he had said made his face burn even hotter. He was so ashamed he felt like finding a hole to crawl into. If Grandmaster Pill Cauldron wasn't qualified to be a Violet Furnace Lord, then who in the world was? Were the current 8 Violet Furnace Lords even qualified? Yifeimu's body shook, and his face was devoid of any trace of blood. He looked as gray as death as he stared mutely at Meng Hao and the giant pill cauldron floating in the air. His mind was blank, as if he had completely lost the ability to even think. He had known all along that he wasn't the mysterious pill cauldron. As more and more people speculated that he was, he had always felt as if he should tell the truth, but instead maintained his silence. He needed that identity to help propel him into being a Violet Furnace Lord. Therefore, when Chu Yuyan came asking about it, he said nothing and thus gave implicit approval. In truth, he held deep admiration in his heart for Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. As such, he had always felt twisted inside about the matter. Now, he was stunned to learn that Feng Mu was the mysterious Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, which made his mind go completely blank. Chu Yuyan trembled and her mind spun. This development was just simply impossible for her to accept. Her mental image of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron and Feng Mu's appearance had never once overlapped in her mind. In fact, she had believed Yifeimu to be Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. But now, facing the pill cauldron of medicinal pills, seeing Meng Hao's tranquility and calmness, and hearing his words echo in her ears, her face filled with blankness and disbelief. She couldn't understand how the Feng Mu who had irritated her from the first day she saw him years ago was actually Pill Cauldron, who she secretly esteemed so much. There was no way for Chu Yuyan to accept this. She could only stare awkwardly. Now, the expressions of all of the Furnace Lords who had supported Yifeimu changed, filling with disbelief. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron was much more important than their ordinary relationship with Yifeimu. Supporting Yifeimu was nothing like supporting Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. In the hearts of the Master Alchemists of the East Pill Division, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron occupied a revered place similar to that of Pill Demon. Therefore, though they had supported Yifeimu, things had now changed in an instant. Now that Feng Mu's identity was revealed, his words echoed in the air like a shocking clap of thunder, resonating into the minds of the Furnace Lords to the point of detonation. All of the Furnace Lords stared mutely, breathing heavily, their faces filled with acute astonishment. No one spoke, but their minds all buzzed with similar thoughts. So Furnace Lord Feng Mu is the real Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. So many 90% consummate pills. Only Grandmaster Pill Cauldron could concoct so many. Feng Mu really is Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. In addition to the members of the East Pill Division, the cultivators from the outside sects all had expressions of incredulity on their faces. Patriarch Violet Civ from the Black Civ sect stared in shock. Suddenly, he thought back to when Feng Mu had concocted pills for them back in the sect, and then he realized why they had been so effective. Feng Mu was no ordinary Furnace Lord, he was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Han Bei's narrow mouth was opened wide, as if she couldn't breathe. She stared dully at Meng Hao. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's reputation was just too great. It resounded like thunder in her ears, and now it turned out that all along, Feng Mu was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Fatty was panting, and his expression was one of intense admiration. As for Chun Fan, Li Daoi and Li Shiqi, as well as all the other disciples from the visiting sects, they simply stared, their minds shaking because of the revelation of Feng Mu's identity. Even the sub-patriarchs were staring thoughtfully, their eyes shining with strange expressions. They could very well imagine how after this day, the name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron would thoroughly fill the entire southern domain. When that happened, Feng Mu might not be like the sun in the sky above the southern domain, but he would certainly be nearly as illustrious. Violet Furnace Lord Yi, said Meng Hao coolly, staring the pale-faced Yi Yuntian straight in the eye. Is my status high enough? Yi Yuntian wanted to say something, but considering that Feng Mu was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, all the words became stuck in his throat. How could he have the face to say anything? I support Furnace Lord Feng Mu, and Zai Hai said suddenly. Next to him, Lin Hailong did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately repeated Anzihai's words. After that was the middle-aged woman. Next, all of the Violet Furnace Lords who had supported Yi Feimu side in their hearts, and then voiced their support for Feng Mu. After that were the Furnace Lords. Roughly 90% of the nearly 100 Furnace Lords all echoed words of support. I support Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. I support Furnace Lord Feng Mu. Their voices echoed out, layer upon layer, transforming into a cacophony that filled the air. Yi Feimu smiled sadly as he looked at Meng Hao. The sense of loss within his heart had reached the ultimate level. In order to fulfill his desire to become a Violet Furnace Lord, he had neglected his cultivation, and had spent all of his time stubbornly pursuing the Tao of alchemy. He had always believed that with enough persistence, his skill in the Tao of alchemy would assure his place as a Violet Furnace Lord. Yi Yuntian had given him this affirmation. Even some of the other Violet Furnace Lords had approved. Why did he have to show up? Why does the Violet Fate Sect's East Pill Division have to have Yi Feimu and Feng Mu? With a bitter laugh, he staggered backward and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that he was unconvinced. The instant he learned that Feng Mu was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, he knew it all to be correct. He couldn't blame others for supporting Feng Mu. He could only laugh, and bitterly at that. He proudly told himself that if it wasn't for his opponent's strength, and the fact that he was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, then Yi Feimu, who was at the peak of the East Pill Division Furnace Lords, would be second to none. He would definitely have succeeded, and taken first place in the Violet Furnace Lord promotion trial by fire. Now, however, he was defeated. He could even imagine the scorn with which people would look at him later in the sect. It would not be scorn regarding his Tao of alchemy, but scorn because of his tacit implication that he was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Therefore, he could only laugh bitterly, utterly disheartened. Blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. My Tao of alchemy can't be defeated. One loss I can accept, or even two, but repeated failure will destroy my Tao of alchemy. No, what has been defeated is not my Tao of alchemy, but myself. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and his eyes once again shone with determination. My Tao of alchemy will never be defeated. It is unprecedented, one of a kind, original in heaven and earth. This is my great Tao of alchemy. His breathing was ragged as he looked over at Meng Hao. Chu Yuyan said nothing. She gradually suppressed the trembling of her mind as she stared at Meng Hao. An unparalleled bitterness rose up in her heart. She had long since been defeated. She realized that from the moment she had stepped into the world of the celestial land, she had lost. If Feng Mu had not been there, nor Yi Feimu, then she definitely would have become a Violet Furnace Lord. She still wanted to prove herself, but as of now, there was no chance. In the Violet Furnace Lord trial by fire, only one alchemist could become a Violet Furnace Lord. Miss this one opportunity, and no matter what stunning achievements you made later, you could only live with regret. There would never be a second chance at the trial by fire. Just like my Tao of alchemy, which seeks to find that missing spark of life. Today, that spark of life has completely vanished, and there is no way to find it again. Just like my Tao of alchemy. Within her bitterness, blood seeped out of the corners of her mouth. The pain she felt inside was because of the Tao of alchemy. Everyone was silent. Yi Yuntian looked agonized, incapable of saying anything further. He felt stabbing pains in his heart, and he could only think that Yi Feimu's path was now over. His future was nothing more than a grave. The surrounding cultivators observed the scene with various thoughts in mind. They all had their own concept regarding the path of the Tao of alchemy. This was because everyone had a different concept of what stubbornness meant. Everyone had their own path. It was not easy to compare such things. After all, what was defeated was not just an individual but a Tao of alchemy. Because endurance became impossible, collapse was inevitable. As silence filled the area, a light sigh could suddenly be heard, seemingly from very far away. Grandmaster Pill Demon slowly rose to his feet. His gaze swept over the alchemists. Everyone whose gaze he met slowly lowered their heads, their faces filled with respect. Eventually, his eyes came to rest on Yifemu. "The Tao of alchemy is invincible," he said. "Even more invincible is the determination to cultivate the Tao of alchemy. If that determination exists, then even after 10,000 defeats, your Tao of alchemy will always be there. You have done well. Ever since you joined the sect, you have consistently pursued your own path. Your path is winding and full of thorns and thistles, making it slow to traverse. Only with never-ending determination can you have the courage to face defeat, and yet proceed onward to reach your goal. Walk such a path, and your path will be invincible. Fear not defeat. Fear giving up." Yifemu's body trembled as he stared blankly at Pill Demon. Silently, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks for your enlightenment, Patriarch. You may be a Violet Furnace Lord," said Pill Demon coolly. "From this day forth, you are my novitiate." Yifemu trembled, and his face filled with excitement. This was his dream, finally becoming a reality. The path had been winding, but to become a Violet Furnace Lord had been the most important pursuit in his life for many years. The minds of the surrounding alchemists of the East Pill Division were reeling as they watched. None of them knew what to say as Pill Demon's gaze next fell upon Chu Yuyan. "You have searched for a Tao of alchemy that embraces life like that which we live. You wish to find that spark of life which doesn't exist. It is exceedingly hard to reach the peak of such a Tao of alchemy. It is not a winding path, but a very difficult one. In fact, sometimes there is no spark of life. When that happens, what will you do? The path of your Tao of alchemy lies not in pill concoction, but in refinement of the heart. You have always been my apprentice, but unlike the others, you are my personal apprentice. You also may become a Violet Furnace Lord." As Pill Demon's voice sounded out, tears began to stream down Chu Yuyan's face. She immediately bowed low to Pill Demon. Each and every one of the alchemists of the East Pill Division was speechless. Only the Violet Furnace Lords seemed to want to speak up, but held their tongues. Lin Hailong hesitated a moment. He was the most senior of the Violet Furnace Lords. Bracing himself, he opened his mouth. "Master, according to the custom of the trial by fire for promotion to Violet Furnace Lord, only one person can be selected. Ever since Eternal Mountain left, you have made no progress in your Tao of alchemy. You haven't moved at all since that year. Do you know why?" Pill Demon calmly looked over at Lin Hailong. "I haven't told you all these years, because I wanted you to realize it for yourself. But you still don't understand. Is custom really that important?" Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Hailong forced a smile onto his face and said, "But the custom was begun by you, Master. Since I began the custom, then naturally I can change it. Let it be so." He flicked his sleeve, paying no further attention to Lin Hailong and turning to look at Meng Hao. Lin Hailong heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and immediately stepped backward. Actually, he only spoke because there were outsiders present to observe the ceremonies. Being the most senior of the Violet Furnace Lords, he was required to say at least something, even if it was in a roundabout way. Pill Demon looked at Meng Hao. "Using the body as the pill furnace and the heart as the pill formula. Refining the sun and the moon, refining the ancientness of the stars. Such a Tao of alchemy." He paused for a moment. "Master looks forward to finding out where your future path will lead." A smile broke out on his face. As he spoke, the onlookers could tell that there was something different about his words. This was because Pill Demon was calling himself Master. "Violet Furnace Lords become my novitiates, and thus only need to kowtow one time. Since you are Pill Cauldron, you can become my personal apprentice with 2 kowtows. However, I already accepted a hefty apprentice's fee from you, so from today on, I will have a second legacy apprentice. Now, kowtow before me 3 times. As he smiled at Meng Hao, the kindness in his eyes overlapped with those of the master from Meng Hao's world of illusion. Meng Hao had a strange expression on his face. The words apprentice's fee suddenly made him recall his 200 million spirit stones. Before he could say anything, though, Pill Demon raised his right hand and flicked his sleeve. Immediately, Ripples appeared in the air, surrounding Meng Hao and then disappearing into his body. "Hai Long," said Pill Demon, "please assist Master in receiving all the friends from the other sects. Announce to all the southern domain that I have accepted Feng Mu as my legacy apprentice." As his words filled the air, everyone stood up and clasped hands toward the heavens. Lin Hailong trembled inwardly when he heard the words, and his vision came to rest on Meng Hao. The other Violet Furnace Lords were the same. They all knew what a legacy apprentice was. Envy shone in Han Bei's eyes. She knew that from this day forward, Feng Mu would be different than anyone else in the southern domain. Fatty sighed inwardly, reminding himself how the oldest brother was the most awesome. This time, he had worked his way into being Pill Demon's legacy apprentice. When it comes to apprentices, there are 3 levels: novitiate, personal apprentice, and legacy apprentice. Novitiates only receive simple advice, although they are permitted to ask questions. Personal apprentices follow the master by his side. They receive instruction verbally and by example. Personal skills are passed down, including some secret techniques. Legacy apprentices are the most important of all. They receive a lifetime of knowledge. They are the hope for the future, the hope to pass on everything. Nothing will be held back from such an apprentice. Such an apprentice is even more important than a son. In the deepest corner of the Violet Fate sect, within the East Pill Division, is a squat mountain. The mountains which surround it are much higher than it. However, this mountain seemed to be embodied with a profound air of dignity, as if it were the most senior of all the mountains. This mountain was actually the pinnacle of all the mountains of the East Pill Division. Located on this peak of mountains was a building, which Pill Demon led Meng Hao to. The instant Meng Hao saw it, he gaped. The building looked exactly like his master's house from the world of illusion. Pill Demon pushed the doorway open and walked inside, back facing Meng Hao. As he walked, he explained, "You experienced the kowtow of innocence. You walked the kowtow of roaming. In the end, you chose to perform the kowtow of sunset gazing. With these 3 kowtows, you took me as your master." Meng Hao followed, watching the old man's back as he walked along. Suddenly, he realized that this man didn't seem like a stranger at all. The life he had lived in the world of illusions was overlapping with reality. Meng Hao suddenly clasped hands and bowed deeply toward Pill Demon. "Apprentice greets Master," he said. "In the celestial land, Master told you that you would only need to perform 2 kowtows. The first kowtow was broken up into 3 parts. Master has sown karma, and because you did not break it, neither shall I. As for the second kowtow, I didn't explain it back then. Now the time has come for you to understand. The second kowtow will come if the day ever arrives in which I return to the dust. Then you must kowtow to break our karma, so that our fates are no longer intertwined. I will give you a lifetime of favor as your master. All you must give me is the ability to smile before I die. That smile will be because I know that my legacy from this life will be passed on. If in the course of being my apprentice you choose the same path as my first legacy apprentice, Lu Ruffing, and leave me, then there will be no need for the second kowtow. Your feet belong to you, and the path lays beneath your feet. The choice will be yours to make in the future." Pill Demon suddenly turned to look at Meng Hao. "However," he continued slowly, "if I were to tell you that I am unable to dispel the poison of the resurrection lily, would you still be willing to take me as your master?" Meng Hao looked at his master silently for a moment. Then he quietly said, "At first, I came because I wanted to get rid of the poison. After I joined the sect, I stayed because of the Tao of alchemy." Pill Demon gazed at Meng Hao for a long moment. Finally, a look of contentment appeared on his face, and he smiled. Slowly, he said, "From your first day in the sect, Master felt the aura of the resurrection lily. Later, when I saw you, I understood the situation. There are 3 ways that you can dispel the poison. One is for it to merge with you, after which you will no longer be you. The second is for you to devour it, then it won't be it. As for the third, it is to use your own Tao of alchemy to dispel the poison yourself. Karma exists within heaven and earth. The resurrection lily in your body is the cause of the karma. Other than you, no one else can dispel it. The reason is because no one else is you. The fact that no one else can dispel the poison but you is the result of the karma. On this path, the first is the passive, the second is the active, and the third is the most active method, that of using your Tao of alchemy. I presume you understand the meaning of my words. Meng Hao was silent. The poison had been within him since the state of Zhao, pestering him all the way until now. He had been unable to dispel it for that entire time. When he first joined the Violet Fate sect, he'd had no understanding of the Tao of alchemy. However, thanks to his constant cultivation, he had gained more enlightenment regarding the poison, as well as some bit of hope. Hearing Master's words now, though, caused him to sigh in his heart. "This poison is nothing," said Pill Demon. "With your skill in the Tao of alchemy, you'll be able to dispel it sooner or later. Master can see that the resurrection lily has somehow been suppressed. Strange. Right now it's as if it's asleep. However, the power of suppression seems to be gradually weakening." Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Calmly, he said, "Master, if I must dispel the poison myself, then, can I ask, in your experience, have you ever known someone else to successfully do so in the past?" "One person," replied Pill Demon. "He lived by the Milky Way Sea, and his name was Reverend Silverlamp. His cultivation base was unfathomable. He came to me 700 years ago, looking for a method to dispel his poison. I said the same thing to him that I told you. 300 years later, he returned to me to repay my kindness. He had successfully dispelled the poison." Meng Hao was thoughtful for a moment, then gave a slight smile. "If that person could dispel the poison, then I will definitely be able to use my Tao of alchemy to do the same." His voice low, expression somber, Pill Demon continued. "If Master forcefully assisted you in dispelling the poison, it would harm the cycle of karma. That would not benefit you at all. However, under my tutelage, your Tao of alchemy will eventually reach the point where you can dispel it yourself. The poison of the resurrection lily gave you the power of nature talent. If in the future you dispel the poison, then you will be able to assimilate its full power. In that case, you can turn one of the most ultimate poisons under heaven into a rarely seen treasure. Such a treasure will enable you to open up your path to the heavens. Having this poison within you might seem like a disaster, but one aspect of the disaster is unprecedented good fortune." He suddenly changed the subject. "After the 3 kowtows, you became my legacy apprentice. Therefore, Master has 3 gifts for you." He raised his arm and flicked his wide sleeve. Immediately, everything around them swirled into a riot of colors. "The first gift is a batch of Outlander pills. The name comes from the expression, a night of outlandish tales. A pill such as this has never before appeared in the southern domain. I created it during alchemic enlightenment 3 years ago. This batch contains 3 pills in total. Consuming 1 pill will cause the resurrection lily to slumber for 100 years, will increase your longevity by 100 years, and will allow you to make progress in your cultivation base. If you face any sort of blockage, it can help you to break through. These 3 pills will help you, my apprentice, to reach the nascent soul stage with no problems. In total, it will also give you 300 years of extra time to dispel your poison. If you have not succeeded after 300 years, then I will concoct another batch of pills for you, and will continue to do so until the day you dispel the poison." The words entered Meng Hao's ears and sank all the way to his heart. He looked at his master, and could feel the sincerity in his words, as well as a kindness and love. 3 years ago, Grandmaster Pill Demon had concocted pills during alchemic enlightenment, just for him. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Master. Master's second gift for you is a legacy technique of the East Pill Division. The name is Spirit Summoning Incantation. It can be used to refine a pill up to 6 times, although, with sufficient latent talent and cultivation base, the limit of 6 can be broken. Again, this is a legacy technique of the East Pill Division. To date, I have only ever passed it on to 2 people. You and your former elder brother Lu Ruffing." With that, Pill Demon reached up and pushed down onto Meng Hao's forehead. Instantly, Meng Hao's body trembled, and an icy coldness swept through him. A long passage of text appeared in his mind. It seemed abstruse and profound, but after scanning over it, Meng Hao seemed to have gained complete enlightenment. This is a legacy technique which may not be passed on to anyone other than a legacy apprentice. There is no complicated process to understand how to employ it. As long as you master the fundamentals, you can use it. Later, you must pass it on to another, and so it will go from generation to generation. A profound look gleamed in Pill Demon's eyes. The last of my 3 gifts is a precious treasured item of the East Pill division. The East Pill Ever-Burning Flame. He flicked his right sleeve again, and the mountainside split open. A rumbling sound filled the air as a massive fissure appeared. Within was a flight of steps that seemed to descend down into the depths of the earth. Pill Demon and Meng Hao, master and apprentice, walked downward. They walked for a very, very long time. Eventually, they were deep down in the earth beneath the Violet Fate sect. Meng Hao's mind trembled as he looked ahead. In front of him was an enormous limestone cavern. Within the cavern were 3 enormous, half-burned blackjaw sticks. Strands of black smoke emanated up from them to swirl and float about. In addition to the smoke floating around the cavern, greenish flames also burned everywhere. Above the 3 jaw sticks floated a black pill furnace, approximately 3 meters tall. It seemed as if it were being supported by the smoke and fueled by the flames. Pill Demon looked at the pill furnace, and his eyes shone as if he were recalling some memory. It was a complicated expression which lasted for only a moment before he sighed lightly. This incense is not of this world. The smoke never disperses and the incense never ceases burning. This is the East Pill Division's ever-burning flame. It has been burning for more than 20,000 years. It is a legacy which cannot be extinguished. Instill it into your heart, and it can become an alchemic flame. After you reach core formation, fuse this flame into your violet core, and it will ignite. Thereafter, whenever you concoct medicinal pills, you will not need to use earthly fire. This is your personal alchemic fire, with which you can refine all objects in heaven and earth. In the entire East Pill Division, only you and I are qualified to use this legacy fire. The ever-burning flame is always here, as am I. This last line was uttered by Pill Demon in a murmur, making it difficult for Meng Hao to hear clearly. As he spoke, Pill Demon was staring at the joss sticks, the smoke and the flame, and it seemed as if he wasn't even speaking to Meng Hao. After a moment, he looked toward Meng Hao. You will stay here in secluded meditation. When you have assimilated the will of the fire into your heart, then you may emerge. With that, he turned and slowly strode up the stairs, eventually disappearing. Meng Hao thought about everything for a long time, then sat down cross-legged. He looked down at the pill bottle in his hand. Inside were the Outlander pills Master had concocted for him. Meng Hao could hardly imagine how precious the pills were. He put the pill bottle into his bag of holding, and then closed his eyes. Within his mind floated the spirit summoning incantation. Within were techniques to refine a pill 3, for even 6 times. By using this technique on an ordinary pill, it was possible to transform it into a consummate pill. The power of such a technique caused Meng Hao's mind to shake. This was a divine ability of the Tao of alchemy, congruous in cultivation terms to the sublime spirit scripture. You could say that with this pill concocting technique, Meng Hao truly was a sort of grandmaster in the field of pill concoction. Skill in this technique was not something that anyone could cultivate. Starting with the 4th refinement, any flame other than the East Pill Division's ever-burning flame would not be sufficient to employ the technique. In the entire East Pill Division, only Pill Demon and Meng Hao could use the ever-burning flame and employ the 4th refinement. Only they were qualified. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he opened his eyes. Now he understood why Master had instructed him to stay here and gather the East Pill ever-burning flame into the depths of his heart. This is a complete legacy, he thought, looking at the joss sticks, the smoke, and the greenish inextinguishable flames. The flame and the technique complement each other. Without one or the other, it would be impossible to reach the pinnacle. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During those 3 months, Meng Hao never left the limestone cavern. However, the promotion of 3 Violet Furnace Lords had caused a shocking commotion throughout the southern domain. Many people were saying that this was the most incredible Violet Furnace Lord promotion trial by fire that had occurred within the past 10. Thanks to word being spread by other sects, Chu Yuyan's Tao of Alchemy, as well as her skill in pill concocting, became the talk of the southern domain. It was said that she fully deserved to become a Violet Furnace Lord. Her name spread throughout the great sects, as did the expression Violet Furnace Lord Chu Yuyan. Above her, and causing even more of a stir, was of course Yi Feimu. He was stunning to the extreme, as was the potency and invincibility of his Tao of Alchemy. He concocted 1 pill to create 10,000 stairs up the mountain. The stories spread until everyone in the southern domain had heard of him. Considering he had already garnered impressive fame in the past, now that he had become a Violet Furnace Lord, his name was thoroughly prominent. In fact, he could be considered a pillar of the Violet Fate sect. Most shocking all was none other than Feng Mu. He was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, legacy apprentice of Grandmaster Pill Demon. He had risen to prominence in the western region of the southern domain, where he had slain a Blacklands core formation cultivator. All of this caused Feng Mu to instantly become the most talked about person in all of the southern domain. More and more people viewed him as the 4th Grandmaster of the southern domain. Word spread of how, atop the peak of Eastern Emergence Mountain, he had formed the enormous pill cauldron of 1,000 medicinal pills. When people heard the story, their blood boiled, causing even more people to talk about how he was the 4th Grandmaster. In the Violet Fate sect's East Pill Division, the Honorable Feng Mu was second only to Grandmaster Pill Demon. All of the cultivators in the East Pill Division recognized this. Many people took Meng Hao to be the Tao Child of the East Pill Division, equal even to the Tao Child of the sect itself, or perhaps even a bit higher in reputation. It was at this time that a great change occurred to the corpse which had fallen from the sky to land in the southern domain all those years ago. Magical symbols appeared on its skin, then floated out into the air, creating refracted reflections of themselves. There were some who recognized what this text was. It was one of the 3 classic scriptures: the Tao Divinity Scripture, the Sublime Spirit Scripture, the Tao Divinity Scripture, and the Heaven-Severing Scripture. 3 classic scriptures, each one capable of arousing terrifying waves of peril. Even people from the Western Desert and the Eastern lands employed various shocking methods and powers to teleport to the southern domain because of it. Furthermore, upon the appearance of the scripture, the force preventing people from nearing the corpse suddenly vanished. The corpse, which was as large as a mountain, was now approachable. The solitary sword sect paid quite a price to acquire a hair from the corpse's head. According to the rumors, they refined the hair into a precious treasure which could shock heaven and earth. Grandmaster Eternal Mountain from the Golden Frost sect employed all the power of the sect to acquire a blood sample from the corpse. Supposedly, the pill he concocted with it was almost a celestial pill. As word spread of the various events, the southern domain was thrown into a thorough commotion. More and more sects and clans dispatched forces to the Immortal's corpse. At the same time, an increasing volume of shrill calls could be heard from within the rebirth cave. Soon they turned into sustained roars. Furthermore, a black wind emerged from within the cave to sweep around the area surrounding the corpse. Throughout the years, countless cultivators who were nearing death had entered the rebirth cave, hoping to be reborn. As to whether those people were alive or dead, no one was sure. But based on the resulting legends and stories, the rebirth cave had slowly come to be just like the ancient Temple of Doom, one of the 3 danger zones. After more than 10 years had passed during which the corpse was under investigation, the bizarre life force within the cave was finally on the move and revealing its avaricious will. Figurative storm clouds roiled over the southern domain. As more news spread about the Immortal's corpse, the Violet Fate sect gradually began to pay closer attention to the matter. The first to be dispatched were some chosen from the Violet Chi division, along with a sect elder. It was at around the same time that other of the great sects and clans also sent their forces there. At the same time, more and more southern domain cultivators gathered in the region of the rebirth cave, hoping to eke out some good fortune there. The momentous events in the southern domain went so far as to attract the attention of the western desert. Actually, years ago, when the corpse had just fallen from the sky, western desert cultivators had arrived to investigate. Because of the new rumors spreading about the corpse, large amounts of western desert cultivators once again appeared. Even the eastern lands viewed the developments with importance and sent cultivators. Eventually, the cultivators gathering around the rebirth cave and the Immortal's corpse found out something very bizarre. The cultivation base of any nascent soul cultivator who approached the corpse would be severely suppressed. If they continued to push forward, it would eventually be pushed down to the core formation stage. Core formation cultivators, on the other hand, experienced no hindrances whatsoever. Even more bizarre was that any cultivator who touched the corpse, which resembled something like a small mountain, would immediately disappear, teleported away. Most would be teleported back into the area a short while later. When recounting their experience, everyone described things differently. One person saw a river, another saw buildings, palaces, and temples. One caught sight of precious treasures, but was unable to acquire them. Another described seeing celestial pills, and one person pill formulas carved onto stone walls. Even more far-fetched was someone who claimed to have seen a battlefield, deep in the middle of which was a coffin. There were all sorts of descriptions, none exactly alike. All of this made the Immortal's corpse even more fantastic, and caused it to attract even more people to come investigate. In a period of a few months, the Violet Fate sect had already dispatched 5 groups of people. Starting with the 4th group, it wasn't just the Violet Chi division who went, but also alchemists from the East Pill division. This was because the cultivator who had seen pill formulas was none other than a Violet Chi division disciple. After returning and telling his tale, it only took a few days for the East Pill division to include alchemists with the 4th group dispatched. The leaders of this particular group was none other than Yi Feimu, and Zai and Yi Yuntian. 3 Violet Furnace Lords emerged simultaneously, along with experts from the Violet Chi division. This was the 4th wave sent to enter the region of the Immortal's corpse. A month passed, and more bizarre events occurred. The various sects and clans continued to dispatch more people. Now, even eccentrics of the Patriarch level appeared. It was at this time that the Violet Fate sect began organizing the 5th group of people to travel to the Rebirth Cave. By this time, Meng Hao had been in secluded meditation for half a year. It was 3 days after the 5th group left, led by Chu Yuyan and Lin Hailong, that he finally emerged. When he walked out from the subterranean cavern, his body was somewhat weak. However, his eyes were filled with profundity much deeper than before. There was no evidence on him that he possessed the ever-burning flame. However, if you looked deep into his eyes, you couldn't help but think that there was some massive conflagration deep therein. Meng Hao had already melded the East Pill ever-burning flame into his mind and heart. Once he broke through from Foundation establishment and formed a violet core, then he could transform it and cause the ever-burning flame to ignite and never be extinguished. After emerging from meditation, Meng Hao could immediately sense the storm winds which flitted about the sect. After some inquiries, he learned about the phenomena regarding the Immortal's corpse which had begun half a year previous. Meng Hao actually knew much more about the Immortal's corpse than most others. On more than one occasion, he had gotten the feeling that the corpse had fallen into the world, because it was searching for him. This speculation caused him to hesitate and hold back from nearing the thing. Hearing the various stories regarding the corpse caused Meng Hao to think about the matter quietly for a while. Then, he went to pay a formal visit to his master. Afterward, he decided to once again go into secluded meditation, this time, to concoct a 3 mortalities pill and break through to core formation. At the moment, Meng Hao was thoroughly within the great circle of Foundation establishment. The only road for him now was the one leading to becoming a core formation expert. After that, he could cultivate core chi, and then he could truly rise to prominence. Then, even core formation cultivators would have to be careful around him. Many new paths would open up. You could say becoming a core formation expert is truly becoming a cultivator. The breathing exercises that cultivators practice are actually a way of preparing for the path of core formation, and counts as just the beginning. During foundation establishment, a foundation is laid. The more solid it is, the more powerful the result will be in core formation. In fact, core formation is the first true explosive power upon the path of cultivation. Core formation cultivators can use core chi to make magical techniques reach the pinnacle of power. Beyond that pinnacle, such techniques become divine abilities. Divine abilities are techniques that really only nascent soul cultivators can master. Charge through to core formation, thought Meng Hao. His eyes gleamed with stubbornness as he sat cross-legged in his Immortal's cave. He waved his right sleeve, and a black pill furnace materialized. As soon as it did, the face of a youth appeared on its surface. It stared hatefully at Meng Hao, its eyes filled with venomous hatred as it screamed a noiseless scream. It was still filled with rage because Meng Hao had taken it out from the world of the Mother of Furnaces. Meng Hao eyed the materialized youth on the surface of the black pill furnace. Then he snorted coldly. The spirit of the pill furnace was unable to tell the difference between good and bad. Whenever Meng Hao used it to concoct pills, it was always filled with resentment. Since it seems you are seeking to die, I'll help you to understand what it means to live a life worse than death. It won't be long before you're pleading with me to help you. With that, he grabbed the black pill furnace, and, ignoring the fierce struggling on the face of the youth, as well as the noiseless screaming, he directly placed it into the blood-colored mask. Elder Ultimate Vexation, this is the spirit I spoke of a while ago. I joined this sect just to capture this bully. May I prevail upon you to convert it? The meat jelly was currently perched atop a listless, ingratiatingly clan patriarch, leaning over and looking down at him. When it heard Meng Hao's words, it began to tremble, and its eyes shone with a brilliant light. Filled with excitement, it immediately looked at the black pill furnace which Meng Hao had delivered to it. Fear not, said the meat jelly with a smile. You may be immoral, you may be incorrect, but you can rest at ease. The great, handsome, kind-hearted ultimate vexation will help bring you back from the path of wickedness. It hopped over next to the black pill furnace. Meng Hao retracted his spiritual sense, ignoring the spirit of the furnace. Instead, he pulled out the 10,000 refinements furnace and some medicinal herbs. After a moment's thought, he devoted himself fully to pill concoction. He would concoct the 3 mortalities pill, which was required to be able to break through from foundation establishment to core formation. The diligence with which Meng Hao focused on concocting the medicinal pill he needed for his breakthrough does not need to be described in detail. He took a full half a month, which, considering it didn't involve alchemic enlightenment, was actually quite a long time for him, something that didn't happen very often. Half a month later, he looked down at the 3 mortalities pill in his palm and took a deep breath. Then he started to duplicate it. Early in the morning of the next day, Meng Hao unhesitatingly consumed a 3 mortalities pill and began to circulate the power of violet qi from the east in an attempt to form a violet core. Days passed. Meng Hao lost track of how many 3 mortalities pills he consumed. He had never imagined that using the 10 Tao pillars of the perfect foundation to form a violet core would be such a difficult process. A month went by, and Meng Hao was completely immersed in using the 3 mortalities pill to reach core formation. However, after a month of attempts, he had not succeeded. He was only a bit away, but no matter what he did, the only thing he could do was produce violet qi. Every time he tried to form it into a core, he failed. Failure after failure caused Meng Hao to begin to regret having borrowed such a vast amount of spirit stones from the sect after becoming a violet furnace lord. Watching them flow away like water caused him intense pain. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Based on this rate of success, could my chances of success with 10 Tao pillars really be 1 in 1,000? Meng Hao sighed. That thought was quite frightening. Without the copper mirror, his cultivation base would never be able to progress beyond foundation establishment. He sat thinking for a while, his brow furrowed, considering Li Daoi and the others, and their breakthrough at the Tao geyser. It must have something to do with my 10 Tao pillars, sighed Meng Hao. He didn't completely give up. Based on his speculation just now, even if he only had a 1 in 1,000 chance, that meant there was still hope. The first step is to form a violet core. Then after I concoct the perfect gold core pill, I can form a gold core. For me, the core formation stage will involve a huge jump in power. Once I'm at core formation, I can wear the blood-colored mask and employ the Blood Immortal's divine abilities. Also, according to what the meat jelly said, after I reach core formation, the parrot will appear. Meng Hao's eyes filled with determination as he thought these things. I must form a violet core. He flicked his sleeve, and was about to go borrow some more spirit stones when, suddenly, his entire body trembled. It wasn't just him that was shaking, it was everything around him. More than half of the southern domain was vibrating, and the center of it all was none other than the Immortal's corpse, where nearly 100,000 cultivators had gathered in the vicinity of the rebirth cave. The vibration came from the chest of the corpse, as if its heart were beating. It emanated out in all directions, rocking the earth, sending out ripples through the land. As it spread, it touched mountaintops, sweeping through one sect after another. The location of the violet sect fate was not incredibly far away, so it was also affected. Many people heard it and their hearts shook. Meng Hao suddenly paused, lifting his hand up to feel his chest. He could feel the vibrations which filled everything. Suddenly, his expression changed, because at that moment he realized that, to him, the vibrations sounded like a beckoning. In his estimation, it was a beckoning that came from none other than the Immortal's corpse, which he had been trying so hard to avoid. Filling the beckoning was an archaic voice that sounded directly into Meng Hao's mind. You! I know your bloodline. I know where you're from. You! Do you want to know why you could see me in that other world all those years ago? You! Do you want to know what world that was? I came here for you, and I've been waiting a long time. Come to me here. You will know the truth about everything. The voice sounded ancient, as if it were floating through countless years of time, filled with ancient qi. As it echoed within Meng Hao's mind, it caused his blood vessels to surge. Blood pumped rapidly through his body. Suddenly, on the back of his right hand, a greenish mark appeared. The mark looked like a magical symbol. It didn't exist on top of his skin, but rather inside his flesh. Meng Hao was not unfamiliar with it. The moment he had reached Foundation Establishment, he had seen this exact same mark. Today was the second time. Meng Hao looked at the mark, his mind buzzing. After a long time, the shaking disappeared. The strange sign which had filled half of the southern domain caused even more attention to be drawn to the Immortal's corpse. Meng Hao stood there within his Immortal's cave for a long time before he lifted his head. His eyes were now filled with a sharp light. Just, who is he? Why was I able to see him that year? Why did he fall into the southern domain? And why is he able to affect my blood flow and give rise to this mark? Was the mark placed upon me by him that year? Or was it part of me all along, there within my flesh from the beginning? Meng Hao silently thought about the night his father and mother went missing, and the violet wind which had blown outside. If Meng Hao remembered correctly, when that wind arose, it had swirled around his body. He remembered that it was no ordinary wind, but that it contained some type of power. Meng Hao thought for a long time, all the way until it was dark outside. A bright light began to shine in his eyes, as well as resolve. Regardless of whether this person's words are true or false, I'm going. Determination gleamed in his eyes. Great reward only comes by taking risks. Cultivators cultivate self-confidence. When a decision has been made, it must be pursued with determination, and without the slightest thought of wavering. He flicked his right sleeve as he walked out of the Immortal's cave. Several days later, the sixth group of cultivators left the Violet Fate sect. Consisted of 30 people, who transformed into 30 prismatic beams that shot off into the air. In front of this group was none other than Meng Hao. He wore the robe of a violet furnace lord, and his long hair whipped about behind him as he shot forward. All of the people behind him looked at him with expressions of veneration, regardless of whether they were from Violet Chi Division or the East Pill Division. Together, they shot off into the distance at top speed. Meng Hao was quiet during the entire trip. He didn't speak. Within his mind spun the echoing beacons of the Immortal's corpse. This sixth group of Violet Fate sect cultivators teleported 3 times and spent half a month before arriving in the vicinity of the Rebirth Cave. Once more during that time period, the vibration echoed out. When the vibration hit them, everyone dropped to the ground, where they sat cross-legged. Only Meng Hao floated in mid-air, looking off into the distance. Once again, he felt the beckoning. "Come to me. I'm here, waiting for you. All the truth, all the answers." Meng Hao's mind spun. Of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the region of the Rebirth Cave, the voice within the beckons could only be heard by Meng Hao. His eyes glittered even more relentlessly than before. There are 3 danger zones in the southern domain: the primordial Tao Lakes, the ancient Temple of Doom, and finally, the Rebirth Cave. At a glance, it looked like an enormous depression in the ground. Multitudinous volcanoes could be seen in the area, so many that they were impossible to count. They seemed to never end. What was visible was the black sky and the thick black fog that covered everything. This was the region of the Rebirth Cave. According to the legends, people who were nearing death could enter the Rebirth Cave at the right moment, and if they succeeded, could get a chance to live another life. Whether this was true or false, since ancient times, many almighty cultivators, unwilling to pass into death, had entered the Rebirth Cave. Throughout the countless years, only 3 people had ever emerged successfully. Without exception, after leaving the Rebirth Cave, those 3 people never once talked about what had happened inside. Eventually, they had disappeared, never to be heard from again. Despite that, the legends regarding the mysteries of the Rebirth Cave continued to grow more and more exaggerated. Regardless of anything, stories about the Rebirth Cave had been circulating for tens of thousands of years, which was sufficient to show that it had some astonishing properties. Meng Hao understood that by proceeding forward, he would be entering the region of the Rebirth Cave. Upon entering, the level of danger would be extreme. As for the Immortal's corpse, it had fallen directly in front of the Rebirth Cave, no more than 50 kilometers away. Currently, the vibrations were slowly fading away. As they did, one figure after another shot up from the ground into the air. Currently, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from all over the southern domain were gathered in a 1,000-kilometer radius of the Rebirth Cave, forming a perimeter around it. In this area, the cultivators had established temporary strongholds representing the various sects and clans. Every stronghold contained members of the elder generation of the various sects. It seemed that every day, more people from a variety of sects entered this huge region. Many would face the danger and approach the corpse, hoping to seize some good fortune. Some came back, some never did. Because of the accumulation of so many hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it was impossible to avoid the eruption of various feuds. Therefore, magical battle was not uncommon, and every day at least a few people were killed. As for the great sects and clans, they were under the protection of the elder generation. There was a bit of chaos, but it was kept under relative control. After the shaking vibration faded away, Meng Hao led the group of dozens of Violet Fate sect cultivators into the area. This of course attracted quite a bit of attention, and many people looked over to see what was happening. When they saw Meng Hao and recognized his Violet Furnace Lord's robe, a great buzz of discussion rose up. "That's Feng Mu from the Violet Fate sect. That's the Tao child of the East Pill Division. Feng Mu." Meng Hao heard some of these words, but his expression was always the same as ever. He continued onward, leading his group further inward toward the area near the Rebirth Cave. As they flew along, he scanned the area with spiritual sense. He could immediately sense a vast amount of cultivators there. There weren't as many as outside the inner perimeter, perhaps only around 10,000. Compared to the area outside, inside the perimeter, the fog was denser, thicker, exerting pressure on spiritual sense and making it more difficult to hear and see. Eventually, Meng Hao caught sight of an enormous basin. Hovering in mid-air above the basin was a roiling black fog that rose up high into the sky. Beneath the fog, the basin had a perimeter of about 500 kilometers. It was enormous, and within that enormity was the southern domain's mysterious Rebirth Cave. This was the nucleus of the Rebirth Cave. Surrounding this nucleus were a dozen or so pillars of light which rose up into the sky. Each and every pillar undulated shockingly, making it impossible for anyone to not notice them. They embodied shocking power. The existence of these more than 10 pillars of light made the huge area surrounding the rebirth cave seem a bit less dangerous. Many of the strange creatures that lived in the area hid away and would not emerge to harm people. Each one among the dozen or so pillars of light was fixed at a stationary point. There, large groups of cultivators sat cross-legged, meditating. Only the 5 great sects and 3 great clans were capable of creating strongholds like this near the nucleus of the Rebirth Cave region. As Meng Hao approached, he immediately caught sight of one of the pillars of light that was violet-colored and emanated an oppressive, pressure-filled energy. Because of this violet pillar of light, not a scrap of black fog could be seen anywhere nearby. Even the ground was a violet color because of it. Wu Dingqiu was there inside, as well as Chu Yuyan, and Zai Hai, Lin Hailong, and the other cultivators from the Violet Qi division. There were roughly 100 people, all sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Included in the number were 2 old people, meditating cross-legged in the very center of the glowing pillar. They wore long, white robes, and their countenances were ancient. Meng Hao could sense a fearsome pressure contained within their bodies. Wu Dingqiu was obviously much weaker than these 2 old people, by about an entire stage. Spirit-severing stage. Meng Hao took a deep breath. As he continued toward them, his eyes flickered about, glancing toward the other pillars of light. He saw the Solitary Sword Sect, the Black Sieve Sect, the Golden Frost Sect, the Blood Demon Sect, as well as cultivators from the 3 great clans including Han Bei, Chen Fan, Zhou Jie, Wang Lihai, Li Daoi, and others. Meng Hao's gaze finally came to fall upon a white-robed woman in the Black Sieve Sect group. Su Qing. He stared at her for a moment and then looked away. There were other pillars of light. One was orange-colored and filled with an air of potency and dignity. Sitting cross-legged within were a few dozen cultivators upon whose skin were tattooed depictions of various totems. They were tall and did not look like people from the southern domain. Western Desert cultivators, thought Meng Hao, his eyes narrowing. This wasn't his first time seeing cultivators from the Western Desert. The first time he'd arrived in the center of the southern domain, he'd seen these strange, tall cultivators. Meng Hao also knew that the actual name of the Western Desert was the Barbarian West. In fact, that was the name that was written on the map he'd seen years ago. However, the people from the Western Desert felt that the word barbarian was too belittling, and therefore took up the name Western Desert. This corresponded with the name of the Northern Desert. Despite this, there were still people who called them Western Devils. As he proceeded onward, Meng Hao's gaze fell upon 2 other pillars of light. One of them glowed with a light as blue as the sky. Next to it, a large flagpole had been stabbed into the ground. Floating in the wind was a flag embroidered in gold with the character G. When he saw it, Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and he began to breathe heavily. There were over 10 cultivators sitting beneath the pillar of light, meditating. One of them was a young man with thin lips, a lofty air, and impatience written on his face. He seemed to have sensed Meng Hao's gaze. He turned and looked over, then gave a cold snort. Contempt flickered within his eyes. The cold snort immediately entered Meng Hao's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. He quickly rotated his cultivation base to disperse the uneasy feeling. Core formation stage. His expression was the same as usual as he looked away. The young man's eyes flashed as he examined Meng Hao for a moment, and then ignored him. Meng Hao next looked at the other beam of light, which was a greenish color and emanated terrifying power. The Black Sieve Sect's pillar was also greenish, but this color was different, deeper. Beneath the green pillar, 3 people sat cross-legged. One was a middle-aged woman, another was an old person, and the third was young woman. The young woman wore a green robe, and her long hair cascaded down over her shoulders. She was rather beautiful, but she also possessed a cold, proud air. She seemed to be the kind of person that had a short temper and wasn't easy to approach. As he looked over everyone, Meng Hao stayed calm and collected. He led his group directly toward the Violet Fate Sect's violet pillar of light, and as he neared, quite a few people opened their eyes vigilantly. When they saw Meng Hao, expressions of respect filled their faces. As for Chu Yuyan, a complicated look appeared in her eyes. Yifeimu simply lowered his head silently. Wu Dingqiu, who sat there cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. After he caught sight of Meng Hao, his face filled with a smile and he nodded. Considering the level of his cultivation base and his status within the Violet Qi division, for him to treat a foundation establishment cultivator in such a fashion was enough to see what position Meng Hao occupied in the Violet Fate sect. You could say that Meng Hao even exceeded Wu Dingqiu. If Meng Hao's cultivation base was any higher, Wu Dingqiu would have been required to rise to his feet. Meng Hao had been a part of the cultivation world for years now, and knew that the best way to conduct oneself was without arrogance. He immediately clasped hands and bowed to Wu Dingqiu, which of course caused the man's smile to grow even wider. Meng Hao's cultivation base was weak, but his position was high. Because of his lack of arrogance, it caused Wu Dingqiu's favorable impression of him to grow even stronger. Smiling, he said, "Grandmaster Fong, allow me to introduce you to these two patriarchs." This was a situation of giving a plum in exchange for a peach. Meng Hao also smiled. Having been introduced by Wu Dingqiu, Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply to the two ancient-looking patriarchs within the Violet Pillar of Light. Junior Fong Mu of the East Pill Division pays respects to the two patriarchs. Sitting there cross-legged within the Violet Pillar of Light, their faces covered with wrinkles, they seemed the very picture of intense power. As Meng Hao bowed to them, they opened their eyes slowly, looking him over, their vision filled with abstruseness. They seemed to be committing Meng Hao's aura to memory. "Your cultivation base isn't sufficient," said one of them coolly, his eyes closed. "To the greatest extent possible, do not venture outside. Stay here and you'll be fine." The other patriarch smiled at Meng Hao, eyes filled with praise. Meng Hao knew that their goodwill was all because of his master. After Meng Hao paid his respects to the patriarchs, Wu Dingqiu led him to greet more cultivators from the Violet Qi division. All of them treated Meng Hao with utmost politeness. Be it with their words or the way they carried themselves, they showed complete respect. Even the core formation cultivators were very respectful to him. Wu Dingqiu introduced Meng Hao to the Violet Qi division cultivators, but as for the East Pill division disciples, no introductions were needed. One by one, they approached Meng Hao to offer him their respects. When Meng Hao approached Lin Hailong and Zai Hai and the others, it was noticed by the forces from other sects in the area. Many gazes fell upon them, most of which lingered on Meng Hao. The expressions of the onlookers instantly changed into shock. Clearly most of them had guessed who Meng Hao was. Meng Hao greeted Lin Hailong and Zai Hai and the others with clasped hands. He looked toward Chu Yuyan and nodded, smiling. He also gave Yifeimu a glance, then sat down cross-legged. He was also a Violet Furnace Lord, but he was Grandmaster Pill Demon's legacy apprentice, which was a very high position. According to sect rules, he was actually higher than a Violet Furnace Lord. However, Meng Hao knew that his cultivation base wasn't very high, so he didn't want to show off. Therefore, he sat next to Zai Hai, subtly placing Lin Hailong in the center position. Old Lin Hailong was an astute person, so how could he possibly not understand what Meng Hao was doing? He smiled and shook his head, not saying anything to break the facade, and Zai Hai chuckled. Looking at Meng Hao, he lowered his voice and said, "Elder brother Lin is just another Violet Furnace Lord. He only cares about the Tao of alchemy." Before finishing, he stopped, giving Meng Hao a look. He knew that Meng Hao was a smart person and would be able to ascertain the meaning of his words. "Don't worry, elder brother, and I understand." Meng Hao could tell that Zai Hai was trying to make sure that he didn't brood over the events from the day that Meng Hao was raised to Violet Furnace Lord. Meng Hao smiled, then looked around the area, his eyes eventually coming to rest on the flag with the G character on it. No one knew it, but when he first laid eyes on the flag, his heart was shaken by great waves. Of course, he had covered it up well, not letting the tiniest shred of a reaction be seen. However, deep in his heart, the character G was surrounded by many unfathomable mysteries. The flag of 3 streamers was sealed with the surname G, The lifelong wish of the blood immortal of ancient doom was to refine the blood of the G clan into instruments of blood slaughtering. Furthermore, in the ancient blessed land where the heavens were round and the earth was square, when he had stood next to the square cauldron that wished to reverse the order of the cosmos, Meng Hao had experienced a vision in which the cauldron refused to exist under the same sky as the name G. There was also the legend of the ancient world tree, which had destroyed itself and dissipated into the stars. All of these things seemed to have connection to the name G. There were countless ties that caused Meng Hao to tremble uncontrollably. This was especially true now, after seeing the name with his own eyes, branded onto that flag. Having noticed what Meng Hao was looking at, and Zai was silent for a moment, then quietly said, "That's the G clan from the eastern lands." It seemed almost as if he was worried others might hear, and thus lowered his voice in caution. He seemed to be jumpy when talking about the name, even filled with dread, as if he were an ant discussing an elephant. Meng Hao's eyes glittered imperceptibly. When he heard the fear in Zai's voice, he looked over at him. "I don't know much about their clan," continued Zai, his voice still low. "Everything I know is what I've heard from Master. The G clan from the eastern lands is the #1 clan in the Nanshan continent. Their base, of course, is in the eastern lands, and no one knows exactly how deep their power runs. However, you must absolutely, positively never forget that the G clan is by no means, under any circumstances, to be provoked." His voice was so low that only Meng Hao could hear his words. "There actually aren't very many clan members, but any one of them should be considered beyond provocation. This is especially true of any quasi-array sons of G. Everyone is inestimably highly ranked. The one you saw just now, if my guess is correct, he is definitely one of the sons of G, of the quasi-array of the G clan. If he were not, he wouldn't be of the core formation stage considering how young he is. G clan members, especially those of the quasi-array, are all chosen. Every generation must undergo a variety of intense training regimens to prepare to fight for one of the 100 spots available for true array clan members. I only know this much, which Master happened to casually mention once." Meng Hao sat there thoughtfully. He, too, only had a very basic understanding of the G clan. Based on all of his experiences related to G, he was sure that they possessed fearsomely deep resources, perhaps infinitely beyond what anyone understood. His voice low, and Zai glanced over at the green pillar of light, and the three people sitting cross-legged therein, and continued, "You must not provoke those three any more than you should the people from the G clan. They are another of the most powerful clans in the Nanshan continent. Fearsome. You came to the scene a bit late, so you don't know all the details of everything that's happened. I personally witnessed one of the G clan cultivators address that girl as a member of the Fang clan, and he looked scared. Think about it. What sort of profound background must those three have in order to inspire fear into the G clan? They must also be from the eastern lands." Thanks to Zai's explanation, Meng Hao now had a general understanding of the various forces in the area. He continued to look around, and as he did, his eyes suddenly locked with Su Qing's. Neither said a word. Everything was spoken through the look they exchanged. Their gazes quickly separated, but not before both understood everything that needed to be understood. Han Bei, Wang Yukai, Li Shiqi, Li Daoi, Zhou Jie, Wang Lihai, Han Shandao, Chun Fan as well as Song Yunshu from the Song clan, along with beautiful Bittersong Jia, were all familiar to Meng Hao. All were present among the forces of their various sects and clans. Scanning over everyone, Meng Hao didn't see Fatty anywhere. Time passed by. Meng Hao wasn't sure what everyone was waiting for, but he didn't see anyone leave the area of the Pillar of Light. Eventually, the black fog up above grew even darker. It was at this moment that Chu Yuyan approached Meng Hao and sat down next to him. She looked at him intently. Meng Hao had always felt that her intuition was far too keen. However, he kept his expression the same as ever as he looked back at her. When their gazes met, Chu Yuyan didn't look away. "From the year you arrived in the East Pill Division," she said softly, "I felt annoyed every time I looked at you. I've never been able to figure it out. However, perhaps, it's possible that I saw you somewhere before in the past. Meng Hao's expression looked the same as it always did. However, inside his heart pounded with shock. He sighed again inwardly because of Chu Yuyan's frightening thinking ability. "Where exactly did we see each other before?" she said suddenly, staring into Meng Hao's eyes as if looking for some clues. After a long moment, she could tell that Meng Hao was not going to reply. She looked at him intently. "I don't care if you're Pill Cauldron or Feng Mu," she said. "One word at a time. I know that you have another identity. You're not willing to talk about it, so I won't ask. But one of these days I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out who you are." There was a trace of radiance within her stubbornness. It was faint, but Meng Hao could see it clearly. It was a glow that sprang up when she first talked about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. "Impossible," he said to himself. Although he had never experienced the type of relationship that could exist between a man and a woman, he was no longer an ignorant youth and was capable of picking up on much of such interactions. That glow in her eyes was very similar to the glow that had been in Su Qing's eyes when they had parted outside the Black Sieve sect. Meng Hao felt a little bit guilty, but also a bit proud. Chu Yuyan had been pestering him for years, even when she was engaged to Wang Tingfei. For her to change in this way actually made him feel somewhat pleased with himself. He cleared his throat, deciding that it was time to prove whether or not his speculations were correct. He lifted his right hand. Chu Yuyan watched, stupefied, as he reached out to place his hand onto her beautiful face. Immediately, her face turned crimson and her eyes went wide. Clearly, she had never imagined that Feng Mu would possibly be so rude. Before he could actually touch her, he pulled his hand back, then looked at her and sighed. As he sighed, Chu Yuyan's face grew even redder. Fury blossomed in her phoenix-like eyes. She glared at Meng Hao, clearly on the verge of flying into a rage from shame. It was at this moment that, suddenly, a shocking roar filled the entire area surrounding the basin. Immediately, the two Violet Fate sect patriarchs opened their eyes. The patriarchs in the other nearby beams of light similarly opened their eyes. In almost the same instant, all of them, nearly 20 people, flew out toward the basin. Wu Dingqiu's eyes began to glow and he spoke to the surrounding Violet Fate sect disciples. "It's starting again. The patriarchs from the various sects will suppress the area surrounding the Rebirth Cave. We must move as quickly as possible. Remember, the Violet Qi Division will cooperate with the East Pill Division. We must acquire a sample of blood from the corpse." Wu Dingqiu's eyes glittered as he leaped into the air and began to fly forward. "East Pill Division disciples, do not touch any part of the corpse," he cried. "Violet Qi Division, follow my lead. We will have the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Let's take advantage of that time to acquire some of this immortal's blood." The Violet Qi Division cultivators flew into the air with him. The East Pill Division cultivators around Meng Hao also began to shoot into the air to follow. Chu Yuyan glared viciously at Meng Hao for a moment. Then she turned her supple waist and flexed her long legs. As she turned, her robe pulled tight around her firm rear end, which Meng Hao couldn't help but notice. She, along with Lin Hailong and the other alchemist cultivators, all shot off toward the basin surrounding the Rebirth Cave. Of course, that is exactly where the Immortal's corpse was located. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He was no longer thinking about the matter regarding Chu Yuyan. Instead, as he flew up into the air, he focused his thoughts. Flying next to him was none other than Yi Feimu. Yi Feimu was quiet for the space of a few breaths, then began to explain to Meng Hao what was going on. "There is nothing blocking the way to the corpse. However, if you touch it, you will instantly be sucked into a strange realm. Some people return from it, others don't. Every day at about this time, the strange power of the corpse suddenly drops by half. Therefore, when this happens, the bizarre life within the Rebirth Cave will emerge. Therefore, the patriarchs from the various sects will go ahead to stand guard, giving the rest of the sect disciples a window of time. Unlike some of the other sects, all we need is a sample of blood. As for the Violet Qi Division, it's possible they have some other goals. However, they will cooperate with us. After we get some blood, then we can focus on other priorities. The reason so many alchemists and Violet Furnace Lords are here is because the blood from the Immortal's corpse is actually invisible. The instant it leaves the corpse, it dissipates into heaven and earth. Only us cultivators of the Tao of alchemy can take advantage of that instant to use pill concoction techniques to capture and refine the escaping blood. Ifemu's explanation was extremely detailed. Once he finished, he lowered his head and increased his speed as he proceeded forward. It seemed the only reason he had been hanging back was to explain these things to Meng Hao. Meng Hao could sense the ease in tension between them. However, a bit of challenge still existed within his words, as if he wanted to warn Meng Hao that he would be waiting to see who would be the first to refine some of the Immortal's blood. Meng Hao had not come here for any blood sample, though. He had come because of the beckoning voice. Everyone else might be unaware, but Meng Hao knew that this person was not dead at all. Many thoughts flowed through his head as he transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. He flashed through the air, soon catching sight of Li Daoyi, Zhou Jie, Su Qing and the others. All of them were converging on the basin. What most captured Meng Hao's attention was the young man named Ji. His cultivation base was at the peak of the early core formation stage, and he was surrounded by 7 or 8 guards, all of them old men. He moved forward, his entire body exuding a lofty and proud air, completely disregarding all of the surrounding southern domain cultivators. He sped off into the distance. At the same time, the young woman surnamed Fong shot forward, her face filled with cold indifference, her entire body emanating blinding silver light. The beams of light shot off of her like sharp arrows, causing anyone who looked at her to feel stabs of pain. The Ji youth and the Fong girl were both matchlessly stunning. Whether intentionally or not, they had long since become the focus of attention in the area. Next to them, anyone, be they chosen or Tao child, were like ants. The difference in status was just too great. This of course caused the southern domain's chosen and Tao children to feel somewhat recalcitrant. However, keeping in mind the warnings of their various sects and fearsome power of the two, they maintained their silence. The western desert cultivators were also present. They were big and tall, and their bodies were covered with totemic tattoos. As they flew forward toward the basin, their totems shone with rays of bright light, clearly beyond ordinary. A short amount of time passed, and soon, the moment of opportunity arrived for any cultivator who neared. It didn't matter what purpose the various sects had. All their disciples charged forward. In fact, many of the disciples from the other sects outside of the main periphery had calculated the time and were now charging forward too. Meng Hao focused himself, accelerating for the space of about 10 or more breaths. Suddenly, he felt as if a wind were blowing up against him. The wind carried with it the stench of decay, and as it passed over him, he felt his skin becoming sticky, as if he were covered in sweat. The bizarre wind of decay penetrated into his flesh, piercing through him, causing his expression to change. He could immediately sense that everyone around him was feeling the exact same thing. At the same time, the aura of the nascent soul cultivators from the various clans began to weaken, as if it were being violently suppressed. Meng Hao recalled being told about this phenomena when he first arrived. It didn't take long for Wu Dingxiu's cultivation base to be suppressed down to the great circle of core formation. His face was pale as he led everyone forward through the black fog, closer and closer to the mountain-like corpse. The instant Meng Hao caught sight of the corpse, he saw that it really was the size of a small mountain. Its skin was gray and covered with brands that looked like magical symbols. The symbols seemed to squirm bizarrely and emitted glowing light. The 5-colored light twisted up into the air, but was obscured by the black fog, making it difficult to see clearly. However, the closer he got, the clearer it became. The magical symbols were obviously grouping together into a larger text. As the cultivators from the other sects approached and saw the magical text, someone cried out, "The Tao Divinity Scripture!" More and more cultivators neared, and more than half of them sank to the ground cross-legged to stare at the scriptural text. Some of the Violet Fate sect disciples also stopped and sat down cross-legged to stare at the magical symbols. Meng Hao glanced over, frowning slightly. In that slight glance, he suddenly realized that his spiritual sense was showing signs of disorder. He immediately focused his vision, looking toward the corpse. Disciples from other sects who were clearly more interested in the corpse itself were now nearing it. As he approached, its sheer vastness filled his vision. Wu Dingqiu led the Violet Qi Division disciples, clearly fearful of the strange teleportation effect. All he intended to do was break the skin of the corpse and extract some blood. Suddenly, the beckoning feeling once again appeared, floating deep within Meng Hao's mind. Come. Come to me. I've been waiting a long time for you. The whole truth, all the answers, will be explained to you, my heir. The beckoning filled Meng Hao's whole body, causing him to tremble. Looking around, it was clear that no one else could hear the sounds which he was now hearing in his ears, the calling. The instant he began to look around, a roaring sound suddenly began to fill the air, coming from the corpse itself. At the same time, the ground began to shake. The entire rebirth cave basin began to quake violently. A thunderous sound echoed out, causing the surrounding cultivators' expressions to change immediately. It moved, cried someone from one of the other sects. I just saw the corpse's hand move. That's impossible. This corpse has been dead for years. How could it possibly move? I saw it too. The corpse's hand moved a bit. It couldn't have been an illusion. Meng Hao began to pant. He too had just seen the supposedly dead corpse move its right hand. He knew that he wasn't mistaken. After all, he had known from quite some time ago that this supposed corpse was actually alive. As gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the thunderous sound filled the air, all eyes instantly swiveled to look toward the corpse. The corpse slowly lifted its enormous hand into the air. The speed with which it moved seemed slow, but within the blink of an eye, the hand had reached up high, as if it were going to place its hand on its head. Instead, its hand suddenly descended at high speed toward the ground. This caused everyone's scalps to go numb, and to gape with wide eyes. Just as everyone was about to shoot backward in retreat, the hand slammed into the ground. Boom! 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 An indescribably loud sound shattered the air. The ground quaked, and the sky drained of color. At the same time, the black fog shot up into the sky. The earth rippled into great waves, sweeping out as if it were an attack. Blood-curdling screams filled the air. Everything went dim and was thrown into chaos. The shocking boom resonated out, and the ground heaved. The faces of the various sect patriarchs who were leading the way to the rebirth cave immediately fell. At the same time, the fog floating in the sky began to seethe violently, then shoot back toward the ground. Next, an incredible, indescribable gravitational force sprang into being. It emanated out from the corpse, immediately beginning to drag everything in the area toward the corpse. The nearby cultivators had no time to avoid it, and were instantly snagged by the force and sucked in. As soon as they touched the surface of the corpse, they disappeared. Li Shiqi, Wang Yukai, Li Daoi, Wang Lihai, Zhou Jie, Qin Fan, all of them were instantly grabbed by the wild gravitational force. In the blink of an eye, they were sent tumbling toward the corpse, and then disappeared, teleported to who knew what strange place. Next to Meng Hao, Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu, as well as the rest of the East Pill Division and Violet Qi Division cultivators, were incapable of evading. All of them were sent spinning toward the corpse, and then disappeared. To Meng Hao, it felt as if some enormous hand had grabbed him and was dragging him toward the corpse. There was nothing he could do to prevent it. His expression, however, was calm. He could tell that the force which was grabbing him contained no evil. If it did, then considering its abilities, even if he tried to escape far away, he still wouldn't be safe. This he knew. Well, you've called for me 3 times already. I might as well go along. His eyes shone brightly, after feeling the beckoning 3 times, and hearing the words contained therein. He had long since understood that he absolutely must come here. The importance of heaven and earth is superseded by the importance of one's father and mother. The matter of his parents had weighed on his heart from the very beginning. He had an intense feeling that this was his chance to get some answers. The instant he touched the corpse and vanished, Meng Hao saw the Ji-clan youth and the young Fong woman also being sucked in and vanishing. After that, everything went black. In the same instant, The world in front of him was no longer black, but filled with grayish light. Meng Hao could clearly tell that just now, his body had been affected by a teleportation spell. The teleportation had moved him somewhere, although he wasn't sure exactly where. When things became clear, Meng Hao looked around. Immediately, his brow furrowed. He saw an ancient wall, which was flecked with spots of blood that had been there for who knew how many years. Looking overhead, it seemed as if the wall stretched up into the heavens themselves. Apparently, it was endlessly high. There wasn't just one wall, but two, forming a corridor. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He didn't go forward down the corridor, but rather flew straight into the air. He shot upward for a while. However, even after focusing the power of his cultivation base into his eyes, he still was incapable of seeing the tops of the walls. They have no end, he thought, slowly floating back down. He didn't land onto the ground, but rather floated there in mid-air. This place had a stifling air. It seemed that there were only two paths to pick from, either forward or backward. Meng Hao thought of the other cultivators who had touched the corpse, and of the things they had talked about. Upon returning, each had described different scenes. One saw mountains, another a river. One saw buildings, another celestial scenes. One even saw a battlefield. Meng Hao thoughtfully lifted his hand into the air, and then struck out 7 or 8 times. A roaring filled the air as a black-colored palm appeared that looked as if it were formed from roiling mist. It shot forward toward one of the walls. Considering its incredible speed, it only took a moment before it slammed into the wall. No sound could be heard. It was like the palm had been sucked in by the wall. There wasn't even the tiniest mark left now. Meng Hao's face sank. Just now, he had only attacked with 50% power. However, considering he was of the full circle of Foundation establishment, he could easily smash a wall into powder. However, this wall didn't even tremble. After a moment's thought, Meng Hao set his jaw. Eyes glittering, he shot forward. If he could fly up and the walls were unbreakable, then he might as well go forward. He whistled through the air at top speed, heading forward. Before he got too far, the two walls on either side of him began to grow wider apart. The area in front of him grew larger, and another wall appeared, causing the path to split into two. When he saw the path split ahead of him, realization flickered in his eyes. A maze! Meanwhile, elsewhere in the maze, Li Daoi shot forward, grim-faced, as did Zhou Jie, Wang Lihai, Su Qing, Han Bei, and the others. All of them were inside the maze. So was the young man from the Ji clan as well as the girl surnamed Fang. All of them were in different areas of this huge maze. So far, no one had encountered any of the others, which made everyone come to the conclusion that they were alone inside. In the past, whoever had returned after touching the Immortal's corpse described being teleported to different places. Never had there been a repetition. Days passed. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He had encountered many junctions in the path, and never once did he hesitate. He would pick a road and proceed forward without thinking too much about it. Considering you called me here, well, I'm not going to go looking for you. You'll show up eventually. He flew along calmly for several days. One day, a 5-path junction appeared up ahead of him. Meng Hao glanced it over and was about to pick the center path, when suddenly his eyes flickered, and he retreated backward. At the same time, he lifted his right hand, quickly slicing his index finger as he shot back, and then waved it toward the intersection. Even as he moved backward, a black streak like lightning shot toward him through the air. If he hadn't retreated just now, he definitely would have been seriously injured. Instead, his finger attack just now erupted with billowing killing blood chi. It slammed into the incoming black streak. An explosion filled the air. As it rang out, Meng Hao's face grew grim, and killing intent flickered within his eyes. He fell back 3 more paces and then came to a stop. He lifted his hand again, and as he did, violet chi swirled around his body. The chi flowed toward his hand, transforming into a long violet-colored blade. Suddenly, he moved forward without hesitation, and as he did, he waved his hand ahead in a chopping motion. A rumble filled the air as a flash of violet light slashed out from his hand, transforming midair into a curved, 3-meter-long arc. Wisps of violet qi continued to emanate out from Meng Hao, melding into the curved shape. This was the violet qi guillotine, filled with the power of a perfect foundation, 10 Dao pillars and violet qi from the east. This was a deadly magical attack. The violet qi guillotine looked like a crescent moon as it shot through the air toward the intersection. As it entered the crossroads, the air distorted around it, rippling. The emptiness twisted, making what had seemed like a void before look as if it were covered with a veil that was now being lifted up. Suddenly, a figure became visible. It was a middle-aged man. He was more than 3 heads taller than Meng Hao and incredibly muscular. He wore a simple garment, and visible on his skin was a depiction of a 3-headed flood dragon totem. This was a cultivator from the western desert. Now that he had been revealed, he suddenly lifted his right arm and opened his mouth with a shout. A black glow emerged from his forehead. The totem covering his body began to glow with a black aura, and in front of him, an incredibly realistic image of a 3-headed flood dragon appeared. Roaring, it shot forward and tore into the violet qi guillotine. A boom filled the air, rocking everything. Meng Hao watched as the violet qi guillotine began to disintegrate, transforming into wisps of violet qi that dissipated into the air. At the same time, the 3-headed flood dragon also began to break up into pieces. The western desert cultivator's face was unsightly as he stared in shock at Meng Hao. Meng Hao gave a cold snort, lifting his hand and waving it forward. Violet qi garrote. As he waved his hand, the violet qi in the area suddenly stilled. Then it began to twist, extending, transforming into countless threads that circled around the western desert cultivator. It rapidly surrounded him, emitting sharp, whistling sounds. Suddenly, Meng Hao clenched his hand into a fist, and the strands of violet qi contracted. This technique was something Meng Hao had learned after becoming a Violet Furnace Lord. This was the second form of the violet qi guillotine, a technique from the violet qi division. In addition to the second form, there was a third form called violet gibbous moon. The western desert cultivator's face was dark as the violet qi garrote closed in around him. He gave a cold harumph, then began to lift his right arm, upon the back of which suddenly appeared a totem. This totem was simple. It was a red fist, about the size of an infant's hand. However, in the blink of an eye, a roaring power exploded out from the body of the western desert cultivator. The hand of his upraised arm clenched into a fist and punched downward. The fist hit nothing but air, but as it did, layers of ripples surged out. The piercing shriek of an infant could be heard, and as it echoed out, the ripples slammed into the surrounding violet qi. Immediately, the violet qi began to disintegrate. The face of the western desert cultivator was pale. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. He looked toward Meng Hao with fear in his eyes. "You're an alchemist from the southern domain's Violet Fate sect," he said, retreating backward. "I never imagined that you would have a cultivation base such as this. Sir, I was rash just now. I'll take my leave." A third totem appeared on his left arm, but it appeared to be only half completed, not a full totem. The cultivator's body began to grow blurry, as if he would disappear into the air. "A bit rash," said Meng Hao, his eyes glittering with killing intent. If he hadn't dodged at just the right time, he would have been beheaded. Even as the words left his mouth, he shot forward. "You southern domain cultivators really don't know when to give up," said the western desert cultivator with a cold snort. "It's obvious that we're both in the pseudo-core stage. You used full power just now. Clearly we're an even match." Ferocity suddenly filled his face. His expression had changed because as Meng Hao advanced, he began to rotate his cultivation base, causing power to explode out. This power was even greater than that from before, causing everything in the area to shake. Meng Hao lifted up his right hand and extended 3 fingers. A shocking 3-fingered blood palm appeared. It transformed into a murderous blood qi which shot toward the western desert cultivator. "Live through this 3-finger strike and you can leave." The face of the western desert cultivator flickered, filling with astonishment. The blurriness surrounding his body instantly disappeared. He couldn't possibly maintain his invisibility. He lifted his hand and tapped his forehead. The three-headed flood dragon totem, as well as the blood-colored fist totem, both appeared and shot forward. Meng Hao's three-fingered blood palm slammed into them. The resulting massive boom echoed out in all directions. The Western Desert Cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream. His body shook as the fist totem shattered. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the three-headed flood dragon totem disintegrated. He retreated backward several paces, his face pale. Before he could say a single word, a single blood finger slammed into his forehead. A tremor ran through his body, and he toppled to the ground, dead. Meng Hao approached. He looked down at the dead Western Desert Cultivator, whose name he didn't even know. He knelt down next to the body and fished out a bag of holding. His eyes shone with thoughtfulness. So, it seems I'm not alone in this place. These Western Desert Cultivators have some strange techniques. They're as different from those of the Southern Domain as black is from white. If not, a single blood finger would have been sufficient to slay a pseudo-core cultivator. Giving a final glance to the Western Desert Cultivator, he noticed that the totem on the man's arms were fading and transforming into black ink. This chapter was sponsored by Oliver Dernley, Lim Derrick, and Daniel Nunez. The Western Desert. Meng Hao frowned. On this side of the Milky Way Sea was the Western Desert and the Southern Domain. In the middle of the two were the Black Lands, which weren't very large. The Black Lands were the only passageway between the Southern Domain and the Western Desert. Other places had long since been sealed by patriarch cultivators from either of the two major powers, creating two continents or territories. Throughout history, there had been two great, world-shaking wars between the two continents. During those two great wars, all of the sects of both the Western Desert and the Southern Domain had participated. Such wars were not the type between two sects or clans. They were major wars between both of the enormous powers. The aggressor in both wars was the Western Desert. The Western Desert's cultivation resources were extremely limited. Furthermore, the climate was abominable and the spiritual energy scarce. Despite all that, it produced many outstanding individuals. Thus, in the midst of all the hardships, the Western Desert's power grew greater and greater. In the Western Desert, cultivation was not the focal point. The most important thing was survival. There, the law of the jungle was even more brutal, many times more so than in the Southern Domain. Under such circumstances, cultivators with talent, who stood out like owls sticking out through a bag, were generally much more powerful than their Southern Domain counterparts of the same level. They envied the Southern Domain's riches and fertility. Thus, they went to war. The two wars were what had given shape to the enormous sealed demarcation between the West and the South. Meng Hao lifted his hand. A flame sea surged out, completely burning the Western Desert Cultivator's body into ash. Eyes flashing, Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light and proceeded onward, even more vigilantly than before. Time slowly passed by. Within this maze were not just cultivators from the Western Desert, but also locals from the Southern Domain. When they ran into each other, sometimes they would help each other, other times fighting would erupt. Everything was quite chaotic. In the outside world, the patriarchs from the various sects had returned to their pillars of light. By now, anxiety could be seen on their faces. A month had already passed, and not one person had returned. A phenomenon such as this had never occurred in the past. Previously, upon touching the corpse, people would be teleported away, but at the most, they would be gone for half a month, and then would be teleported back. Either that or they died. Another change from before was that a month ago, a shield had sprung up around the corpse that prevented anyone from nearing it. No one could get past the shield, not even spirit-severing patriarchs. However, they could sense that the shield was some type of aura which was emanating from the corpse. It was easy to speculate that this aura was life force. This supposed immortal was not dead. He still had one breath left. The Southern Domain was shaken to the core. Even more patriarchs arrived, but none of them were able to do a single thing. The only other option for the short term was to use some precious treasures to burst open the shield. However, It was obvious to them that even without the use of precious treasures, the shield would naturally dissipate within another month. Also, the sects could not help but notice that the majority of the life slips of their various disciples were still intact and had not been shattered. Obviously, most of the disciples were alive, although in danger. For the moment, the best thing to do was to wait. After all, even though no one spoke it out loud, how could the patriarchs not see that the shield was less of an obstruction and more of a protection? The mass disappearance of all the disciples was dangerous, but could also be viewed as a stroke of good fortune. This was obviously a legacy. Within the maze, the chosen and Dao children were using a variety of methods to attempt to find exits. None had succeeded so far. However, more than a few had acquired various bits of good fortune. For example, at the moment, Chu Yuyan was breathing heavily. She had just reached the end of a fork in the road. Up ahead was a huge wall covered with pill formulas. Each and every one sent her mind reeling. Li Shiqi reached an area filled with buildings. She stared out at them for a while before realizing that she was surrounded by phantom figures that were walking to and fro. It was as if she had discovered some strange world in which she was simply an observer. The young man from the G clan, the quasi-array cultivator, stood proudly with hands clasped behind his back as he looked out over a huge battlefield. The endless wreckage surrounding him didn't cause his expression to change in the slightest. He strolled aimlessly for a while until a coffin appeared in front of him. As for the young woman from the Fang clan of the Eastern Lands, her expression was cool as she walked through a celestial land. White cranes flew overhead and the surroundings were incredibly beautiful. Li Daoi, Wang Yukai, Han Shandao, Chun Fan as well as Su Qing and Han Bei were all in various regions of the maze. As it turned out, the scenes they were witnessing were the very same scenes that had been seen by others who had entered the maze previously. After traveling for many days, Meng Hao's path finally reached an end, as he emerged into a new world. More accurately, it was a vast field of stars. Endless, uncountable stars, emitting glorious starlight. Everything was quiet. Not the slightest sound could be heard. Meng Hao walked amongst the stars, looking around. As he did, he sensed the power of time. He could feel the vestiges of archaic ancientness in this place. The ancientness felt like the decay of more than 100,000 years. It was filled with an incomparable exhaustion, as if it were struggling to find a single breath within which pulsed the will to live. This field of stars felt unfamiliar to Meng Hao. The starry sky that he normally saw when he looked up at night was completely different. There didn't seem to be even a single star that was the same. These heavenly bodies emanated ancientness. After gazing upon them, it was clear that this was not the night sky of the southern domain. Meng Hao felt a tiny sensation, as if he were somehow melding together with these stars. When the feeling rose up, a profound sense of confidence and hope suddenly floated in his heart. It was a strange feeling. Meng Hao knew that every person who was teleported from the corpse into this place, and then returned, all saw something different. However, all of the places that people had seen before were now being revisited by the people currently inside. Except for this starry sky. From beginning to end no one, neither those who had lived, nor those who had died, had laid eyes on this scene. Meng Hao was the only one. As he contemplated matters, Meng Hao suddenly looked down toward his feet. He could sense that far beneath him was a particular heavenly body that was emitting some sort of beckoning power. He felt himself being rapidly pulled toward it. The speed was hard to describe. He saw the heavenly body growing larger and larger, until it filled his entire field of view. He saw clouds and then a sea and then land. The land stretched out limitlessly. Meng Hao could see mountain peaks and rivers. And then, suddenly a particular mountain appeared in front of him. It was nighttime and overhead the stars were visible. Without thinking about it, Meng Hao compared the sky to that of the southern domain. His heart trembled. It was true. This starry sky was absolutely different. The stars were clearer, as if there were nothing obscuring their glory. Their ancientness, their archaicness, was clearly visible. It was impossible to tell how long they had hung there in the sky. All of the stars were strange. Not a single one was a star that existed in the sky of the southern domain. "These are the ancient stars which exist in my memory," said a calm voice from behind Meng Hao. Meng Hao slowly turned. He wasn't sure when, but at some point a middle-aged man had appeared there, sitting on top of a boulder. The man wore a simple but elegant robe. His long, black hair flowed over his body. He was handsome, with a bit of a heretical aura in his face. He looked different than the corpse Meng Hao had seen back from the Tower of Tang. However, if you looked closely, you could see that it was the same person. Surprisingly, a small campfire burned in front of the man. Above the flames, he was roasting a snake-like creature. "Sit," said the man coolly. Meng Hao stood there thoughtfully for a moment, then approached and sat down. He looked at the bizarre snake roasting over the fire. It had claws, and despite being charred, it wasn't completely dead yet. It was still struggling. Even more shocking to Meng Hao was that the snake had horns like that of a deer. He stared at it even closer. Its body was almost as black as a piece of coal, but even still he could pick up some clues. He suddenly gasped. "This is a white dragon, that's all," said the man casually. "It has a limitless cultivation base that brings it close to the first level of the immortal realm. I ran into it on the 8th mountain. It was hungry and wanted to eat me. However, I was also hungry." Meng Hao wasn't sure how powerful the first level of the immortal realm was, nor exactly what the 8th mountain was. However, he was able to sense that this white dragon was shockingly powerful. "Want to have a bite?" asked the man, looking at Meng Hao. He lifted up the white dragon, which was about the length of an arm, and then quickly chopped it into 2 pieces. "Do you like the head more, or the tail?" he asked. Meng Hao hesitated, causing the man to laugh scoffingly. I'll have the head," Meng Hao said finally. "You sure know how to eat, kid," replied the man, handing over the front half of the white dragon. Meng Hao took it, feeling somewhat trepidatious. He looked over as the man took a large bite from the tail part of the white dragon. After the first bite, he took another, then another, crunching the creature into pieces as he did. Meng Hao took a deep breath, eyeing the front half of the white dragon. Telling himself that this was just an illusion, he placed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, he began to eat it. The head was very crispy, and the flavor was actually quite delicious. His eyes lit up and he quickly consumed the entire thing. Soon, the whole front half of the white dragon was in his belly. "Good?" asked the man with a laugh, looking at Meng Hao. "I used to eat one every year. It doesn't taste bad at all," said Meng Hao, looking a bit embarrassed. "Actually, you know what tastes even better than white dragons? Flying rain dragons, just like the one you have inside of you. Boil them into a soup, and the flavor is amazing. Unfortunately, flying rain dragons are quite rare. Once they grow up, tangling with them is very difficult. If I'm lucky, I might pursue one for 30,000 years before being able to have some of that soup." The man licked his lips and looked down toward Meng Hao's dantian. The look in the man's eyes caused Meng Hao to take a deep breath. This was because he had suddenly noticed that his first Tao pillar, the one with the flying rain dragon core inside of it, was suddenly trembling in intense fear. Meng Hao quickly decided to change the topic. "Senior, sir, I'm sure you didn't just call me here to eat some white dragon." The way the man had looked at him just now made him feel like food, and had caused his scalp to go numb. Only at this point did the man reluctantly look back up. From the look it took quite a bit of willpower to do so. He tilted his head back to look up at the stars. "These stars come from my memories of ancient times," said the man softly, sounding a bit melancholy. "Unfortunately, I've been asleep for far too long. When I woke up, I was here in this land. I couldn't tell if the starry sky was the same or not, or whether there were more stars or fewer. Listen up, kid. My surname is Chomen. I was born outside the 7th mountain on planet Tiger Cage. My full name is Chomen Tai." The man looked back down from the stars and stared at Meng Hao with a solemn expression. "Because I was on good terms with an old friend from the 8th mountain, I took part in the Dao War between the 8th and 9th mountains. During the course of the war, I was seriously injured. I should have perished, but I had one breath left that has kept me going until now. I may die, but I will not allow my legacy to end with me. As for you, the moment you saw me way back then, I acquired the coordinates to this planet, allowing me to fall here. You have a special bloodline. If you're lucky, you should be able to leave this tiny planet South Heaven, travel to my home and return the legacy. That is my hope. If you're able to do it, well and good. If not, I still won't have any regrets. He studied Meng Hao for a moment. I have 3 boons to bestow upon you, as way of repayment. The first boon is a mark that I created after I achieved enlightenment and gained immortality. Its name is Immortal Shows the Way. Only someone who has ascended to immortality in the 9 mountains and seas, and who is willing to sacrifice some cultivation base, can create something like this. It was supposed to be given to my descendants as a treasure. When you are of the great circle of Tao seeking, you can use it to step from that peak toward immortal ascension. Someone will show you the way, and your chances of succeeding in immortal ascension will increase by 30%. By the way, after achieving immortal ascension, you won't just attract the powerhouses of this planet. You'll be catching the interest of all the heavenly bodies. He lifted his hand up and pressed down on his forehead. A resplendent ball of light immediately appeared. The glowing ball of light emanated an aura which did not belong to this world. As soon as Meng Hao sensed it, his mind began buzzing. He had the powerful feeling that this light contained a fearsome power. Were it to detonate, it could turn the entire southern domain into ash. This? Meng Hao began to pant as he stared at the glowing ball of light in the man's hand. Meng Hao could also sense that when the aura emerged, the man instantly grew weaker by almost half. The stars and the land around them seemed to grow more unstable, even blurry. Immortal ascension is difficult, but with this Immortal Shows the Way, that difficulty will be reduced by quite a lot. All you have to do is continue to grow until you reach that point. When that time comes, you will most likely be able to make the final step. This item is the first boon I shall bestow upon you. The man's face was pale and his body was becoming less distinct. However, he gave a hearty laugh and, without hesitation, pressed the glowing Immortal Shows the Way into Meng Hao's forehead. Such an object could cause countless experts among the stars to engage in ruthless struggle. But the man handed it directly over. The glow of it fused into Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao trembled and closed his eyes for a while. When he opened them, he felt completely different than before. However, he couldn't quite tell what was different. The only thing he was sure of was that his head felt much clearer. The second boon I will bestow upon you is something you've likely heard of before, one of the 3 classic scriptures, the Tao Divinity Scripture. Sublime Spirit, Tao Divinity, Heaven Severing. These 3 scriptures aren't just passed down on this planet where you reside. These 3 classic scriptures are handed down throughout all the 9 mountains and seas. Unfortunately, what most people possess are mere fragments of the full scriptures. Up till now, only 2 people have ever been able to collect the full text of any one of them, and been able to acquire the Tao Realm title. One of those was the Tao Divinity of the first mountain. The other was Sublime Spirit from your 9th mountain. Only these 2 powerful experts were able to collect the complete Sublime Spirit Scripture and Tao Divinity Scripture respectively. Everyone else only possesses fragments. As for the most mysterious of all, the Heaven-Severing Scripture, for countless ages no one has ever been able to collect it in its entirety, nor cultivated the great circle of that realm to acquire the designation Heaven-Severing. As for my Tao Divinity Scripture, I only have one manual which is actually far more valuable than the rest. Mine is the Divine Sense Manual. One of the main reasons why I didn't die in the Tao War was because of this manual. My divine sense is about 3 times more powerful than anyone in the same stage as me. This is the superiority which comes from cultivating this manual of the Tao Divinity Scripture. Triple is the limit. However, if you acquire other Tao Divinity fragments, then you can increase that number. This art, I pass to you. The man raised his right hand and pushed down onto Meng Hao's forehead. Immediately, a scriptural text began to float in Meng Hao's mind. Each magical symbol radiated a black glow as it branded itself onto Meng Hao's mind. Immediately, His body trembled as his spiritual sense experienced frenzied growth. After the space of a few breaths passed, he found that his spiritual sense had increased by about double. As of this moment, he could easily send it out to cover everything around. The stronger one's spiritual sense is, the stronger the core chi will be. With core chi powering magical techniques, the result will be even more shocking. Similarly, Meng Hao's ability to deduce the ultimate form of his techniques far surpassed others. At the moment, it was only a simple branding, and Meng Hao had only received a doubling of spiritual sense. Through continued cultivation, that increase would be even greater. Even this seemed like a huge stroke of good fortune to Meng Hao, though, and left him breathing heavily. "What do you think?" laughed the man. "Just having it branded to you increased your spiritual sense by double. That's because of the half-dragon you ate. The power of white dragons stems from divine sense. Your cultivation base isn't capable of completely assimilating it, though. That will take some time. When that happens, your divine sense will become vastly more stable." "White dragon," said Meng Hao without thinking. "You mean that wasn't an illusion?" Feeling the increase in his spiritual sense caused him to be vastly more confident in being able to reach core formation. "Who said it was an illusion?" said the man as he glared, reached up and smacked Meng Hao's head. "You gluttonous little punk. That was the last dried white dragon that I had saved up. Its efficacy was rather low, but I still had planned to save it for my last meal before I died. Unfortunately, I gave you an entire half. Oh well, it doesn't matter." The man seemed to be a bit jealous at the level of Meng Hao's good fortune. He sighed and then reached into his robe. "All right, I didn't finish what I was saying. You have the first and second boons. Now I'll give the last boon. Kid, I want you to remember something. If you aren't able to deliver my legacy back to Planet Tiger Cage, then even if I'm dead, I will definitely curse you." From within his body, he dragged out a glowing white globule. The glow carried with it a faint, delicate fragrance. Meng Hao gaped when he saw it. The glow contained something that looked like a slice of a water chestnut. This is my legacy," he said with a whisper. "Contained in a breath of my immortal chi. This is what you must take to Planet Tiger Cage. Dissolve the immortal chi, and you will be able to see the legacy. Only you. If you wish to study it, you may. Just get it to Planet Tiger Cage. To be honest, though, according to my calculations, it would be difficult for you to fully assimilate it within several hundred years." Looking pained, he took the white water chestnut and pushed it into Meng Hao's chest. Meng Hao's body spasmed. The white water chestnut suddenly appeared amidst his 10 Tao pillars. The white glow emanated out, connecting with his Tao pillars. At the same time, a boundless roar filled his cultivation base, exploding outward throughout his body. His 10 Tao pillars shook and radiated massive amounts of violet chi, which then interlocked over the white water chestnut. Meng Hao's mind spun. He suddenly sensed a feeling that was similar to when he had consumed the 3 mortalities pill in his attempt to reach core formation. "I'm approaching core formation," Meng Hao said, panting. The man's body began to fade, causing him to speak in a rush. "You've reached the critical point leading to core formation. Dissipate some of my immortal chi, and it will help you to form your core. Look out for yourself. I'm placing all of my hope in you. Be careful of the Black Civ sect. Be careful of the ancient power which comes from the east in this planet. The Lord who controls that power has already reached the pinnacle of this planet. The uniqueness of your bloodline and my speculations regarding your past are contained in that breath of immortal chi. Some years from now, after you completely dissolve my immortal chi, you will be able to see. However, I can't guarantee that all of it will be true." The world around them began to crack and break. "I'm gonna make one last bet by entering your planet's rebirth cave. According to my analysis, the mysteries within have something to do with the Tao Sea beneath the 9th mountain. Look out. Yourself. Mental realm is collapsing. Everyone inside will be teleported out." The voice came and went in spurts and then finally disappeared. An intense rumbling filled the area around Meng Hao, and then everything collapsed. He was once again surrounded by walls. However, this time the walls were filled with fissures. Cracking sounds filled the air. Meng Hao looked around and took a deep breath. Everything had happened too quickly just now. As he thought back to it, it seemed like a dream. And yet, the Tao Divinity scripture was there in his mind. And within his body was the immortal qi in the shape of a water chestnut. It was all real. Furthermore, his 10 Tao pillars were rapidly beginning to melt, releasing an unprecedentedly dense violet qi. The qi wrapped around the water chestnut and was slowly beginning to take the shape of a core. Meng Hao knew that he was now entering core formation. The process would normally take a very long time. However, because of the assistance of the immortal qi, the process would be sped up. Right now, he had reached a critical juncture. It was at this exact moment that a boom filled the air. The sound came from a nearby wall, which suddenly exploded. Potent aura suddenly poured through. "Finally found it," said a voice. "This is the place the patriarch spoke of. That person's immortal will is slumbering in this." The young man's surname Ji suddenly appeared, a look of surprise on his face. He wore a long, azure robe. His eyes flickered as they fell upon Meng Hao. A mysterious light glowed therein. His expression suddenly turned grim. "Did you steal it?" he asked. The Ji youth's expression was one of unyielding pride, his words aloof and remote. He didn't seem to think Meng Hao was even worth looking at, and spoke to him as he might a servant. Meng Hao frowned. However, he thought of the fearsomeness of the clan, as well as the fear and Zai had shown. He thought about everything he had experienced and all the stories regarding Ji. Then, he immediately suppressed any feelings of displeasure he felt. Now was not the appropriate time to attack. His cultivation base had reached a critical juncture, the time when the important transformation would occur. Meng Hao knew that to attack now would affect the growth of his cultivation base. Furthermore, the Ji youth's cultivation base was at the peak of the early core formation stage, even higher than the azure-masked cultivator from the Black Lands he had fought. "Your Excellency, I'm not quite sure what you mean," said Meng Hao, looking surprised. "I just arrived here myself, and haven't been able to find anything. Don't tell me there's some sort of treasure here?" The glow of greed shone in his eyes as he spoke. The Ji youth's eyes glittered as he glanced at Meng Hao, and an expression of utter disdain covering his face. He looked around, heart still filled with suspicion. This guy's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment level, he thought. No matter how weak the immortal is, there's no way this guy could penetrate his immortal sense. Plus, he's slumbering. Even I couldn't forcibly break into the immortal sense, not even with the device given to me by the patriarch. So, could it have been taken earlier by someone else? Within the Ji youth's mind appeared the image of the girl surnamed Fong. He glanced over at Meng Hao. "Did you encounter anyone on your way here? Whatever it is you saw, tell me immediately," he demanded. "If you leave out anything, I will wipe you and your sect and clan." He made no attempt to cover over his disdain and superciliousness. Meng Hao hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Someone else?" "Yes, I did see someone, actually, wearing a green robe. I couldn't really see clearly which fellow Taoist. It was this place." Before he could finish, the Ji youth seemed to have made his mind up. He flicked his sleeve impatiently. "Screw off," he said. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with an imperceptible coldness. However, a cowardly look appeared on his face, and he immediately backed up, then turned to leave. It was at this exact moment that suddenly, the wall next to him exploded outward, and a person in green emerged. Along with this person came an incredibly potent aura, which immediately enveloped the entire area. Not only did it contain power, but also feeling of extreme conceit. As the aura roiled out, the figure emerged slowly, a young woman. This was none other than the girl surnamed Fong, who was also from the eastern lands. As soon as she appeared, her eyes fell onto the Ji youth. Meng Hao was standing right next to her, but she completely ignored him. The arrogance which emanated from her was virtually palpable. "Ji Hongdong, give the immortal scripture to me," said the young woman coolly. She was beautiful and emanated icy arrogance. When he saw the girl appear, Meng Hao's heart began to thump, and he backed up a few paces. Before he could get very far, The Ji youth's eyes narrowed. Fang Yu, it turns out you took the immortal scripture, and still. He only finished half of his thought when his heart suddenly trembled. He abruptly looked at Meng Hao, and as he did, he blinked his right eye 7 times in rapid succession. Suddenly, 2 pupils could be seen within his eye. They seemed to possess some power of psychic sight. As he looked at Meng Hao, he immediately was able to see the white water chestnut in Meng Hao's dantian. In addition to the water chestnut, there was a blurriness. Even the water chestnut by itself was enough to cause killing intent to spring out from the Ji youth's eyes. However, just as soon as it appeared, it then vanished. The speed with which all of this happened was such that if you blinked, you wouldn't be able to pick up even the slightest clue that something was happening. Preposterous, said the Ji youth with a cold laugh. Ignoring Meng Hao, he immediately shot toward Fang Yu. As he neared, he waved his right hand, causing a field of stars to appear behind him. Fang Yu gave a cold snort and also advanced. She lifted her hand, forming a fist and punching out into the air. A huge boom resonated out in all directions. Meng Hao immediately tumbled backward, then picked a random direction and sped off. His face was grim. He could see that Ji Hongdong had seen through him. He didn't point it out and immediately pursue Meng Hao because of the Fang girl. Instead of saying something, he planned to come after Meng Hao later alone. The walls continued to fill with cracks. Although Meng wasn't sure how long it would take until they completely crumbled, he slapped his bag of holding to retrieve the good luck charm. He pressed down on it, after which a frustrated look appeared on his face. For the first time ever, the good luck charm was powerless to teleport him away. I can't place all of my hope on the collapse of this place, thought Meng Hao. He knew full well that before the place fell to pieces, he had somewhat of a chance to flee. However, once the collapse was complete, if Ji Hongdong came after him, he would be in a very bad position. Ji Hongdong's status, his place in the fearsome Ji clan, made it such that if he were killed, it would be equivalent to deliberately invoking monolithic disaster. Meng Hao wasn't sure if the Violet Fate sect would even be able to fight back. The 2 powers weren't even on the same level. His face grim, Meng Hao continued on for a bit less time than it takes half an incense stick to burn. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stopped, sitting down cross-legged on the ground. Ignoring the crumbling of the walls around him, he began to meditate, rotating his cultivation base and pushing as fast as possible toward core formation. Regardless of anything, I will only be able to seize the initiative after I reach core formation. A bright glow appeared in his eyes. This was a moment of crisis, leaving him little time to think things through. He closed his eyes and spit out a mouthful of mist, which immediately crackled with lightning as it surrounded him. At the same time, a halo the color of blood emerged from Meng Hao, and a blood clone materialized and began to guard over him. Meng Hao's 10 Dao pillars emitted a roaring sound that only he could hear. Massive amounts of violet qi poured forth, causing the Dao pillars to begin to melt and then merge together. After the Dao pillars fully melted, he would be able to form his core. Thanks to the immortal qi, this process would happen much more quickly. Once Meng Hao reached core formation, he would set the record as the fastest person to do so since ancient times. Time passed by. Meng Hao wasn't sure when Ji Hongdong would come for him. However, it would happen quickly, he was sure of that. Ji Hongdong had picked up on the clues. Once he shook off the young Fang woman, he would be coming for Meng Hao. Must go faster, thought Meng Hao, circulating all the power within his cultivation base. Suddenly, a shocking roar filled his mind. His 10th Dao pillar was now melting. As the Dao pillar melted, vast quantities of violet qi poured out, wrapping around and around the collection of violet mist which already existed around the immortal qi. The globule of violet mist rotated rapidly, emitting countless strands of violet qi throughout Meng Hao's body. A brutally powerful aura appeared within Meng Hao. His physical body grew more powerful, his spiritual sense expanded, and most obviously, the blood clone and the blood death world he was within slowly began to grow stronger. As the true self grew stronger, so did they. Meng Hao wasn't satisfied, though. The speed was too slow. Veins bulged on his face as he pushed everything into rotating his cultivation base. Amidst the roaring, his 9th Tao pillar began to melt. More violet chi poured out. The violet mist globule rotated even more rapidly. It was now showing signs of condensing into a core. Next, his 8th Tao pillar, then his 7th. They melted one after another, filling him with rumbling booms. Boundless spiritual energy exploded out, causing the violet mist to roil at even greater speed. It sucked in violet chi. As of this moment, Meng Hao's body was emitting a bright violet glow. The globule of violet mist spun at high speed. All signs pointed to it forming into a violet core at any moment. Seeing this, Meng Hao quickly consumed a large amount of 3 mortalities pills. It still wasn't enough. Meng Hao could clearly sense that he was immeasurably close to core formation. Even faster, thought Meng Hao with an inward growl. A thunderous noise could be heard as his 6th Tao pillar, 5th Tao pillar and 4th Tao pill all melted. It was at this time that off in the distance, Meng Hao could hear a loud noise. Someone was using a magical technique. It's not Ji Hongdong, thought Meng Hao. He was focused on rotating his Tao pillars, but he had long since sent his spiritual sense out into the area. He immediately caught sight of a figure making its way toward him at high speed. Meng Hao sighed inwardly and opened his eyes. Off in the distance was Li Daoyi, wearing a thoughtful smile. Catching sight of Meng Hao, he gave a slight smile and said, "I was wondering who it was that fellow Taoist Ji wanted me to pursue and delay. So, it turns out it's Grandmaster Feng Mu." He slowly approached. As he neared, he suddenly stopped and gaped at Meng Hao. "Core formation aura? You picked this moment to form your core." He laughed, his expression filled with a sneer. "You really live up to your reputation, Grandmaster Feng Mu," he said. "Very audacious. However, you took something that belongs to fellow Taoist Ji. That's a no-no. The mere sight of you fills me with the desire to kill. Make a move against me and you'll cause a war between the Li clan and the Violet Fate sect," said Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever. He was in a race against time. His cultivation base was rotating rapidly, causing his remaining 3 Tao pillars to begin to melt away. "I would of course never attack you," said Li Daoyi with a hypocritical smile. "I'll just block your way, make sure you stay behind and don't leave. Your life does not belong to me, but rather, fellow Taoist Ji. The clan patriarchs will be more than happy to allow something like this to happen." He lifted his hand, extending it toward Meng Hao's forehead. Meng Hao sighed. It seemed he would not be able to make his breakthrough at the moment. Killing intent glittered in his eyes, and he was just about to make a move, when suddenly his face flickered. At the same time, Li Daoyi's face also changed. He spun and then dodged to the side. Just as he did, a clear, melodious snort rang out, filling the air. A band of white light flashed through the spot where Li Daoyi had just stood, then shot after him. Next, a prismatic beam shot toward them, coming to a stop next to Meng Hao. There, wearing a white robe, facial expression icy cold, was Su Qing. She glared at Li Daoyi. "Make your breakthrough," she said calmly to Meng Hao. "I'll take care of him." Her voice was cold, but as her words made their way into Meng Hao's heart, they transformed into gentle warmth. "Su Qing." Li Daoyi's eyes glowed brightly. He was not unfamiliar with Su Qing. Back in the western region of the southern domain, he had fought against her. During that fight, he had suffered a great defeat. Later, he was able to make a breakthrough and enter the core formation stage, but the loss that day had been extremely irritating. Seeing Su Qing again now caused his eyes to fill with coldness. Killing intent flickered inside of him, and he lifted his hand. Power of core formation emanated out. Su Qing's expression never changed from being cold. Her eyes glittered as a white-colored chi emanated out from her body, transforming into threads which shot toward Li Daoyi. A boom echoed out immediately. Meng Hao's eyes were closed, and he was completely focused on rotating his cultivation base. His 3rd Tao pillar began to melt, sending violet chi surging through his body, permeating it. Meng Hao's entire body was now violet-colored. Su Qing and Li Daoi were locked in a magical battle. Su Qing obviously had the upper hand. In reality, in terms of cultivation base, she had fused with Matriarch Phoenix, making it impossible for Li Daoi to even compare to her. She was essentially at the level of a sect patriarch. However, even if Su Qing actively attempted to meld, she would be unable to do so in a short period of time. Currently, she was only able to wield about 1% of the full power. Even that small amount still placed her above Li Daoi. No matter what methods Li Daoi employed as they fought, Su Qing's expression was the same as ever. Were she able to leave Meng Hao's side, to pursue Li Daoi and use all the magical techniques she possessed, then she would easily be able to defeat him. However, she didn't want to take such a risk. She was worried that if she fully engaged in the battle, Li Daoi would use some trick or another to affect Meng Hao's cultivation base. As the two of them fought, Meng Hao's second Dao pillar began to melt, and after it disappeared, the first. In the space of 10 breaths, the flying rain dragon core was visible in his core C. It immediately moved into the violet mist. The demonic core was already small. After merging into the violet mist, the mist globule began to rotate even faster. It was very obviously congealing into a core at this point. It was at this very moment that Ji Hongdong appeared off in the distance, flying in their general direction at high speed. His eyes were actually closed, as if he were following the trail of an Ira. His face was pale. Obviously, he had been injured while battling with the young Fong woman. Having shaken her off, here he was now, an intense light glittering underneath his eyelids. I'm not sure how that lowbrow cultivator managed to pierce the immortal sense and acquire the immortal chi that the patriarch talked about. Well, it doesn't matter. With his cultivation base, he won't be able to absorb it very quickly. As long as I'm able to kill him, then I can take the immortal chi and absorb it myself. Once I do, then I'll definitely be able to be promoted out of the quasi-array. Then I can be a true member of the clan array. As he reached this point in his train of thought, he opened his eyes. They gleamed with intense anticipation. He suddenly turned his head and looked toward Meng Hao. "Found you," he said, flying directly toward him. As for Meng Hao, cracking sounds could be heard within his body. The violet mist globule within his core C was shrinking. As it did, it began to grow more solid. It emanated a brilliant violet light as a thick exterior began to form. Once it was completely solid, the violet core formed. Then Meng Hao's cultivation base would rocket up. He would leave foundation establishment and enter core formation, and the ranks of the truly powerful experts. 10%, 20%, 30%. The rotation of the violet mist globule inside of him began to slow, and looked more and more solid. It was shrinking also. All that remained was about the size of a fist. It didn't take long before the violet core truly began to emerge. As of now, Meng Hao could feel a throbbing power pulsing through him. Far, far greater than anything he had felt before. This was not a normal violet core, but one formed from the 10 Dao pillars of a perfect foundation. The moment it appeared, it became the most powerful violet core ever seen in the tens of thousands of years that made up the history of the Violet Fate sect. This level of power was unheard of. Furthermore, after merging with the demonic core of the flying rain dragon, the violet core was even more brutally powerful. No one in the Violet Fate sect had even come close to touching such a level of power. Even Reverend Violet East, when he was in the core formation stage, had never reached this astonishing level. In addition to all that, Meng Hao's violet core was formed with the assistance of the breath of immortal chi. This core was something that had never been seen in the Violet Fate sect, the southern domain, the western desert, the northern desert, or the eastern lands. 40%, 50%, 60%. Meng Hao could sense the aura of the violet mist within him growing stronger. His heart began to beat faster, his body grew stronger, the range of the spiritual sense grew greater. He could sense all these constant changes. It was at this moment that Meng Hao suddenly caught sight of Ji Hongdong with his spiritual sense. He approached rapidly. In one breath, he was far off in the distance. A moment later, he was upon Meng Hao and the others. At the same time that Ji Hongdong appeared, a boom filled the air. Li Daoi coughed up some blood as he staggered back several paces to stand next to Ji Hongdong. He glared at Su Qing, his eyes full of murder. Su Qing's face was a bit pale, but her expression was cold as she stared at Ji Hongong. "Excellent job, Li Daoi," said Ji Hongdong coolly. "I will notify my clan regarding this matter, and tell them that your Li clan performed a meritorious deed. Please don't be so polite, young Master Ji. It is my honor to be able to assist the Ji clan. Young Master Ji, please allow me to take this woman away. She has attacked me twice so far, and today I plan to help her understand what it means to live a life worse than death." A vile, licentious look shone in his eyes. He liked cold women like this. "Do as you wish," replied Ji Hongdong coolly. He glanced at Su Qing, then looked at Meng Hao, who was still sitting there cross-legged, meditating. Looking at his cultivation base, and seeing that he was forming his core, caused a look of derision to appear in his eyes. "If Feng Yu hadn't appeared, I might have been fooled by you. Since you have the immortal qi in your body, then I have no choice but to slay you and refine it out of your corpse." With that, he took a step forward. A massive power emerged from his body. An image appeared behind him, that of mountains and rivers and a great land. It was a strange scene. It made it seem as if he were an emperor, and that the land he stepped on was part of his empire. As he proceeded forward, the violet mist within Meng Hao reached 80% completion and headed toward 90%. The powerful aura within him didn't emanate out from him at all. Instead, it surged throughout his body, filling him. Su Qing set her gaze, and then stepped in front of Meng Hao to block Ji Hongdong's way. "You overestimate yourself," said Ji Hongong with a cold snort. He took another step, and the massive image behind him of the mountains and rivers suddenly expanded, exerting pressure down into Su Qing. This was the manifestation of Ji Hongdong's core qi. The mountains and rivers made him seem like an emperor exuding a royal aura. Su Qing's face went pale under the pressure. Her eyes suddenly shined with a blackness that completely covered over the whites of her eyes. Anyone who looked at her eyes now would see only dark emptiness. Suddenly, the aura emanating from her body was no longer white, but black. Strands of blackness emerged, transforming into a host of vicious, demonic faces. The faces congealed together above her face to form into a black phoenix. It immediately charged directly toward the royal will embodied by the mountains and rivers. Ji Hongdong's eyes narrowed, shocked by what had just happened. A boom rattled out, and blood sprayed from Su Qing's mouth. She staggered backward, then grabbed Meng Hao. It was the same way she had grabbed him all those years ago when she took him from Mount Daqing. Holding him at her side, she shot off into the distance. Her face was pale, and blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. Just now, she had used the power of Matriarch Phoenix, a power which did not fully belong to her. As a result, she had significantly injured herself. She was willing to take the risk, but in truth, she could not employ too much of the power, only a bit of it. At the same time as she sped away with Meng Hao, Ji Hongdong, his face pale white, looked down and pulled a damaged jade pendant out from near his chest. His face was unsightly, his eyes filled with killing intent as well as astonishment. Just now, she erupted with power similar to that of a nascent soul cultivation base. She even crushed my life-saving jade. This girl's aura is interesting. It must be the power of a discarnate soul. Now I just have to see which discarnate soul of the southern domain dares to take shape before me, Ji Hongdong of the Ji clan. Who is it exactly that dares to attack me? A cruel smile twisted his face as he shot forward in pursuit. Li Daoi followed him, sighing inwardly. Now he knew that Su Qing hadn't been using her full power during their fight. If she had, he would without a doubt be dead already. Obviously, she didn't use her full power when she attacked just now. That would cost her too much. Meng Hao couldn't physically see what was happening, but because of his spiritual sense, he was aware of all the changes in the situation. In fact, things were even clearer than if he had seen it with the naked eye. He saw Su Qing's blood, saw her risking her life. He felt a stab of pain in his heart, and waves of anger surged up in his heart. By the time she coughed up blood for the third time, the violet mist inside of Meng Hao was 90% complete and closing in on 100%. Elder sister, he said, opening his eyes. Put me down, okay? Su Qing didn't say anything. She ignored him, speeding forward as quickly as possible. He looked at her, warmth filling his eyes. Suddenly, a whistling sound could be heard as Ji Hongdong appeared, flying through the air. By now, the walls in the area were more than half crumbled to pieces. It wouldn't be long before they completely disintegrated. When Ji Hongdong appeared, a look of determination appeared in Su Qing's eyes. She waved her left hand, and her body trembled as massive amounts of black aura shot out, forming into the shape of a black phoenix, filled with countless discarnate souls. Shrill screams filled the air as it shot toward Ji Hongdong. "Are you blind?" said Ji Hongdong with a cold snort. "Do you really dare to offend the bloodline of the Ji clan?" He continued forward without hesitation. By the time the words left Ji Hongdong's mouth, the phoenix, formed from the black aura as well as countless discarnate souls, was around 20 to 25 meters away from him. Suddenly, it began to tremble. The previously vicious faces of the discarnate souls were suddenly filled with dread and shock, as if they had suddenly encountered something they found terrifying. The black phoenix emitted a shrill scream, as if it didn't want to proceed any further forward. It lowered its head, almost like it was bowing to Ji Hongdong. The expression on Su Qing's face immediately changed. She began to tremble, and her eyes filled with disbelief. How could she possibly have predicted that the discarnate souls of the Black Civ sect, who were as powerful as the sun at high noon, would prostrate before a core formation cultivator? "Your bloodline." Her heart thumped as she suddenly considered the words Ji Hongdong had just spoken. Ji Hongdong gave a cold harumph, and once again spoke. "Trifling discarnate souls. In front of the bloodline of the Ji clan, they don't even count as wild dogs. They're nothing but insects. When they died under the heavens of the Ji clan." His words were cool, his countenance proud. He never stopped moving forward. As he did, the discarnate souls shrieked. They retreated backward, prostrating, their faces filled with looks of entreaty. The black phoenix trembled violently as Ji Hongdong approached, and suddenly, a face appeared on its surface. It was the face of a woman. This was not Su Qing's face, but rather the sealed matriarch phoenix. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was one of terror, and even more so imploring. She wanted to offer an explanation, but it seemed she had lost her power to speak or even open her eyes. Slowly, a bright red sealing mark appeared on her face. When Ji Hongdong saw the face, he blinked 7 times. A bizarre light shone out as he studied her. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then he laughed. "Interesting," he said with a meaningful smile. "I've heard of discarnate souls possessing people, but I've never heard of a host taking control of the discarnate soul." He looked at Li Daoyi. "What is her name and sect?" "Black Civ sect, Su Qing," replied Li Daoyi immediately. "Su Qing. Interesting," he said, a wicked smile on his face. "I'm not sure how you did it. You fooled the Black Civ sect, as well as the other discarnate souls. You fooled everyone into thinking that you are the discarnate soul. Tell me, if word of this gets out, what would happen to you?" He proceeded forward, laughing loudly. He waved his right hand, and all the discarnate souls retreated, even the black phoenix. Trembling, they didn't dare to proceed any further forward. They weren't necessarily afraid of the young man in particular, but rather the fearsome bloodline of the Ji clan inside of him. Su Qing's face changed even more, becoming even paler. She well knew that if word spread, she wouldn't be able to flee far enough. She would be dead without doubt. It wouldn't just be the Black Civ sect that was chasing her, but all the fearsome discarnate souls. Whether it be the cultivators who lived on the surface of the Black Civ sect, or the discarnate souls beneath, not a single one would let her go free. There would be nowhere to flee to in the entire southern domain. All of her resources in the sect would be purged. No shelter would be found anywhere in the southern domain. Besides, even if she fled, she couldn't physically stay away for very long. The process of fusing with Matriarch Phoenix could only happen within the Black Civ sect. It was only there that she could continue the process. Until Matriarch Phoenix was completely swallowed up, if she stayed away from the sect for too long at one time, then her cultivation base would begin to deteriorate. This matter had suddenly turned into a great disaster for her. Seeing Su Qing's change of expression caused Ji Hongdong to laugh. His eyes filled with derision. He loved seeing people like this. It gave him a feeling of power, as if he were a great lord. "And then there's this seal," he said. "It's very interesting. It can help you control the discarnate soul. I think the sect patriarchs will be very interested in this." He laughed as he approached, his face filled with derision, as if everything was under his control. Su Qing's face was pale. Having temporarily lost control of the discarnate souls, and without the power of Matriarch Phoenix, she was just an ordinary cultivator. Even the power of core formation could only be wielded by her with difficulty. Furthermore, she couldn't retreat. She suddenly felt a binding around her, holding her in place as if she were being sealed. She couldn't move even an inch. "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you," said Ji Hongdong. He neared, lifting his hand toward Meng Hao to grab him. Even as his hand closed in, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. A frightening power surged out from his cultivation base. It ripped through the area like an invisible cyclone, causing Ji Hongdong's face to twist. He retreated backward immediately, nearly 30 meters. His face was dark, and his pupils had constricted. Next to him, Li Daoi's expression was one of astonishment, disbelief, and alarm. Body trembling, he stared at Meng Hao's figure within the cyclone, and a look of venom and shock filled his eyes. He suddenly said, You're not Feng Mu. You're Meng Hao." His voice was shrill, and his breath came in pants. How could he ever have imagined that the person he had searched in vain for throughout all these years was actually right in front of him? As the words left his mouth, thunderous roars filled the air, and the violent winds surged outward. Meng Hao's figure seemed to surge upward. He was the nucleus of the cyclone. The terrifying winds were coming out from his body. Meng Hao's face suddenly changed. No longer was it Feng Mu's, but rather his own face, his original face. An intensely terrifying aura suddenly shot up from within him. Li Daoi's face went pale. His mind was reeling. He just couldn't believe what was happening. However, how could he not understand that Feng Mu was Meng Hao, and Meng Hao was Feng Mu? Violet Fate Sect Legacy Apprentice, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Feng Mu, Meng Hao. He retreated backward, thinking about the pain he had experienced when he lost his arm. It had been restored, but the enmity created in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament was something he considered to be the greatest humiliation in his entire life. Surrounding by a violet glow, a profound look filled Meng Hao's eyes. Other than him, no one could know the reason for why he had just switched to his original appearance. His eyes glowed with coldness. Within him was a violet core, about the size of a child's fist. It rested in the position once occupied by his core C, floating there, rotating. Every time it spun in a full circle, vast quantities of violet-colored strands surged out like lightning to every corner of his body. The violet-colored strands flickered as they surged through his chi passageways, filled with a boundless cultivation-based power that far exceeded foundation establishment. This was core formation chi, from a core formation cultivation base. In fact, this core formation chi was not the type of chi that would be emitted by a cultivation base that had just entered the core formation stage. This was the explosive power of the pinnacle of the early core formation stage. The violet wind screamed as it spun throughout the area. Even Meng Hao's long hair was now violet as it whipped around his head. Next to him, Su Qing sighed. It seemed she had thought of something. Her face changed, and she was about to speak when Meng Hao suddenly interrupted. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he said, his voice light. He turned, his eyes glowing with a violet light as he looked at Ji Hongdong. Ji Hongdong's expression was the same as usual. "Feng Mu? Meng Hao? It seems you have quite a few identities. Considering how quickly you entered core formation, It also seems that the breath of immortal qi really is incredibly valuable. That makes me happy. He smiled, lifting up his arm and then flicking his sleeve. Suddenly, a field of stars appeared behind him. The star field was large, filling the air. It rushed toward Meng Hao, exerting a suppressive force. It was clear that this field of stars was that which shined above the southern domain, including the western desert and the eastern lands. It was vast and mighty. As it approached, it enveloped everything, making it impossible for anyone to avoid it. Meng Hao lifted his head, his expression a bit blank. He was silent, almost as if he didn't notice the starfield approaching him. As it descended, the blankness on his face disappeared, replaced instead with determination. As of now, a decision had been made. He lifted his hand, forming a fist. A red glow suddenly shot out. This was the blood death world. It slammed into the starfield. An explosion filled the air, and Meng Hao tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. "Fool! You?" said Ji Hongdong with a cold laugh, his voice filled with contempt. However, before he could finish speaking, Meng Hao's tumbling body suddenly changed direction. It was with indescribable speed, before anyone could react, that he suddenly appeared directly in front of Li Daoyi. Li Daoyi had been on guard the entire time, but he was still incapable of evading. Actually, Meng Hao's initial goal this entire time had been Li Daoyi. After all, he would be the easiest to exterminate no matter how prepared he was. Li Daoyi's pupils constricted. He was about to shoot backward when Meng Hao lifted his right hand and pushed it down onto Li Daoyi's forehead. A boom filled the air, and an exterminating power poured into Li Daoyi's body, filling him, crushing him, mangling him. He was dead instantly. "Did you pay attention to the face of the person who killed you?" he asked softly, looking at Li Daoyi's bloody corpse. He turned to look at Ji Hongdong. Meng Hao sighed, then slapped his bag of holding to retrieve his East Pill Division identification medallion. He looked down at it for a long moment, his eyes filled with a complicated, disconsolate look. Finally, determination filled his eyes and he crushed it. The instant he crushed the medallion, his violet furnace lord's robe began to disintegrate. A green robe now covered his body. As of this moment, he was no longer Fang Mu, legacy apprentice of the East Pill Division. Now, he was Meng Hao from Mount Daqing in the state of Zhao. The instant Meng Hao crushed the Violet Furnace Lord medallion, the moment his Violet Furnace Lord robe began to fade away, something happened in the state of Eastern Emergence, Violet Fate Sect, East Pill Division, on Grandmaster Pill Demon's Low Mountain. In one particular building were 3 racks of jade slips. On the 3rd rack were 9 jade slips. Upon each slip was written a name, and if you looked closely, you would see that they belonged to the 9 great furnace lords, and Zaihai, Yifeimu, and the others. These were all of Pill Demon's novitiates. There was only 1 jade slip on the 2nd rack. This one belonged to Chu Yuyan, his personal apprentice. The 1st rack also contained 1 jade slip, upon which was written 2 characters. Fang Mu. His position was the highest. Legacy apprentice. This jade slip represented the importance of Meng Hao's place in the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate Sect. Suddenly, Fang Mu's jade slip began to tremble. Cracking sounds rang out, and fissures sprang out from the middle of the slip. In an instant, it exploded, transforming into flying ash. The moment the jade slip collapsed, white-robed Pill Demon was sitting cross-legged on the mountain's peak, looking off into the distance. A tremor ran through his body. He turned his head, looking down into the room with the jade slips. He held his gaze for a long time. His ancient face suddenly seemed to grow older. More wrinkles appeared. Meanwhile, in the center of the southern domain, in the middle of the territory of the Li clan, was a location that appeared to be just like the dwelling place of immortals. Suddenly, a roar filled the air. Along with the roar appeared a figure bristling with rage. As the figure charged out, 7 or 8 others appeared behind him. The man held a shattered jade slip in his hand. It emitted a bright glow, in the middle of which was a face. It was none other than that of Meng Hao. This was the reflection stored in Li Daoyi's pupils the moment before he died. Meng Hao's face. "Daoyi! howled the old man, lifting his head to the sky and letting out a howl. A Dao child of the clan had been slain. Such a thing was said to have occurred to the Wang clan years ago, but it turned out to only be a rumor. Even still, it had shocked the southern domain. Now, it really had happened to the Li clan. This time, it was no falsehood. This Dao child really had met his death. "I don't care who you are," the old man raged. "You killed a Dao child of my Li clan. No matter which sect you belong to, you shall die." He and the 8 figures shot off into the distance. Behind them, even more cultivators of the Li clan followed. Dozens. They transformed into prismatic beams of light that shot toward the rebirth cave at such speed it seemed possible they would tear a hole into the sky. At the same time, in the Wang clan of the southern domain, deep within that endless chain of mountains, was the lava cave of the 10th patriarch of the Wang clan. Suddenly, the lid of his coffin shattered into pieces, and the 10th Wang clan patriarch slowly rose to his feet. He walked into the lava, and as he did, it slowly cooled and grew dark, as did the cave. As one of the legendary Wang clan patriarchs once said, "All living things sow karma. Therefore karma must be reaped. With life comes death. Today I will help you. Yes, it's sowing karma, but in the future, I will consume you, and that is the reaping of karma that you must pay. Today you will not die. However, that merely indicates that in the future, you will belong completely to me." The 10th Wang clan patriarch laughed hoarsely as a red glow surrounded his body. "I haven't been out in so long," he muttered lightly, then disappeared. Near the rebirth cave, within the mental realm of the Immortal's corpse, in the depths of the maze, Meng Hao stood next to Li Daoi's corpse, breathing heavily. From the moment he had revealed his true features, Meng Hao had been in constant deep thought. Li Daoi had to die. The instant Meng Hao had heard Ji Hongdong's words, Li Daoi's fate had been sealed. He must be killed. Only dead men can truly keep secrets. Su Qing had her secret, as did Meng Hao. Were word to get out, Su Qing would face unspeakable danger to her life. In fact, her death would be certain. Therefore, Li Daoi had to die. However, there was a polar difference between dying beneath Fang Mu's hand and dying beneath Meng Hao's. Meng Hao was no longer the ignorant youth he had been when he first entered the cultivation world. In his years practicing cultivation in the Violet Fate sect, his understanding of things had grown exponentially. How could he not understand that the death of a Dao child of any sect would instantly be made known to that sect? Furthermore, they had techniques to be able to reveal the appearance and aura of whoever did the slaying. Even determining the exact location where it had happened would not be difficult. It might be possible for the meat jelly to help him cover up the truth from the Li clan. However, Meng Hao wasn't confident enough to take that risk. Meng Hao was well aware of the situations and the ramifications. Therefore, he could not kill Li Daoi while wearing the face of Fang Mu. As such, he had no choice but to discard that identity. As for Ji Hongdong, quasi-array member of the number 1 clan in the entire Nanshan continent, well, if he died, Meng Hao could only imagine what the reaction of the Ji clan would be. Any powerful and fearsome clan would take serious action to handle the slaying of one of their clan members. That was a necessary reaction to maintain the dignity and power of the clan. Killing Ji Hongdong would be like killing the prince of an empire. An empire might have many princes, but such a thing would provoke severe catastrophe and endless problems. The Violet Fate sect would really have no way to fight back against the Ji clan. Based on Nzihai's description and Meng Hao's personal understanding, although the Violet Fate sect was a great clan in the southern domain, compared to the Ji clan, it was like a tiny mayfly. If a Violet Fate sect disciple killed a member of the Ji clan, that death wouldn't just involve whichever trifling disciple did the killing. Most likely, the entire sect would collapse because of it. As Meng Hao's fingers crushed down onto his Violet Furnace Lord medallion, what he was thinking about was his master. He also thought about the other Violet Furnace Lords. He thought about the green mountains and clear blue waters of the East Pill Division. He thought about all his experiences through the years there. Despite all that, Ji Hongdong had to die. If he didn't, Su Qing would be in incredible danger. Furthermore, if the Ji clan knew of the existence of a demon sealer, well, The mere thought of it caused Meng Hao's scalp to prickle with danger. Therefore, Ji Hongdong was doomed to perish. Only his death could ensure Su Qing's safety and allow her to stay in the Black Civ sect and completely fuse with Matriarch Phoenix, without anyone suspecting her. And so, Meng Hao crushed the Violet Furnace Lord Medallion. It represented him casting off all ties with the Violet Fate sect. He had nothing to do with them now. He was Meng Hao. Feng Mu was merely an alias. Once that information was revealed, the Violet Fate sect would be able to offer a clear explanation. Most importantly, destroying the medallion indicated that he was forsaking the sect. It might even offer implication that Feng Mu was dead. The only frustrating factor was that when he left this place, the Li clan would be after his head. There would be nowhere in the vast southern domain where he could hide. He would be forced to leave to truly disappear from the southern domain. Furthermore, before disappearing, he must prepare for what would surely be a vast series of storm-like upheavals. All of this had been rushing through his mind the moment Su Qing's identity was revealed to Ji Hongdong. Despite Meng Hao's breakthrough in Cultivation base, he was still hesitant at first. In the end, though, he was filled with resolve. "Master," he thought, slowly looking off in the direction of the Violet Fate sect. "I've been unfilial. Please view Feng Mu as dead." His eyes flashed as he looked back at Ji Hongdong. For the first time, they flickered with killing intent. Take some time to analyze all of the thoughts that went through Meng Hao's head. But in actuality, they flashed through his head in an instant. As they did, they transformed into intense killing intent. This killing intent caused Ji Hongdong's mind to tremble. This was the first time he had ever seen someone staring at him in such a way. In the past, it didn't matter where he went or which enemy he fought, people would attack him, but never with the desire to exterminate him. That was because his surname was Ji. The bloodline of the Ji clan pumped through his veins. In the southern domain, in the Nanshan continent, few people would ever dare to provoke the Ji clan. "You want to kill me? Do you dare?" His eyes glittered coldly as he lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. Immediately core chi blossomed above his head. Again the starfield appeared. This time there were clearly far more blinking stars than there had been before. They covered everything above them, filling the area, then rushing down toward Meng Hao. As the bright starlight descended upon him, Meng Hao's killing intent continued to flicker just as before. The stars approached, and he lifted his right hand, striking forward. As he did, his blood-covered fingers caused everything to shake. Suddenly, a massive blood-colored palm appeared beneath him. The bloody palm grew larger, expanding. Next, the Blood Death world came to being, within which Meng Hao's blood clones could be seen. They faced the incoming starlight and starfield, and immediately moved to defend against it. The blood palm shot upward like the hand of a giant, slamming into the starfield. A boom filled the air. Meng Hao's entire body trembled, and blood oozed from his mouth. The starfield began to collapse, and the starlight dissipated. However, Meng Hao's Blood Death world also began to disintegrate. At the moment, Meng Hao hadn't yet cultivated core chi. Right now, he was now facing up against a cultivator who had. However, Meng Hao was vastly different than the last time he had done so, against the azure-masked Blacklands cultivator. He would not flee. No, he was much more evenly matched now. Ji Hongdong's expression changed. Blood sprayed from his mouth and he staggered backward. A fierce expression washed over his face, and he waved his right hand out. "Other than that damned crazy lunatic from the Fang clan, you're the first person to ever injure me. Damn you! Dungeon of heaven. Incarnate prison." As he cried out, his hand flashed an incantation gesture and then waved toward the air above Meng Hao. Immediately, a blue glow appeared, spreading out to cover everything. It transformed into a blue sky complete with white clouds, its own heaven. Even stranger, the sky covered Meng Hao only. Everywhere else looked just as it had before. Let ring the bell of the east. 9 exterminations. Use the will of the heavens to destroy the body. Use the gaze of the firmament to punish the spirit. Use the bloodline of the Ji clan to punish this person with heavenly tribulation. Veins of blood filled Ji Hongdong's eyes. He lowered his finger, and the blue swath of heaven above Meng Hao filled with roiling black clouds. Thunder crackled, and even more shockingly, it seemed lightning would soon fall. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Ji Hongdong slapped his bag of holding, and a silver bell appeared in his hand. Immediately, a clear ring sounded out. Use the bloodline of the Ji clan and the guidance of the Bell of the East to call forth the judgment of the will of the heavens against this Meng Hao. Die! His face distorted with rage as he let out a roar. As Ji Hongdong's words resonated out, the sky above Meng Hao's head began to crackle with lightning. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot down with incredible speed, heading directly toward Meng Hao. The violet core within him rotated rapidly, bursting forth with boundless cultivation base power. As it surrounded Meng Hao, his right hand shot upward. Massive amounts of violet chi appeared above him, transforming into a curved shield. A boom filled the air as the lightning slammed into the shield, causing it to shatter to pieces. Immediately following, a third, fourth, fifth lightning shield. A seemingly endless numbers of shields popped into place to resist the lightning. Soon the lightning bolt was as thin as a finger. Meng Hao then spit something out of his mouth, and the lightning mist appeared. It immediately swallowed up the lightning. Time to finish things, said Ji Hongdong with a cold laugh. He waved the bell again, causing a chiming sound to ring out. Immediately, within the black clouds in the sky above Meng Hao, 3 lightning bolts intertwined with each other, seemingly on the verge of exploding down. A gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. He had already reached a good estimation of his true battle power. He had no core chi, but he was definitely capable of fighting someone at the peak of the early core formation stage who did. However, he would not be able to secure victory. He would only be able to match blows. Meng Hao would have had the upper hand if he was fighting anyone other than Ji Hongdong, who possessed the bloodline of the Ji clan. If he were at this moment to once again encounter the azure-masked Black Lands cultivator, defeating him would be a simple matter. Realization flickered within him. Were I to cultivate core chi, he thought, or acquire a perfect core, then exterminating the early core formation stage would be as simple as turning over my hand. He calmly looked at Ji Hongdong and said, "You're right. It's time to finish things." He slapped his bag of holding, and the blood-colored mask appeared in his hand. The mask of the Blood Immortal Legacy. The minimum criteria to wear this mask was to have cultivation base at the core formation stage. Above Meng Hao, the 3 lightning bolts were condensing, preparing to descend upon him. Meng Hao slid the mask onto his face. As soon as it touched his skin, a tremor ran through his body. He instantly felt indescribable pain on his face, as if the mask were adhering permanently to his skin. At the same time, everything in his field of vision began to turn blood red. An evil viciousness suddenly appeared in his mind, replacing his intellect. A billowing killing intent shot up, as if he had been bedeviled. One word echoed in his mind: kill, kill, kill. It seemed as if it were being spoken by an innumerable host of people, some men, some women, some old, some young. There even seemed to be the voices of animals and plants. It was as if all living things were speaking that one word directly into his ears. The world in front of him grew even more deeply crimson. Within the space of a single breath, everything was completely red. Within this world of redness, he felt his cultivation base suddenly explode. He was still of the early core formation stage, but in this instant, he was able to form a crimson core chi. The core chi was incredibly dense as it appeared above Meng Hao's head. If you studied it closely, you would be able to see that this core chi did not belong to Meng Hao, but rather to the Blood Immortal Legacy mask. With the mask on his face, Meng Hao looked utterly bizarre. There was even a sinister demonic aura about him. Ji Hongdong looked at the mask. There were no facial features on it, only 2 eye holes, where Meng Hao's bright red eyes could be seen. The redness of his eyes was the same color as the core chi hovering above him. His green robe was now stained with redness. It fluttered about him, making him look like some sort of blood devil. "What magical item is this?" said Ji Hongdong. his expression flickering. An intense feeling of danger appeared inside him as soon as Meng Hao donned the mask. He actually had not experienced many things in life, so this feeling caused his entire body to tremble. Without thinking, he rang the bell in his hand once more. Above Meng Hao, the 3 lightning bolts shot down. Meng Hao laughed. The smile produced by his laugh was obscured by the mask, but the laughter itself was grating. He began to raise his right hand up toward the 3 incoming lightning bolts. His hand clenched into a fist, and as he did, the crimson core chi above him transformed into a massive fist. A rumbling roar filled the air as it shot toward the 3 lightning bolts. The resulting boom shook heaven and earth. The 3 lightning bolts collapsed into pieces. The sky above even trembled. Ji Hongdong's face fell, and his eyes were filled with veins of blood. The bell in his hand suddenly rang, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. His expression grew fierce, and let out a shrill howl. Let the will of the heavens descend. Trial by tribulation. As his words rang out, the clouds in the sky above Meng Hao suddenly redoubled, layer after layer. Within the thick blackness, 9 lightning bolts appeared, seemingly congealing the will of the heavens as they prepared to strike. An aura which seemed powerful enough to destroy all living things suddenly spread out. A look of consternation appeared on the face of Su Qing, who stood off in the distance. It was at this exact moment, however, that Meng Hao spoke. His voice was hoarse and bizarrely mesmerizing. Without a face, Meng Hao only spoke 3 words of the Blood Immortal Legacy's divine ability. Without a face, a single word, the flames of war unify. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky. Capture the gods, advance the troops, fire consumes the towers. Forge all spirits and bloodlines into the 9 killing powers. These words actually contained 9 blood immortal divine abilities. Only by wearing the mask could they be utilized. Right now, a shocking magical technique of the ancient Doom clan, not seen for tens of thousands of years, suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's outstretched hand. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the massive amounts of core chi above his head suddenly began to spread out, transforming into a massive face. The face had no features whatsoever, except for 2 eyes. It was nothing but a sea of red. The left eye was also completely red. Shockingly, though, within the position of the right, was Meng Hao. As soon as the massive face appeared, it shot toward the 9 descending lightning bolts. Everything shook. Even though this place was not real, it could still be rocked by frantic insanity. The 9 lightning bolts immediately shattered into pieces. The black clouds in the sky began to disintegrate, and as the face collided with the spirit-punishing heaven, it too thoroughly collapsed. This magic of facelessness transformed into a gigantic face, with an abstruse left eye and Meng Hao in the right, with no other features. It caused Ji Hongdong's scalp to go numb, and filled him with the intense sensation of death that inundated his body. You! Ji Hongdong was about to continue speaking, but his words caught in his throat. This was because at this moment, the magic of facelessness, transformed into the enormous face, suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Meng Hao, standing in the position of the right eye, lifted his hand up and seized Ji Hongdong's neck. His grip cut off Ji Hongdong's words, causing the young man's expression to twist. He wanted to struggle, but he suddenly found that his cultivation base was suppressed. He had no way to fight back. His eyes filled with terror and intense dread. He could sense Meng Hao's killing intent. Its ferocity was without equal, and yet, he just couldn't believe that in the Nanshan continent, someone would dare to slay someone of the bloodline of the Ji clan. This concept was deeply rooted in his heart. It was something that had existed within him since he was very small. At the moment, he was in a crisis, but his fear quickly disappeared, only to be replaced with grimness. He glared at Meng Hao, and a snide smile appeared on his face. He couldn't speak, but his eyes spoke the words, "Do you dare to kill me?" The message was immediately transmitted into Meng Hao's heart. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he speak any ingratiating words. In this moment of life and death, He could not forget about the dignity and nobility of the bloodline of the Ji clan. He lifted his chin and stared coldly at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was quiet for a moment, then hoarsely said, "I really don't want to kill you." The redness in his eyes began to fade, replaced instead with that which was Meng Hao. Hearing this, a cold smile twisted Ji Hongdong's lips. Suddenly, Meng Hao's right hand tightened. A popping sound could be heard, and Ji Hongdong's eyes went wide. His neck was smashed into nothing. The power of the blood immortal which coursed through Meng Hao's hand suddenly poured into Ji Hongdong's body. He trembled, and his body immediately began to wither. All the blood in his body congealed into his forehead. A mark of blood appeared, congealing into a collection of the bloodline of the Ji clan, which suddenly flew out into the air. The blood merged into the forehead of the mask that Meng Hao wore. The mask rippled, as if it were excited. Meng Hao loosened his grip, dropping Ji Hongdong's remains. He closed his eyes, then lifted his right hand to remove the mask. When it came off, it revealed how pale Meng Hao's face was. The power of the mask was shocking. Were Meng Hao's spiritual sense not as powerful as it was, then he would never have been able to maintain control of his own mind. In the short period that he had wielded the power of the mask, he realized that he had lost half of a 60-year cycle of longevity. The price of wearing the mask was extremely high. Meng Hao turned to Su Qing, his face pale. Biting down on his lip, he softly said, "We're safe now. No one will know your secret." Su Qing stared blankly at Meng Hao, her eyes filling with tears. She was a simple person, but she knew the price Meng Hao had paid to protect her secret. He had killed a Ji clan member, and had thus provoked great calamity. In order to not implicate his sect, he had forsaken it. Now he had no choice but to become a wanderer. He would never be able to return to the southern domain, nor would he be able to hide from the Ji clan. Furthermore, he was only a core formation cultivator. Su Qing bit down on her lip, but couldn't hold back the tears. They slid down her face, and yet never touched the ground. Meng Hao lifted up his hand to wipe them away. "Don't cry," he said, smiling. "There's a long road ahead. Who knows when it is that we will meet again?" His face was pale as he smiled, which served only to imprint his words deeper in Su Qing's heart. "I'm leaving now," he continued. "This place will be collapsing soon." He looked deeply into her eyes, knowing that after he turned to leave, they would be as separated as if one was alive and the other dead. Even if he made it out with his life, who knew how many years would pass before he could return? When he was able to return, who knew if the beautiful woman who stood in front of him now would still be the same as before? But Meng Hao had no regrets. Ji Hongdong had to die, be it for Su Qing or for himself. Only Ji Hongdong's death could assure their continued life. Even if he hid Ji Hongdong's body within the blood-colored mask, Meng Hao knew it would do no good against the power of the Ji clan. In fact, the consequences might be even more severe. Perhaps there had been a third path he could have trod. Unfortunately, things had happened too quickly, and he hadn't been able to puzzle out what that third path might have been. As far as trying to kill using Meng Hao's identity, then live normally as Feng Mu, attempting that would show that he didn't understand the terrifying power of the Ji clan. That was his judgment based on everything that he had experienced. Had he attempted to do that, then there was a 90% probability that the entire Violet Fate sect would be sucked into destruction. That was a choice he refused to make. Meng Hao turned, and as he did, he suddenly realized someone was embracing him from behind. Felt soft and warm. "I'll wait for you," said Su Qing. Her voice carried persistence. Regardless of past, present, or future lives, they would be together forever. The moment Ji Hongdong died, something happened on the other side of the Milky Way Sea, on the border of the vast eastern lands, atop a white mountain. The mountain had no snow on it. Instead, the crags which formed it were completely white in color, seemingly without blemishes or impurities. In the eastern lands, this place was called White Mountain. Somewhere on White Mountain was a cistern. This cistern was so deep that, according to the legends, the waters within went down as far as the mountain was tall. Sitting next to the cistern was an old man. He was gaunt, his face expressionless, and in his hand he held a fishing pole. The fishing line descended down into the cistern, and at the moment, it was motionless. Suddenly, the fishing line went taut. The old man's expression didn't change. He simply pulled up with his right hand. A bizarre, miserable shriek pierced the air as the fishing line flew up. Hooked on the end was a globule of light. If you looked closely at the light, you could see that it was comprised of countless glowing threads. On each of these threads were faces, and in the middle of them all, in the center of the globule of light, was a middle-aged man. His expression was one of terror, and he immediately dropped to his knees and began to beg for mercy. The old man looked at him and coolly said, "For me to fish your karma out of all the multitude of living creatures is nothing but good fortune for you, right? Why beg for mercy?" His hand made a clutching motion in midair, and the globule of light flew into his hand. As he grabbed it, the middle-aged man within let out a defiant howl, the kind that comes the moment before death. In addition, he emitted the chi of the great circle of the late nascent soul stage. The old man allowed the chi to emanate out. Then he popped the globule of light into his mouth. A few crunching sounds could be heard, and then he swallowed. Some blood oozed out from the corners of his mouth, which he quickly licked up. His eyes filled with a bright glow. "Ah, the flavor of karma," he murmured. After some time passed, he looked up into the sky, then suddenly dropped to his knees and prostrated himself. He kowtowed 9 times, then raised himself up and looked at the cistern. After a while he frowned. He thrust his hand out, and a shattered jade slip appeared in his hand. His eyes glowed. "A son of Ji died. One of the sons of Ji of my bloodline. Dead in the southern domain?" He pinched down onto the jade slip, and the image of a face appeared in his mind. The face belonged to none other than Meng Hao. At the same time, a sharp voice echoed out in his mind. "Patriarch, the person who killed me is named Feng Mu of the Violet Fate sect, also known as Meng Hao." The voice belonged to none other than Ji Hongdong. This was the last bit of will that remained in him before he died. The voice was sad and shrill, filled with intense resentment. There was no way Meng Hao could possibly have predicted that this would happen. The Ji clan had a method with which to transmit voices along with their death. Meng Hao was only aware of the ability to transmit images. Luckily, extracting the clan blood from Ji Hongdong before his ultimate death had inflicted quite a bit of pain. As a result, Ji Hongdong's consciousness had been thrown into chaos. The only thing he had been able to do was transmit Meng Hao's name. He had completely forgotten about the matter of Su Qing. "Useless fool," said the old man with a slight frown. However useless as he might have been, the blood of the Ji clan still flowed within his veins. How could mortals have killed him so easily? Although the Violet Fate sect. Shockingly, this old man viewed cultivators as mere mortals. He flicked his wide sleeve, transforming the jade slip into ash. Then he leaped up into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only his sinister voice remained, echoing throughout the mountain. "The southern domain. I haven't been there for years." Outside the rebirth cave, 8 old men sat cross-legged beneath the banner of the Ji clan. One by one, their eyes opened. Astonishment and disbelief shined out as they rose to their feet. Their eyes were filled with veins of blood. An intensely violent killing intent poured out. This shocking sight shook everyone in the area. One by one, cultivators from the other sects and clans looked over in astonishment as they watched indescribable frenzied rage and killing intent rising up from the 8 old men. All of them were nascent soul eccentrics, with extraordinary cultivation bases. Their combined killing intent was enough to shake the heavens, rock the earth, and change the color of the wind. "One of the sons of Ji has perished." The 8 men exchanged glances. Amidst their rising killing intent, they could also sense the mutual fear which caused their hearts to tremble. Based on the laws of the Ji clan, they knew that if they did not find Ji Hongdong's killer, then they would be sent to the grave with Ji Hongdong as burial offerings. In fact, all of the clan members within their sphere of influence would instantly be exterminated. That was the price to be paid if they did not find the killer and bring him back to the eastern lands. One among the 8 men lifted his hand to slap his bag of holding. Immediately, fragments of a jade slip appeared, 8 of them. Each of the other old men took one, and then they held them out to join them together. Immediately, a warm glow shone out. The light climbed up into the sky, and the faces of the 8 old men were incredibly grim as they studied it closely. It wasn't just them. The cultivators of the surrounding sects were also closely observing what was happening. Within the glow appeared a figure. He wore a mask, making it impossible to determine what he looked like. However, the mask overflowed with bloody killing intent. It immediately caused the hearts of all onlookers to tremble. That's the mask of the Blood Immortal legacy. That's the mask of the Blood Immortal of the ancient Doom clan. You're right. During the last Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, I saw it with my own eyes. But didn't the Li clan say that there was some accident, and that it was lost within the Blood Immortal Legacy zone? Of course, the great sects didn't believe them, and conducted their own investigations. However, in the end they determined that the Li clan didn't acquire the legacy. When the 8 old men heard these words, their eyes glittered, and their killing intent grew more intense. They looked at the pillar of light belonging to the Li clan, causing the Li clan members' faces to instantly flicker. Before any explanations could be made, though 8 beams of light suddenly approached from off in the distance. They screamed forward, and as they approached, it was clear that Li clan elders were approaching. The old man in the lead cried, "Li clan Dao child Li Daoi perished in this place. Fellow Taoists, do you recognize this person?" He waved his hand, and an illusory screen appeared, upon which was the image of Meng Hao. At the exact same moment, the masked figure within the beam of light protected by the Ji clans had slipped suddenly distorted, transforming into another image. Again, it was none other than Meng Hao. Right now, the eyes of everyone in the area were fixed on the 2 glowing screens, and the person depicted there. Their minds reeled. They reeled because of the news that the Dao child of the Li clan had perished. They reeled because all of the clans and sects of the southern domain suddenly put the pieces of the puzzle together. Now they knew why the Ji clan had produced the broken jade slip, and why the figure there was the same as that produced by the Li clan. One of the patriarchs from the Golden Frost clan gasped. Could it be that one of the sons of the Ji clan? If that's true, then whoever did it has provoked a great disaster. The Ji clan of the eastern lands. How could they possibly let this matter rest? Which sect is the killer a disciple of? Everything was deathly silent. All of the cultivators present began to slowly back away. That looks like that guy Meng Hao who disappeared a few years ago. Meng Hao? The sublime spirit scripture. I remember. That's Meng Hao. Meng Hao. A great buzz of conversation filled the area surrounding the basin. Amidst the uproar, the eyes of the old men from the Ji clan boiled with killing intent, as did those of the elders from the Li clan. The old man from the Li clan gritted his teeth and said, "This Meng Hao is still within the corpse's illusory land. Let's seal off the area. Teleportation is prohibited. It doesn't matter what treasures that little bastard has. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings." The surrounding nascent soul elders immediately shot off toward the north, south, east and west. Clearly, they planned to seal the area and prevent anyone from teleporting away. One of the sons of the Ji clan has perished here. Fellow Taoists of the southern domain, please remain here and wait until all details are brought to light. Until then, no one is permitted to leave. Immediately, 4 of the 8 Ji clan elders dispersed. Obviously, they did not put complete faith in the methods of the Li clan, and would implement their own sealing measures. "Apparently this person possesses some arts of transformation," said another of the old men from the Ji clan, along with a cold snort. "That doesn't matter. Having killed a member of the Ji clan, he has been stained with the karma of heaven and earth. Once he emerges into the world, we will be able to sense him." It was at this moment that suddenly, a freezing chi suddenly blasted out from near the rebirth cave. It contained a fearsome potency, the might of spirit severing. Slowly, A tall figure strode out from within the basin. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a long orange robe. As he strode out, he attracted the attention of all of the surrounding cultivators from the various sects. They all immediately recognized him. This was the most powerful expert present among the G clan. His cultivation base was at the spirit-severing level. When all of the other clan patriarchs had retreated from the basin surrounding the rebirth cave, he had remained behind. He knew that the cave was a fearsome place, even for someone of the spirit-severing stage, and that unless absolutely necessary, no one would enter it. In fact, none of the patriarchs from the various local sects were willing to enter it. At most, they would approach the mouth of the cave. This man had not retreated, and as such, had engaged in quite a few battles with various strange life forms in the vicinity of the cave. As he emerged from the area, his face was grim. When he reached the 8 old men from the G clan, all of them respectfully clasped hands in salute. The middle-aged man opened his hand to reveal some shattered powder that was all which remained of a jade slip. The killer is Feng Mu of the Violet Fate sect, also known as Meng Hao, the man said coolly. That was the message transmitted by Ji Hongdong before his death. This matter has even stirred Patriarch Ji Feng, who is currently hurrying here from the eastern lands. Though his voice was calm, it contained an intense threatening air, which caused the hearts of the members of all the surrounding sects to fill with trembling. Feng Mu. Meng Hao. How could that be possible? Feng Mu of the East Pill division of the Violet Fate sect is also the same guy everyone was looking for throughout the southern domain that year. Meng Hao? No wonder no one could ever find Meng Hao. He was hiding in the Violet Fate sect. He even became a legacy apprentice. Amidst the commotion, one gaze after another came to fall upon the pillar of light belonging to the Violet Fate sect. Within, the faces of the Violet Fate sect cultivators instantly began to change. And Zihai's face fell. Next to him Lin Hailong gasped and rose to his feet. Wu Dingqiu stared mutely for a moment, and then his face grew incredibly grim. A profound sense of crisis filled the minds and hearts of all the Violet Fate sect disciples. It was at this moment that within the Violet Fate sect's pillar of light, the eyes of the spirit-severing patriarchs slowly opened. The first Violet Fate sect spirit-severing patriarch was silent for a moment before saying, "I've received a message from the sect leader. Feng Mu of the East Pill division has forsaken the Violet Fate sect. We do not know whether he is alive or dead. If he is alive, he has nothing to do with the Violet Fate sect. Similarly, if he is dead, it similarly does not have anything to do with us." His eyes glowed brightly as his words echoed out one by one. To speak such words caused him to feel utter humiliation, as well as intense sorrow. The other spirit-severing patriarch said nothing, but a slight frown appeared on his face. There seemed to be a fury in his eyes that was just on the verge of exploding. However, he knew that they could not under any circumstances offend the G clan. They were the only people present who knew about the matter of Feng Mu, and in fact, they really had just received an urgent command from the Violet Fate sect. The wording in the command was simple. It didn't mention the death of a member of the G clan, but it did say that momentous changes were about to occur. It said that Feng Mu had voluntarily forsaken the sect, and that if any mishaps were to occur, the 2 patriarchs were to explain this immediately. The 2 of them had assumed something important had happened, and with the developments just now, it was obvious exactly where the problem lay. Each had lived for 1,000 years, so it naturally took only a moment for them to ascertain the crux of the matter. Regardless of whether his name was Feng Mu or Meng Hao, the kid apparently had been faced with no other choice than to attack, and had killed a member of the G clan. In order to not implicate the sect, he had voluntarily crushed his Violet Furnace Lord Medallion, making a clean break. Such a choice caused the 2 spirit-severing patriarchs to feel pain in their hearts. This was a disciple of their sect, a legacy apprentice of the East Pill division. In a moment of crisis, he had taken steps to prevent any trouble for the sect. Unfortunately, they had no way to protect him. No one in the Violet Fate sect could do anything for him now. The 2 patriarchs had no choice but to coldly distance themselves from him, in front of all of the cultivators in the entire southern domain. His life didn't matter. His death didn't matter. He had nothing to do with the Violet Fate sect. The words they had spoken led to instant silence in the area. Shocked and perplexed looks filled the faces of many of the cultivators from the other sects. They could hear the helplessness within the words, and when compared to the domineering power of the G-clan, it caused them to instantly feel sympathy. The spirit-severing cultivator from the G-clan stared coldly at the Violet Fate sect disciples for a moment, then snorted. Other than that, however, he did nothing. Silence reigned. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the disciples who had disappeared to return. Restrictive spells had already sprung up all around. As of now, there was absolutely no way for anyone to use the power of teleportation. After a moment, however, within the Black Civ sect's pillar of light, Patriarch Violet Civ's eyes began to glitter. Finally, he spoke up. Fellow Taoists from the G-clan, and other members of the senior generation. I happen to know that Meng Hao possesses a good luck charm from the ancient good luck sect. I'm afraid your restrictive spells. He smiled, but didn't finish speaking. Hearing these words immediately caused the eyes of the G-clan elders to flicker as they exchanged glances. The spirit-severing cultivator waved his right hand, and a jade pendant appeared. Place this within the restrictive spell. It can block the good luck charm. The faces of the two Violet Fate sect spirit-severing patriarchs grew dark. They glared at Patriarch Violet Civ, ill intentions flickering in their eyes, barely concealed. The disciples of the various sects were so shocked that they were like cicadas in the dead of winter. Various thoughts ran through their heads. They thought of Feng Mu, and then Meng Hao, and their expressions flickered through various stages of astonishment. Feng Mu was thoroughly famous in the southern domain. It was said that he was like the sun at high noon amongst the others of his generation. No one could compare to him. He was Grandmaster Pill Demon's legacy apprentice, Tao Child of the East Pill Division, one of the 4 Grandmasters of the Southern Domain, Pill Cauldron. As for Meng Hao, the appearance of the blood immortal mask caused everyone's hearts to be filled with a roar of shock. He possessed the sublime spirit scripture, was son-in-law of the Song clan, and now recipient of the blood immortal legacy. Amidst the silence, the faces of the Song clan members were somewhat unsightly as they sat in their pillar of light. Eccentric Song was there too, frowning and sighing inwardly. All of the cultivators present, including the spirit-severing patriarchs, were oblivious to the fact that an old man had suddenly joined the crowd. He was emaciated and unimposing in appearance. However, no one noticed that he was there, almost as if he weren't part of the world. The old man smiled. "You entered the realm of perfection, kid," he said lightly to himself. "There's a thing called karma in the world, and today, I will help you to sow it. In the future, I will seize your perfection. That will be the reaping of the karma." No one, of course, could hear him. This was none other than the ancient 10th patriarch of the Wang clan. Everyone continued to wait silently. Meanwhile, at the very edge of the southern domain, near where the state of Zhao used to exist, past the numerous mountain ranges, was a vast sea. This was none other than the Milky Way Sea, which separated the west and south from the north and east. Suddenly the air above the Milky Way Sea outside of the southern domain began to ripple and distort. A blurry image appeared, a person who suddenly stepped forward. The figure was indistinct at first, but it rapidly coalesced into an old man. This was none other than the old man who had been fishing karma on the peak of White Mountain in the eastern lands, G-clan patriarch Jifeng. He hovered in mid-air above the Milky Way Sea, looking out at the southern domain. Then his body flickered and he shot forward. However, even as he neared the border of the southern domain and was about to enter, he frowned and let out a cold snort. He raised his right arm and flicked it out ahead of him. A boom filled the air, spreading out in all directions, causing the ocean water beneath him to seethe and roar. The land comprising the border of the southern domain quaked, and the great boulders lining the seashore cracked and disintegrated. As the land crumbled and the seawater churned, an old man appeared in front of Jifeng. He wore a long gray robe upon each sleeve of which was the image of a pill furnace. The old man's hair was long and white, and he was very thin, with dark blotches on his skin. His expression was placid, yet filled with power. His eyes glowed brightly, and a heavenly aura seemed to be concealed within them. The strong aroma of medicinal pills wafted out from him to fill the area. Jifeng gave him a cold look and then said, "Should I call you Violet East? Or Pill Demon?" This old man was none other than Meng Hao's master, Pill Demon. Pill Demon was silent for a moment, then looked back at Jifeng. "Violet East has perished. I'm Pill Demon." "Well, it doesn't matter if you're Pill Demon or Violet East," he said coldly, lifting his head slightly. "If you want to prevent the Violet Fate sect from being destroyed, then get out of my way. Anyone who kills a member of my G-clan must die." Pill Demon shook his head. "I'm his master. He kowtowed to me 3 times. Now it's time for me to do something for him." He waved his right arm, and suddenly a bronze pill furnace magically appeared in his hand. It immediately emanated an ancient qi, which spilled out in all directions. A bluish mist poured out from the pill furnace, circling around, making the entire area into a world of fog. "If you were really Violet East, then I might have some misgivings," said Jifeng with a harumph. "But as for you, you're clearly looking to die." With that he raised his hand, and the mist grew thicker, immediately inundating both himself and Pill Demon. It was impossible to see them now. Only explosion after explosion could be heard, echoing out from within the mist. Beneath them, the Milky Way seethed. The borderlands of the southern domain quaked. Each and every attack made by either man contained enough power to shake the heavens and rock the earth. A grim voice echoed out from within the mist. "Pill Demon, is it really worth it to do something like this for your apprentice? You might be able to stop me, but can you stop the entire G-clan? He chose to become my apprentice, and I chose to become his master. That's not something that can be erased by forsaking a sect. I believe it's worth it. All of it. I can't stop the G-clan, but I can hold you off for a moment." "That's enough." Another explosion shook the heavens. The battle shook this remote area where the southern domain met the Milky Way Sea. The mist churned, lightning crackled, thunder boomed. The battle rose to a climax. The walls within Chomentai's illusory mental realm were now collapsing. As Meng Hao disappeared, Su Qing bit her lip and closed her eyes. Meng Hao left. He was no longer Feng Mu, but instead looked like he had when he'd left the state of Zhao, although now his cultivation base was at the core formation stage. He transformed into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. He wasn't leaving the maze, he was leaving Su Qing. He didn't look back. The green mark on the back of his hand flickered. It had appeared after he had formed the violet core, and the blood began to circulate through his veins. It appeared to be a magical symbol. Of course, he had seen it before, back when he reached Foundation Establishment, as well in the Violet Fate sect when Chomentai had called out to him. As he proceeded forward, more and more walls began to crumble into pieces. The entire maze seemed to be collapsing, and many of the cultivators stranded within were now able to see each other. They quickly began to form groups based on whichever sect or clan they belonged to. However, anyone who wasn't fast enough to regroup became the subject of attack, causing the entire place to begin to dissolve into chaos. Meng Hao whistled through the air, moving faster and faster. No one could make out his face, only the shape of his figure as he shot past. The rumbling roars grew more intense as the walls continued to collapse. Meng Hao suddenly paused for a moment. Based on the collapse around him, he knew that it would only be moments before the entire place was gone. Because of the deaths of Li Daoi and Ji Hongdong, the outside world has been sealed down. It seems my good luck charm is not going to help me. A glow appeared in his eyes. The instant he had made his move on Ji Hongdong, many thoughts had been racing through his mind. My only chance will be the rebirth cave, 50 kilometers away. He took a deep breath, and then suddenly his expression flickered. A mist suddenly covered his body, and he shot off in a new direction. It didn't take long before up ahead of him appeared Chu Yuan Yi Feimu, as well as some other Violet Fate sect disciples. They were surrounded and under attack by Western Desert cultivators. "Fellow Taoists from the Violet Fate sect," cried one of them in a grim voice, Hand over the copy of those inscriptions you just made, and we'll leave you alone. If you don't, then we don't care if you belong to a great sect of the southern domain. We will exterminate you nonetheless. The totem tattoos on their bodies began to ripple. Chu Yuyan, Yi Feimu, and the other disciples, who were from the Violet Qi division, were doing their best to defend themselves. Yi Feimu was seriously injured, and his face was pale. However, he continued fighting doggedly. Blood oozed out of the corners of Chu Yuyan's mouth, and her right arm dripped with gore. Her face was pale and her jaw clenched. Everyone else was also injured, and were clearly fighting for their lives. Next to them, 2 Violet Qi division disciples slumped against the wall, although it wasn't clear whether they were dead or alive. This place could collapse at any moment, said Yi Feimu, his voice weak. Once it does, we'll be teleported out. He was speaking, of course, to the Violet Fate sect disciples, not the Western Desert cultivators. His face was pale, and within the paleness could be seen pulsing black lines. It wasn't poison, but rather some sort of parasitic insect, the result of some bizarre magical technique from the Western Desert. After being infected, the result would be either injury and critical cultivation base loss or death. Were it not for this, Yi Feimu wouldn't be in the current state he was, not considering the level of his cultivation base. Chu Yuyan clenched her jaw, slapped her bag of holding, and produced some medicinal pills which she swallowed. The whole group wore expressions of resolve. Unfortunately, other than Chu Yuyan, all of them had the strange black lines on their faces. It seemed they had all been infected by the parasitic insect. The cultivation bases of the Western Desert cultivators were not that much higher than those of Chu Yuyan and the others. They were all in the early core formation stage and not even the peak. Therefore, they hesitated for a moment. The reason they hadn't moved in for the kill already was that they didn't want to provoke too much trouble in the southern domain. However, the etchings from just now were a precious treasure. Seeing the resolve on the faces of the Violet Fate sect disciples caused them to exchange glances. Finally, killing intent sprang from their eyes. Kill them, before this place collapses. Eyes glittered and attacks were begun. The power of their totems manifested, transforming into 4 enormous beasts which charged toward Chu Yuyan and the others. It was at this moment of crisis that Meng Hao appeared. Mist covered him, making his features indistinguishable. Before the Western Desert cultivators could even see him clearly, he was standing in front of Chu Yuyan and the others. He lifted his right hand and waved it forward. Immediately, a violet glow appeared in front of him, which transformed into an enormous curved moon shape. A violet moon with the power to sever lives. It slammed into the 4 beasts, sending out a massive explosion. The Western Desert cultivators looked on in shock, and then retreated one after another. The totem tattoos on 2 of them immediately began to ripple, incapable of holding up against the power. The attack then slammed into the cultivators, ripping their bodies to shreds. As for the other 2, one coughed up a mouthful of blood, narrowly managing to avoid the attack. The other was the most powerful of the group, and the one who had put Yi Feimu out of commission. His cultivation base was at the mid-core formation stage. Meng Hao's appearance caused Chu Yuyan to stare in shock. Seeing the appearance of the violet gibbous moon filled her with astonishment. That was an art only the Violet Fate sect possessed, and that no outsider could ever master. "Screw off," said Meng Hao, glaring coolly at the 2 unharmed Western Desert cultivators. His words were filled with enormous pressure, causing the cultivator who had avoided the blow to immediately turn to flee. He was a Western Desert cultivator. To him life was filled with adversity. He had no concept of honor and glory. To him survival was the most important thing. Therefore, since he could clearly see that he had no chance of winning, he chose to retreat. Before leaving, he clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. He respected strength. It didn't matter if Meng Hao had just killed his compatriots. The other Western Desert cultivator, the middle-aged man with the mid-core formation cultivation base, hesitated for a moment. He looked at Meng Hao and then at Yi Feimu and the others. Finally, he turned to depart. "Leave behind the antidote," said Meng Hao coldly. The man sighed inwardly, then waved his arm to send a black bottle flying out. Meng Hao wasn't worried about whether or not the man was planning any tricks. The complete collapse of this place was just around the corner. Once it did collapse, everyone would be sent out. When that happened, all of the minor problems would be easily solved. Meng Hao turned back to look through the mist at Chu Yuyan and the others. This place is about to fall apart. All of you, take care of yourselves. His face filled with conflicting emotions, he made his way off into the distance. Who are you? Chu Yuyan suddenly asked. Meng Hao didn't respond. He made his way off thoughtfully. Yifeimu watched him leaving, and then suddenly said, Feng Mu, what happened? His words instantly sent Chu Yuyan reeling. The other Violet Qi Division disciples all looked off toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao paused for a moment. He sighed softly, then called back, From now on, there is no more Feng Mu in the Violet Fate sect. Then he continued on his way. Chu Yuyan and Yifeimu gaped, their faces filled with astonishment. However, it took only a moment for Chu Yuyan's phoenix-like eyes to suddenly narrow. That voice! Her breathing suddenly grew ragged as she looked off at Meng Hao's retreating form. Rumbling booms echoed out as the collapse of the surrounding walls continued. The walls in the immediate vicinity were completely toppled, revealing nothingness. Some of the cultivators began to be sucked out into the nothingness, and then disappear. Meng Hao looked around with an expression of concentration and cautiousness. He wasn't sure of the exact circumstances outside, but he could guess that there would be extreme danger. He didn't take any sort of reckless action, but instead carefully observed the nothingness beyond the collapse of the walls. Not much time passed before the roaring grew more intense. Everything was falling apart. Meng Hao's gaze flickered, and he was just about to fly off into the nothingness when suddenly, his expression flickered. He lifted his hand and waved his sleeve. The two indestructible wooden swords flew out, moving to defend Meng Hao's side. It was at this exact moment that a boom resonated out. The fist of a woman punched through the air toward him, seemingly out of nowhere. The fist smashed into the violet mist which surrounded him, causing it to collapse instantly. The fist didn't pause, instead proceeding directly on toward Meng Hao's swords. An enormous blast radiated out. The two swords hummed and shook, spinning back and slamming into Meng Hao's chest. Pain filled his body, and he flopped backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying from his mouth. He looked over to see that the owner of the fist was none other than the young woman surnamed Feng. She wore a long green robe, along with an air of aloof elegance. She slowly approached through the void. She was beautiful, but she had hit Meng Hao with an astonishing blow from her fist. The power of the fist far exceeded the early core formation stage. Physical power such as this was shocking to Meng Hao. The violet mist roiled around Meng Hao, and as he stared at the woman, his pupils turned violet. His wounds began to rapidly heal, and within the space of a few breaths, he was completely back to normal, except for a slightly paler face. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up at the woman, his face grim. Such power, he thought. Such incredible power. That was far beyond Ji Hongdong. I think that blow just now could easily wipe out a normal early core formation stage cultivator. His eyes narrowed. Running away pretty quickly, I see, she said coolly. I see you killed that annoying Ji Hongdong who everybody hated. Well, I can kill you easily. Take out the immortal treasure and give it to me. You can't even use it anyway. She was not proud and arrogant the way Ji Hongdong was, but rather aloof. Clearly, she was much more powerful than him as well. She also seemed to possess an incredibly domineering air, even a bossiness. She waited for the space of 2 breaths and then said, You don't agree? Fine, then you can just die. She stepped forward at incredible speed, and was instantly directly in front of Meng Hao. She raised her right hand, and the fist descended toward him. Meng Hao began an incantation with both hands. A 5-fingered blood palm sprang up. Beneath his feet, the glow of the blood death world appeared. Blood clones popped out and seemed to merge with his body. As the fist neared, he struck out with his palm. A shocking boom filled the air, and massive power shook the ground beneath the two of them, shattering what remained of any nearby walls. A vortex of nothingness appeared and began to suck everything in. Meng Hao coughed up some blood as he tumbled backward. Violet qi roiled throughout his body, and his pupils glowed with a blinding violet radiance. His wounds once again healed. However, his face was even paler than before. This recovery had cost him some of his life force, and life force represented longevity. He retreated, a cold glow emanating from his eyes. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the blood-colored mask. The young woman took 2 steps back, a fierce expression filling her eyes. "You're the first person in the early core formation stage that's ever been able to make me fall back," she said unyieldingly. "I can make you bleed as well," replied Meng Hao. His eyes filled with as much coldness as hers. He lifted his hand to place the mask on his face, and as he did, the young woman let out a cold snort. The killing intent in her eyes grew even stronger. Her body flickered as she shot toward Meng Hao, raising her fist into the air. "Fong!" She called out only the one word, but the instant she did, the color of her fist changed into green. Countless green lightning bolts surrounded it, and it emanated a shocking and terrifying qi that caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. The speed with which the young woman approached caused Meng Hao's heart to fill with an intense sense of crisis. He had not experienced such a feeling even when fighting against Ji Hongdong just now. In fact, it had been a very long time since he had experienced such a crushing pressure from anyone in the same generation as himself. "Die!" cried the young woman, her voice echoing out in all directions as she neared Meng Hao. At this exact moment, Meng Hao's right hand placed the mask onto his face. A qi of blood and death immediately exploded out from him. It was also at this exact same moment that the back of the hand he had used to place the mask on his face was suddenly facing the Fong girl. In addition, the green mark which had appeared on the back of his hand when he formed his core had not disappeared. It suddenly flickered slightly. The green mark flashed like a magical symbol, and the young woman saw it. The instant she did, her eyes went wide and filled with complete disbelief. Her fist was almost upon Meng Hao. She suddenly let out an exasperated grunt. Risking a recoil of energy, she twisted her attack to the side, causing her fist to slam into the ground next to Meng Hao. A boom filled the air, and massive cracks filled the ground, revealing nothingness beneath them. Even the nothingness seemed to tremble, threatening to collapse from the power of the fist. The young woman coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her hair flew about her in disarray, and she turned her head to glare at Meng Hao, her eyes filled with fury and disharmony. This caused Meng Hao to gape at her openly. He wasn't sure what had happened just now in the critical moment to cause her to change the direction of her fist. She must have known that doing what she had done just now would result in injury to herself. "Damn it!" howled the young woman. She was very beautiful, and her appearance before she had attacked just now was charming and gentle. However, her moves had been as explosive as a dragon. Right now, her howl was filled with potent power, and an aura that seemed to proclaim that she was the most important person in the world. Seeing her like this caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. He had never before witnessed a woman behaving like this. "Damn it!" she roared. She clenched her right hand into a fist and smashed it into the ground. There wasn't much ground left to begin with, and her blow caused it to crumble even further. Why couldn't it be black? Boom! Why couldn't it be red? Bam! Why couldn't it be violet? With every sentence, she violently slammed her fist down onto the ground around Meng Hao, causing the ground to begin to disintegrate. Soon, only the spot directly beneath his feet was left remaining. The slamming fists even caused the nothingness around them to begin to collapse. Meng Hao's scalp grew even more numb. This girl was crazy. Such bizarre power really went beyond Meng Hao's imagination. He had the feeling that even though he was wearing the blood-colored mask, he still wasn't a match for this lunatic. Suddenly, Meng Hao thought back to how Ji Hongdong had described this young woman, and suddenly completely agreed. Seeing how she was smashing the nothingness into smithereens, Meng Hao quickly turned and sped off in a different direction into the nothingness. As he charged off, he heard the girl raging. "Why did it have to be green? BLAM. His face pale, Meng Hao prepared to be teleported out of the nothingness. He looked down briefly at the back of his hand, and the mark which was gradually fading. Could it really be because of this mark? He thought, hesitating for a moment. Thinking back to the fearsomeness of the crazy young woman, he shuddered. From the time he was small until the time he grew up, from when he studied as a scholar to when he began to practice cultivation, this was the first time he had ever been this frightened of a woman. Meng Hao's eyes began to grow hazy. When they cleared, he could see a black fog overhead, and could also sense a familiar aura. This was the region of the rebirth cave. Right now, the Immortal's corpse was rapidly shrinking. From the looks of it, it would very soon return to the size of a normal human. People were currently being teleported out all over the place in various positions. The instant Meng Hao appeared, he pulled out the good luck charm. It took only a moment to test it out, whereupon Meng Hao frowned. As he had anticipated, it wouldn't work. Putting the good luck charm away, Meng Hao immediately shot off in the direction of the rebirth cave. Even before emerging, he had made up his mind. He knew that he would be stuck in this area, and as such was dead without a doubt. There would be no way to flee. His only chance of survival lay upon the path of death. The rebirth cave. Such a path of death, in comparison to his current predicament, was a chance for survival. He had no other options. It was a gamble, but he had thought through everything, and as such charged forward immediately. The instant he had teleported out, outside of the misty basin, by the more than 10 pillars of light, the eyes of the middle-aged man from the G-clan suddenly opened. "He's here," he said, waving his right hand. Immediately, a glowing image appeared in front of him. It was none other than the fleeing Meng Hao. "He's heading north," he said coolly, flickering off in pursuit. The nascent soul elders of the G-clan followed him into the fog of the basin, their faces grim and filled with killing intent. The dozen or so Li clan cultivators also flew into the air in quick succession, faces filled with killing intent as they went in pursuit of Meng Hao. Any one of these people could kill Meng Hao with the wave of a finger. However, each and every one of them joined the chase. Pursuing Meng Hao was a matter which all felt that they must participate in. They entered the fog, but as they did, not a single one could sense the presence of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He smiled as he also moved in the same direction. He was in plain sight, and yet no one noticed him as he joined them within the fog. The nascent soul cultivators of the Ji and Li clans proceeded through the black fog, and as they did, their cultivation bases were slowly suppressed. Soon they were back within the great circle of the core formation stage. Despite that, any one of them was powerful enough to immediately slay Meng Hao. They moved onward with incredible speed. As for the middle-aged spirit-severing cultivator from the G-clan, his cultivation base was even more suppressed. He could fight against it, but not for long. At the moment, his cultivation base was at the nascent soul stage. He was moving with the greatest speed through the fog. As he whistled through the air, suddenly, he heard a cough that sounded very ancient, coming from off to the side. The cough was too sudden. It immediately caused the middle-aged man's face to flicker and stop moving temporarily. "Who are you?" he said, anxiety and doubt showing on his face. Even though his cultivation base was suppressed, he was still a powerful spirit-severing expert. His ability to sense danger had flashed as soon as he heard the cough. It transformed into a droning in his mind, and he had the feeling that the owner of the voice could kill him immediately if he so wished. "Which member of the senior generation is here?" he asked, his scalp growing numb. He thought of the rebirth cave, and suddenly a sense of crisis filled him that caused him to begin to pant. "Sir, I am of the G-clan. How is G11? Said the ancient voice, seemingly filled with emotion. "The 11th divine patriarch." The middle-aged man's mouth and throat immediately went dry, and his heart began to thump. G11 was a name that outsiders didn't know, the name of a person who was a member of a group of the most ancient members of the G-clan. Any one of that group was an ancestor who the entire G-clan would prostrate in worship to. Sir, I have never seen the 11th divine patriarch." The man trembled. The seemingly imperceptible pressure coming from the owner of the ancient voice caused him to feel as if the entire world was about to fall apart. "Very well," said the voice, drifting about like a breeze around the middle-aged man. "I won't cause too much trouble for you. Sit here and meditate for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then you may leave." The voice was filled with somberness. It caused the middle-aged man's face to instantly flicker. He hesitated for just a moment, then chose to sit down cross-legged. The 10th Wang clan patriarch stood right in front of him, staring off into the black fog. However, the middle-aged man couldn't see him at all. "Child, I've already delayed this person for you," he said softly to himself. "I've fixed your biggest problem for you. The rest of them are suppressed into the core formation, which means you still won't be able to escape. That, in turn, means that even if I help you get away, you'll still die on the outside. In that case, I may have no choice but to take your perfection away from you now. It's too bad. From time immemorial, it has never been possible to force perfection to develop. I'm not sure what power it was that caused the interference. If it weren't for that, I could just grab you and let you grow in my custody. After you reached the nascent soul stage, then I could take it from you. Well, you'd better not let me down. You need to get powerful quickly. Okay?" The old man's eyes flickered with a sinister glow. At this moment, he looked incredibly bizarre. Only 60 kilometers. Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly. The spot he had been teleported to was not very close to the rebirth cave. Normally speaking, such a distance would be nothing to him. However, he was surrounded by danger on all sides. This distance of 60 kilometers represented either life or death. He was currently moving at the fastest speed he possibly could. 55 kilometers, 52 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Meng Hao could now see the shrinking corpse of the Immortal. He was about to fly over it when his expression suddenly changed. A boom filled the air. Multiple members of the various sects suddenly appeared as they were teleported out into the fog, sending it roiling out in all directions. Their expressions flickered as they saw the group of old men speeding through the air after Meng Hao. The group included Chen Fan, Han Bei, Chu Yuyan, Wang Yukai, Li Shiqi as well as Su Qing. They saw what was happening. They saw the old men chasing, and they saw who they were chasing. Off in the distance was Meng Hao. Because the churning fog had suddenly dispersed, Meng Hao was completely visible. Everyone could see him. Furthermore, he had no inclination to conceal his identity. All eyes were now fixed on him alone. Meng Hao," said Chen Fan, staring in amazement. His mind spun as he gaped at Meng Hao. He had searched for him for years, but had never been able to pick up his tracks after the year he disappeared. How could he ever have anticipated that he would suddenly catch sight of Meng Hao here? Chu Yuyan's face was pale, and her body trembled. She stared blankly at Meng Hao's garment. Her face filled with bitterness as she suddenly understood that Feng Mu was Meng Hao. He was the cultivator from the state of Zhao with whom she had spent half a year stuck inside a ravine. It hit her like a bolt of lightning. In truth, that lightning bolt had begun brewing within the mental realm. She had even begun to prepare herself then. However, as of now, she couldn't control the emotions inside of her. Her heart surged with countless complexities. There were two people in her life that she considered to be unforgettable. One was Meng Hao. She could never forget him because of the twisted feelings he caused that year in the volcano. Those events had filled her with hatred she found difficult to put into words. The second person she found to be unforgettable was Feng Mu. The instant she found out he was Pill Cauldron, she would find herself thinking about him, even though she didn't know why. Sometimes, his face would appear in her mind, and she would find herself giving a light snort, or occasionally, a slight smile. Other times, her face would grow red. Feng Mu, Meng Hao. Two faces appeared in her mind, overlapping. In the end, the only thing that remained was deep bitterness and complex emotions. Wang Yukai looked silently at Meng Hao. His heart was calm, but deep inside, he recalled the scene from all those years ago in the cave of Mount Daqing. He remembered sticking his head out, looking up and seeing Meng Hao the scholar. Li Shiqi looked at Meng Hao silently, thinking back to their battle years ago. Han Bei sighed. She was clever and farsighted. The instant she saw the expression on Chu Yuyan's face, some clues as to their relationship suddenly appeared in her mind, although she had no way to completely solve the puzzle. Meng Hao, of course, had left her with a deep impression long ago. Her phoenix-like eyes gazed at him. Meng Hao. It was a name that hadn't appeared in the southern domain for a very long time. And yet, here he was, blazing as brilliantly as ever. Meng Hao's face was grim as he looked around at the roiling fog. He immediately bit down on the tip of his tongue, spitting up some blood. As soon as it flew out into the air, it transformed into a blood mist beneath Meng Hao's feet. This helped him to amplify his speed by several times. He immediately reappeared 5 kilometers away, next to the shrinking Immortal's corpse. The instant he did, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his once black hair was now white. Just now, he had used one of the multifarious forbidden techniques of the Blood Immortal legacy. A core formation cultivator could use this technique to instantly gain speed far beyond the normal capability of his body. It wasn't quite a minor teleportation, but considering the short distance involved, there wasn't much of a difference. Minor teleportation was a divine ability of nascent soul cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, they could use this forbidden art only 3 times throughout their life. As Meng Hao's body disappeared, the position he had just occupied collapsed, the air shattering because of the forbidden technique. He would never be able to do something like this using only his own skill and power. This was the only way to avoid death. The entire area was locked down with restrictive spells, making teleportation impossible. However, this forbidden art was not a minor teleportation, but rather an explosive increase in speed. However, it caused him to cough up blood, indicating that he had sustained injuries to internal organs. In addition, cracking sounds could be heard from his legs. His face was pale white. However, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. His pupils glowed violet as he drew from his longevity to heal his injuries. Meng Hao's longevity had increased after reaching core formation. Ordinarily speaking, he would be able to live to around 400 years. However, as of now, he had already wasted a significant amount of that longevity. Because of this price, he still looked young, but his face was pallid, something that could not be altered by the violet pupil transformation. They're still gaining. Around Meng Hao, the nascent soul cultivators from the Ji and Li clans, despite having been restricted to the great circle of core formation, were whistling toward him at top speed. Meng Hao had evaded them just now, causing the eyes of this collection of elders to flicker. The fact that he had avoided death just now filled them with surprise. Han Bei, Chu Yuyan and the others were watching from a distance, hearts filled with shock. Su Qing's hands were balled tightly into fists, and she was gnawing on her lower lip. She watched Meng Hao, her face pale, desiring to help him. However, the panting Meng Hao had just made eye contact with her, and within his gaze was the clear message that he forbade that. "Don't make all my painstaking effort be for nothing," he told her through the look. She watched on, trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. One of the old men from the Li clan shot forward, glaring at Meng Hao. "It's not that I look down on you, Junior," he said with a cold laugh. "No wonder you were able to kill our Dao child. But today you will not be able to escape. You'll compensate with your life." "What a load of crap," replied Meng Hao, slapping his bag of holding. The blood-red mask appeared, and he slipped it on without hesitation. As it melded with his face, a bloody killing aura emanated out. All who saw it were instantly shaken. Chen Fan and the others were shocked too, but not too badly. As the sinister blood qi enveloped the area, they retreated backward a few paces. On the other hand, the faces of the elders from the Ji and Li clans immediately changed. Meng Hao's green robe was suddenly bathed by the red light, making it seem as if he were clothed in blood itself. The crimson glow and the red mask, which was featureless except for the 2 eyes, immediately caused the nascent soul cultivators to recall depictions they had seen in their clan's ancient records. The blood immortal of the ancient Doom clan. It looked exactly the same. Intense killing intent, boiling murderous desire, immediately erupted above Meng Hao's head into a red-colored core qi. It roiled, emanating out in all directions. Beneath Meng Hao, the immortal's corpse had shrunk down until it was little more than 30 meters high. The dozen or so old men from the Ji and Li clans were still approaching at high speed. One of the 8 Ji clan elders, eyes flashing with intense killing intent, said, "You overestimate yourself." In order to ensure his own safety, he had resolved to personally slay Meng Hao. Without any hesitation, nor having any compunctions about damaging his reputation by bullying someone weaker than him, he shot forward ahead of the others, his killing intent billowing to the heavens. "Die!" he cried, his voice sinister. He quickly lifted up his right hand. Normally, Meng Hao wouldn't even have been able to make out his movements because of the speed. Now, though, he could make out a blur of motion. The man was approaching with rapid speed. Without a face. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red as he waved his right hand. His hair was completely white. However, because it was inundated by the crimson glow, it actually looked red. The core qi seethed, immediately transforming into an enormous face. The left eye was bizarre in appearance, whereas Meng Hao existed in the right eye. It flew out, heading directly toward the Ji and Li elders. A boom filled the air. Put life and death on the line. End the opponent to assure your own existence. The instant the boom could be heard, the ground heaved. Everything shook, even the black fog. The explosion was audible even outside of the basin. The eyes of Patriarch Violet Civ of the Black Civ sect glittered. Behind him, the spirit-severing Patriarch of the Black Civ sect had a similar expression. They flew up and were about to head into the black fog, when suddenly, the 2 spirit-severing patriarchs from the Violet Fate sect disappeared. When they blinked back, they were directly in front of the 2 from the Black Civ sect. "If you take another step forward, don't blame us for killing you," said one of the Violet Fate sect patriarchs, his voice grim. His eyes glowed with killing intent and fury. Back within the black fog, the boom continued to echo out. The enormous face which surrounded Meng Hao disintegrated. Blood sprayed from his mouth as nearly half the bones in his body were broken. Countless lacerations shredded his flesh, from which blood spilled out, causing his clothes to truly turn red. The redness of his garments was no longer caused by the crimson glow in the air. Now he was actually wearing a robe of blood. His body tumbled backward, falling down onto the immortal's corpse. Trembling, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Right now, Meng Hao looked very much like he had when he faced up against Wang Tingfei back in the Reliance sect. His stubbornness, his tenacity, and his powerful heart would always exist, regardless of whether or not his body was on the verge of collapse. A reddish glow flickered in his eyes. Blood dripped off of his body down onto the immortal's corpse beneath his feet, which was now less than 15 meters tall. As for the nascent soul cultivator from the Ji clan, his body trembled, and his face had fallen. He was not injured, but he looked at Meng Hao with a serious expression. His attack just now had been backed by the power of the Great Circle of Core Formation. Even that bit of power should have been more than enough to destroy a Core Formation cultivator. And yet Meng Hao was not dead. Immediately, intense killing intent flickered in the man's eyes, along with greed. He could clearly see that Meng Hao's cultivation base was merely at the early core formation stage. For him to be able to wield the power he had just now was only because of the blood-colored mask. He wasn't the only person who realized this. All of the others at his side began to look toward Meng Hao with flashing eyes. Meng Hao's attack now had seriously injured himself. However, considering the level of his cultivation base, the fact that he could withstand an attack from even a suppressed nascent soul cultivator showed how incredibly powerful the mask was. You could easily say that with the mask on, Meng Hao was absolutely, completely different than before. However, despite that, he was still not a match for his opponent. His body was on the verge of collapse, like an oil lamp with no oil left in it. Beneath the mask, his face was pale and covered with wrinkles. And yet, his eyes burned with frenzy and emitted a violet glow. Again, he burned his longevity to heal himself. He looked at the dozen or so incoming cultivators, and then suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed. His expression contained unyielding pride, the kind of obstinacy which indicated that he would never bow his head. He was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. He was the 9th Demon Sealer. He was Feng Mu. He was Meng Hao. He was born a scholar, but today he was a cultivator of the core formation stage. He was fighting against a dozen or more experts with nascent soul cultivation bases. They were suppressed, and because of the blood-colored mask he was almost inhuman. But when you consider the southern domain as a whole, for the past thousands of years, he was the only person who could possibly do this. Therefore Meng Hao laughed. It was a laughter of no regrets, a laughter filled with lofty sentiment, a laughter filled with stubbornness that soared to the heavens, damaging his life force to heal himself. His face beneath the mask rapidly aged. His hair had long since grown completely white. However, from the perspective of an outsider, beneath the crimson glow, his hair was bright red. Such an image immediately burned a deep impression into everyone who was watching. As all of the chosen of the southern domain teleported out from the crumbling mental realm, the first thing they saw was Meng Hao. The image was branded into their minds, something that they would never forget for 100 years, for 1,000, for their entire lives. At this moment, he was like the sun burning in the noon sky, the representative of a generation. Never again would someone like him appear. Never would someone be able to outmatch Meng Hao. This was what each and every one of them was thinking. Chosen? Thou child? Wearing his mask, his crimson hair fluttering, facing up against more than 10 nascent soul cultivators and laughing. The rest of them were like insects. Now that is a cultivator. It was hard to say who muttered the words first, but it only took a moment for them to resonate throughout the minds of all the chosen. Amidst the laughter and the whipping red hair, Meng Hao lifted his right hand. There between his fingers was a violet-colored medicinal pill. This pill contained a devilish will, and the instant it appeared, rumbling filled heaven and earth. An indescribable aura seethed out from it to fill the surroundings, causing all onlookers' faces to flicker. Without hesitation, Meng Hao placed the pill into his mouth. The violet-colored pill dissolved with shocking speed, staining his internal organs as if with ink, filling his viscera. Arf! Meng Hao lifted his head toward the sky and let out a shocking roar. Beneath the mask, his face twisted and distorted, his crimson eyes filled with insanity and billowing killing intent. The blood-colored mask seemed to approve of the aura which surged throughout his body. It caused it to spread out even more intensely. Pain. Incomprehensible pain. His entire body felt as if it were being slashed into pieces, as if he were being punished with death by 1,000 cuts. As this happened, it released all of the potential of his latent talent and cultivation base. It was as if a treasure chest within his body had been opened. A final intense pain rushed through him. It felt as if someone had ripped open his chest, pulled out his beating heart and lifted it up to the sky. Chaos. Earth-shaking chaos. An indescribable power seemed to take all of the memories in his head and crush them to dust. His will and his consciousness were thrown into disorder. Within the disorder and chaos, strands of intense and incomparable killing intent filled him. 1 strand, 100 strands, 1,000 strands, 10,000 strands, 100,000 strands. All the way to 10 million strands of killing intent. The killing intent sent Meng Hao's mind into chaos. It crushed his core, sent his soul into insanity, staining it with terrifying frenzy. The insanity transformed into world-shaking killing dementia. It toppled his thinking ability, melted his mind into nothing, filling him with a devilish will. It turned into a self-destructive desire, which in turn caused his cultivation base to climb upward. Mid-core formation, late core formation, great circle of core formation. Meng Hao's roars filled the area, filling everyone with complete shock. Meng Hao was not experiencing a burning of the soul. This superseded that because this pill was the bedevilment pill, and this will was a devilish will. This person was filled with insanity. The cultivation base burned, releasing the soul. The frenzied will and the desire for self-destruction transformed into devilish insanity. This was Meng Hao. His eyes were crimson, filled with blood, with devilishness, with imperceptible malevolence. Beneath the mask he was growing older. His red hair whipped around him unrestrained. The image of Meng Hao in this moment was indelibly branded onto the eyes of everyone who was watching. At the moment, the 10 or more nascent soul cultivators, still suppressed into core formation, approached Meng Hao. They outnumbered him, and their cultivation bases were inherently greater than his by far. So they still closed in, each and everyone preparing to attack. It was as if each feared that they would not personally be able to exterminate him, and would thus incur trouble within their clans. Their killing intent billowed up to the heavens as they whistled through the air. No one was there to help Meng Hao. In this moment, he was completely alone. The only person who could help him was he himself. The only person he could rely on was himself. Meng Hao's laughter was filled with insanity. It echoed through the air, and as it did, he waved his right hand in front of him. Without a face, heaven and earth shook, and the enormous face once again appeared around Meng Hao. It was larger than before and even more substantial than before. It did not seem illusory in any way now, but real. The face towered up, blood flowing from its eyes. The sight was startling and shocking. Like a mad devil, it shot roaring toward the dozen or so incoming nascent soul cultivators. To the onlookers, Meng Hao seemed like a moth willingly flying into a conflagration, seeking death. And yet in doing so, he unleashed all the splendor of life, causing everyone's hearts to twinge with emotion. A moth flies into the flame seemingly because the moth loves the flame. It wishes to be reborn within the flame. To onlookers, it would seem that death was unavoidable. However, who could possibly know that this moth had no love of flame? Instead, it wished to use its life to extinguish the flame. A boom filled the air, rocking everything. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as the massive face collapsed. Despite the fact that his cultivation base was climbing up because of the bedevilment pill, he was facing the combined attack of 10 or more people. How could he possibly measure up to that? As the blood shot from his mouth, massive injuries racked his body. His eyes were listless and a wan smile covered his face as he flopped backward like a kite with its string cut. The faces of his more than 10 opponents all flickered as they attacked again. Their intense killing intent were like sharp arrows preparing to stab through Meng Hao. However, even as they surged forward in attack, Meng Hao's listless eyes shone with unbridled frenzy. "A single word!" he cried, his voice hoarse. Shockingly, he was using the fearsome power of the bedevilment pill to fuel the divine ability of the blood immortal legacy. As the words left his mouth, the collapsing face immediately ceased disintegrating. The cracks which covered it seemed to seethe with ferocity as vast quantities of red mist poured out from them. The red mist spread out in front of Meng Hao. The massive face seemed to be rapidly passing through time. It began to shrink, and the cracks disappeared. It was complete once again. And then, in the place where previously no mouth could be seen, 2 lips appeared. The mouth opened and seemed to be speaking, although no one could hear the sound it uttered. However, as soon as the noiseless sound appeared, the 10 or so old men all felt their minds shaking. Streaks of blood instantly covered their bodies, as if they would be ripped to pieces in an instant. It was at this exact moment that Meng Hao spoke the third sentence. "The flames of war unify." Without a face, a single word. The flames of war unify. This was the first of the 3 divine abilities of the blood immortal legacy, forcibly pushed into motion by Meng Hao. Immediately smoke rose up from all directions, along with flames of war, twisting, spiraling, surrounding Meng Hao with a massive swirling pillar of fire. The roaring of it lifted up to the heavens. More of Meng Hao's bones snapped. Blood showered out from his body as his body was swept off of its feet and sent rolling onto the ground. The recoil of power caused the mask to be violently ripped off his face. Meng Hao's features were like that of an old man. His face was pale as he lay there on the ground. However, devilish frenzy still flickered within his eyes. His cultivation base was already at the point of shattering. His body seemed on the verge of complete ruin. Too much of his longevity had been wasted. However, his heart would not give up. It was with full conscious effort that he chose to continue the burning. Roars filled the air as the pillar of fire expanded out. The 10 or more nascent soul cultivators were slowly pushed away. Shockingly, 3 of them immediately coughed up blood. The intense power of this divine ability of Meng Hao's was incredibly shocking. "The blood immortal legacy is incredible," said one of the nascent soul cultivators. The expressions of all of the 10 or more old men were grim, especially the 3 who had sustained injuries. Their injuries were not serious, but they were collectively attacking a single core formation cultivator. For this to have happened to them was something they found hard to accept. "It's over," said another of the old men. They looked at their opponent. He had no power to fight back. He had sustained severe injuries throughout his body. He was like a lamp with no oil left to burn. They slowly advanced toward him, preparing to end this troublesome confrontation. Su Qing was trembling. She was just about to rush out when Han Bei reached out and grabbed her arm, holding her back with incredible power. Su Qing turned to look at Han Bei, when suddenly Meng Hao laughed. His skin was pale white and his features aged. He was no longer young. However, there was something visible inside his face that had always existed there. His laughter contained something strange, something fierce. It was filled with intense killing intent. "Awake, my mastiff," he said. He struggled to raise his right hand and place it gently onto the blood-colored mask. As he spoke the words, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. The moment Meng Hao had reached core formation, he had been able to sense the mastiff slumbering. He also knew that although it must remain sleeping, it was possible for it to occasionally awaken from sleep for just a moment. All he needed to do was call to it, awaken it. This was his true killing intent. In fact, everything Meng Hao had been doing up to now had merely been to buy time to allow the mastiff to awaken. The entire time, he had been calling to it silently over and over again. Starting within the mental realm, all the way until now, all the way until the fierce and deadly fighting, he had been silently calling to the mastiff. He had been calling it the entire time, all the way up until the moment just now when he finally lost all power to fight back. It was then that the mastiff finally began to show signs of movement. The signs of movement contained anxiety, as well as a frenzy similar to that which filled Meng Hao. It seemed as if the mastiff were using all the power it possessed to fight against the slumber which held it. It woke, filled with the same desire it had in the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament. It would protect its master. The 10 or more old men shot forward, and as they did, Meng Hao reached out to touch the blood-colored mask. Then, he spoke the words calling the mastiff. The mask instantly began to tremble. It flew up into the air with incredible speed, stopping to hover in front of Meng Hao. Suddenly, a massive blood-colored screen appeared, over 300 meters in diameter. The blood-colored screen looked like an enormous mirror of blood. When it appeared, the surface of the mirror filled with countless ripples, as well as growling sounds which emanated out from within. The sound of the growling shook heaven and earth, and immediately caused the faces of the dozen or so old men to fall. It sounded like the mastiff had found an enemy, and was threatening it. The echoing sound filled the air, passing through the black fog to the world outside of the basin. The Ji clan spirit severing cultivator, who had been stranded by the Wang clan patriarch, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils constricted. In front of him, the Wang clan patriarch let out a light gasp of surprise. A frenzied, heaven-shaking roar sounded out from within the blood-colored screen. It was the roar of a wild beast, filled with insanity and billowing killing intent. As the roar filled the air, the 10 or so old men in front of Meng Hao immediately experienced unprecedented feelings of life-or-death crisis floating up from their hearts. It was at this moment that the surface of the blood-colored screen distorted. It protruded, as if something were trying to break out. The intense feeling of life-or-death crisis caused the elders from the Ji and Li clans to feel shaken at heart. Their eyes shone with intense astonishment. Considering their cultivation bases, age, and vast experience, there were not very many things in the world which could truly cause them to be astonished. But now, deep feelings of danger welled up simultaneously within their hearts. For nascent soul cultivators to feel crisis like this also filled them with vast terror. It was extremely difficult to practice cultivation all the way to the nascent soul stage. Many people fell while treading such a path. For these men to reach this point meant that they possessed good luck and had experienced plenty of fortunate circumstances. Now, however, facing this life-or-death crisis had a profound effect on their hearts and minds. For the first time, these more than 10 men suddenly felt regret. However, before they had the chance to retreat, an intense roaring sound poured out from the 300-meter-wide blood-red screen. It seemed to be filled with enough power to destroy any obstacle in its way. The sound of it filled the air, causing everyone that heard it to be completely shaken in heart and mind. Some people with less powerful cultivation bases coughed up blood. The 10 or so old men watched on in shock as the massive blood-colored screen suddenly seemed to be rent open. From within billowed a massive glowing red light. Within the red light could be seen an enormous paw stretching out toward them. It was only one paw, something that belonged to a gigantic wild beast. It possessed long, razor-sharp claws and was covered with thick, red fur. Carried with it an indescribable, demonic aura. It was only one paw, about 30 meters in size, that emerged from the blood-red screen. It ignored the force which was suppressing cultivation bases and shot out. The instant the claw appeared, an intense, terrifying aura also could be clearly sensed. It exploded out, filling the area, causing the faces of the dozen or so old men to fill with shock. Their pupils constricted, and they retreated backward, minds reeling. That's the aura of spirit severing. Damn it! How could this Meng Hao have a spirit-severing aura with him? The scalps of the 10 or so old men immediately went numb, and the sense of crisis grew even stronger. In the very instant in which they attempted to flee, the paw which had emerged from the blood-colored screen raised into the air. Then it struck down toward them. This was of course the paw of the sleeping blood mastiff. During the fleeting 10 years which had passed, it had been incapable of awakening. However, after Meng Hao reached core formation, a greater connection had appeared between them. Meng Hao's repeated calls, and the critical moment of life or death he faced, were an intense provocation that caused the blood mastiff to suddenly wake up. In this moment, all it could do was extend its paw into the world and strike down. A roaring sound filled heaven and earth. The mastiff, which had already evolved to the spirit-severing level, sent its paw whistling down. 3 of the elders from the Ji clan had expressions filled with insanity as, unable to evade, their cultivation bases exploded. The 3 men emitted blood-curdling screams. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and their bodies began to collapse. Their nascent souls made to flee, but before they could get very far, were shattered by the paw. Among the elders from the Li clan, there were 4 who were too slow to evade. This slowness resulted in their instant death. A boom could be heard as the blood mastiff's massive paw descended onto the 4 of them. Their bodies were instantly turned into mutilated flesh. Their nascent souls were incapable of fleeing, and were immediately crushed into powder. This scene caught everyone by surprise. In the blink of an eye of the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators, 7 had been instantly slain. These 7 men were incapable of withstanding even a single blow from the paw of the blood mastiff, and were thoroughly and instantly exterminated. This instantly caused the rest of the old men to be filled with fear. The blood drained from their faces, their hearts began to race, and their scalps went numb. The only thing they could think of at the moment was to flee as quickly as possible. Everything was going opposite to expectation, and was exceeding the limits of their imagination. How could they possibly have predicted that Meng Hao, a trifling core formation cultivator, would be so difficult to kill? They had no way of knowing that to Meng Hao, reaching core formation was merely the first stepping stone on his path to the top. After reaching core formation, he had a vast array of magical techniques and other methods that he could employ. You could say that Meng Hao had saved up everything for an explosive finale. The boom was still echoing out as the mastiff's paw slowly began to fade away. The The massive blood-colored screen also began to disappear. Meng Hao grabbed the mask as it fell toward the ground. At the moment, Han Bei and the others seemed to be incapable of even breathing. They stared at the oilless lamp which was Meng Hao. None of them had ever imagined that events could turn about in the way they had. "Blood divinity," breathed Li Shiqi, trembling. "That was a blood divinity." The others immediately thought back to the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament and the blood-colored Mastiff. Back then, they'd had no idea who the Mastiff belonged to. Now, you could say that they understood but had little time to think about it. Seeing everything that they just had, with their own eyes, caused their minds to spin. Clutching the blood-colored mask, Meng Hao produced some medicinal pills, which he consumed. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet. He looked over at the group of people. His gaze lingered on Su Qing for a moment, and then he turned and continued to head toward the rebirth cave with as much speed as he could muster. "Fang Mu!" cried Chu Yuyan. Seeing him turn to leave, she suddenly realized she had no way of knowing when she might see him again. If she didn't call out, perhaps she would never have another chance to do so. Meng Hao's body quivered slightly, but he continued onward. He was well aware that the nascent soul eccentrics had been intimidated by the sudden appearance of the blood mastiff and its slaying of their 7 compatriots. However, it wouldn't take long for them to realize what was really going on. After a moment's hesitation, they would surely see that Meng Hao might seem strong on the outside, but was actually incomparably weak. Then, it would only be moments before they went after him again. As for the blood mastiff, after attacking just now, it had instantly fallen back into slumber. Now, it didn't matter how many times Meng Hao called to it, it wouldn't be able to awaken. All paths to the outside are sealed tight. My only option is the rebirth cave. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao whistled forward through the air. It was at this point that the remaining 7 or 8 old men who had not been slain suddenly ceased their fleeing. Their expressions were now filled with hesitation. It seemed they were analyzing everything that had just happened. Considering their age and experience, it only took the space of about 10 breaths for them to grasp the situation. Unsightly expressions appeared on their faces. They immediately turned and headed back. In the blink of an eye, all of the fleeing nascent soul cultivators once again headed in pursuit of Meng Hao. Meng Hao was only about 25 kilometers from the rebirth cave, when from within it, a soft sigh could suddenly be heard. It was the sigh of a woman. The sound was completely unexpected, but the instant it filled the air, the faces of the remaining nascent soul cultivators flickered, and they coughed up blood as they tumbled backward, bodies shaking. Dumbstruck looks filled their faces. It seemed that whatever they had just encountered was even more intensely powerful than the blood mastiff. Within their trembling bodies, their nascent souls also shook, and their fear climbed to the pinnacle. It wasn't just them. All of the cultivators outside of the basin also heard the sigh, and it sent their minds and hearts shaking. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Unprecedented looks filled the faces of the spirit-severing patriarchs from the various sects. Their faces fell and blood erupted from their mouths. They appeared to have received severe internal injuries. Within the fog of the basin, the spirit-severing cultivator from the Ji clan also coughed up blood. The astonishment on his face could not be any more intense as he heard the sound from the rebirth cave. This was not the voice of one of the strange life forms that existed there. This was the sigh of a woman. Within the fog, the Wang clan patriarch, who was invisible to everyone, felt his entire body shaking. Who is that? She's an immortal. It was as if a violent storm had kicked up within him. An intensely somber look filled his face, and his eyes glowed brightly. Threads of dread and shock filled his eyes as he looked toward the rebirth cave. It was at this moment that the voice of a woman could be heard coming from the rebirth cave. The voice was warm, and accompanied by another soft sigh. Years ago, you accidentally loosened the seal which held me. That counts as sowing karma. You cannot come to the rebirth cave today. Go, I'll help you to escape. This counts as reaping karma. As the voice echoed out from the cave, a white, glowing light could suddenly be seen flying out. It was a scale, a fish scale, Even as it flew forth, it suddenly also appeared to be a feather. The feather of a rock. The scale-like feather flew out with incredible speed, almost immediately appearing directly in front of Meng Hao. As it did, it immediately branded itself onto his forehead. Meng Hao's entire body shook as a warm power surged out from the scale-like feather, filling his entire body. Immediately, his cultivation base became stable. It was no longer burning and collapsing. Instead, it was completely restored. As before, he was at the early core formation stage. In the blink of an eye, his wounds were healed by nearly 20%. In fact, even his longevity was increased by a bit. Meng Hao's face was no longer that of an old man. It looked young as it had before. The paleness of it, however, could not be changed. The whiteness of his hair was also not possible to change. I will lend you the power of a rock. Go. Leave this place. As the voice echoed out, Meng Hao's body suddenly felt an incredible power pushing at him, sweeping up against his body, propelling him. Suddenly, he began to shoot forward like a rock. The 8 nascent soul cultivators hadn't the slightest inclination to block him. The voice of the woman from the rebirth cave was enough to send terror into the hearts of anyone in the area. Meng Hao had no time to think as he suddenly shot out of the basin and appeared in the outside world, in front of the eyes of the cultivators of all the sects and clans of the southern domain. What they saw was something like a shooting star. Within the shooting star was Meng Hao, his hair white, his robe the color of blood. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with confusion, but only for a moment, and then was replaced with understanding. He knew who it was that was helping him. The rock. She's the rock that was flying toward the rebirth cave that year. But why is she saving me? How exactly did I sow karma with her? Everyone in the League of Demon Sealers is heartless, she said with a sigh. You're on your own now. As her words echoed in his ears, his eyes went wide. In the years to come, the cultivators outside the basin of the rebirth cave would be unable to forget the events they had witnessed. In their memories, they would always be able to see that shooting star flying out from the fog within the basin. It seemed to be ablaze with heaven-shattering fire, emitting a bright glow that they would never be able to forget. Within that flame and glow was, of course, Meng Hao, legacy apprentice of the Violet Fate sect, 4th Grandmaster of the Southern Domain, Pill Cauldron, owner of the Sublime Spirit Scripture, inheritor of the Blood Immortal legacy. Any one of these would be enough to make a cultivator famous. But for all of them to be embodied in a single person would cause that person to become a legend in the Southern Domain. By now, Meng Hao was absolutely a legend. His cultivation base was not very high, and he had not been in the Southern Domain for a very long time. That didn't matter, though. He could not prevent himself from shining brightly. From that day forward, he was like the sun in the noon sky. No one would be able to forget that shooting star, nor the massive image of the rock which appeared in the air. The rock was massive, and Meng Hao seemed to make up its nucleus. It shot out from the basin, flying over the staring cultivators. They watched him soar out from the basin, charge through the blockade of nascent soul cultivators from the Ji and Li clans, and shatter through the swirling sealing spells. The seals collapsed behind him as the shooting star and the rock soared through heaven and earth. Thousands of kilometers off in the distance, they disappeared from the region of the rebirth cave, fading off over the horizon. Soon after, a vortex appeared, into which he flew. Then he was truly gone. The cultivators from the Violet Fate sect, including the 2 spirit-severing patriarchs, looked off into the distance as Meng Hao disappeared. They saw with their own eyes that he had made it to safety, and, deep in their hearts, heaved sighs of relief. Wu Dingqiu stood there, a complicated look on his face. In his heart, he sighed with emotion, thinking back to Meng Hao in the state of Zhao. He thought about the first time he'd seen him, and the events regarding the Iron Spear. It seemed like a dream. As he thought back to it all, Wu Dingqiu almost couldn't believe it was real. Eccentric Song looked up into the sky, and his expression was as emotional as Wu Dingqiu's. Next to him was Song Jia, who had appeared some time earlier. She was silent as she looked off toward the horizon. As she watched the man who was ostensibly her husband, and yet with whom she had never exchanged even a single word, Her furrowed brow revealed the bitterness that she had been unable to dispel throughout the years. Patriarch Violet Civ also looked on silently. He shook his head with a bitter smile. The Black Civ sect was quite familiar with Meng Hao. Because of the events in the ancient Blessed Land, and the matter of ultimate vexation bonding him as master, the Black Civ sect was truly in a hopeless deadlock with Meng Hao. However, regardless of any of that, Meng Hao, wearing the face of Feng Mu, had dared to swagger back into the Black Civ sect and engage in an alchemic battle. Then he even concocted pills for them. As Patriarch Violet Civ thought of all of these things, he felt admiration deep in his heart. The members of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Wang clan all had various expressions on their faces. Fortunately, Wang Tingfei was not present. If he was, his complicated emotions would overwhelm him like floodwaters. Throughout the years, all of the 5 great clans and 3 great sects had unknowingly become familiar with either Meng Hao or Feng Mu. Han Bei sighed. Images of Meng Hao and Feng Mu spun in her mind, gradually overlapping with each other, to create an image of a man in a red robe, wearing a mask, lifting his head and laughing toward the heavens. Created a truly profound impression on her. Wang Yukai was also silent as he thought back to Mount Daqing and Yunjie County. Chu Yuyan bit her lip, unable to determine what exactly she was feeling. It seemed that inside of her was pain, melancholy, and disappointment. It was like something had slipped through her fingers. She felt as if she had suddenly lost something. Ifemu lowered his head, refusing to look up into the sky. However, within his eyes was the glow of stubbornness. He had faith that Meng Hao would rise to prominence in some other location. That meant that he could not slack off. There would be a day in the future when the two of them would meet again. When that day came, he would gain victory over Meng Hao in the Tao of Alchemy. Chun Fan let out a light sigh. He now knew that he and his little junior brother from the Reliance sect had long since begun to tread vastly different paths. In his heart, he held deep admiration for Meng Hao. He didn't envy his identity, but rather admired his life. It seemed that Meng Hao's life was vastly more wonderful than his own. Perhaps he is a true cultivator, murmured Chin Fan. A look of astonishment blossomed in Li Shiqi's eyes. She thought back to what the mysterious patriarch had told her the day she left the sect to come here. Will we meet again? She thought with a slight laugh. Some distance away, Su Qing was gazing off at the horizon. We'll definitely meet again, she murmured inwardly. Her personality was simple and her features cold. She wasn't very intelligent, but her stubbornness ran much deeper than the average person. Her stubbornness was such that it transformed into a promise. I'm waiting for you, she said in her heart. Then she sighed. The Milky Way Sea divides the Nanshan continent into 2 parts. East and north, west and south. The Great Tang in the eastern lands, the Changdi Flute of the northern desert, the outstanding heroes of the southern domain, the totems of the western desert. The Great Tang in the eastern lands is known for its power, the northern desert for its intrepid barbarians, the southern domain for its many outstanding heroes. As for the western desert, well, it is known as the barbarian west with its western devils. In fact, its name actually represents madness. Chaos is the normal state of affairs in the western desert. There are no sects there, only countless tribes. Some tribes formed alliances and then larger coalitions of power. Because of the infertility of the land and the scarcity of resources, as well as the deplorable condition of the environment, the western desert cultivators lived a life of merciless killing. They cultivated the power of their totems, longing for the day when they would take over the southern domain. The 2 great wars between the West and the South had resulted in great sealing spells that separated the 2 powers. The regions left unsealed became the Black Lands. They belonged to the southern domain as well as the western desert. As such, there was more freedom there as well as more ruthlessness. Some areas there were infertile, but some were the opposite, creating a polarizing effect. Killing occurred at the slightest pretext, causing the land to constantly be filled with the reek of blood. At this very moment, at a spot roughly a day's journey from the Black Lands in the southern domain, was a vast plain overgrown with weeds. It was midday, and a bleak wind blew across the leaves, causing them to rustle slightly. Suddenly, a vortex appeared, with a gaping mouth like that of a black hole. As it appeared in midair, it emitted no sound. The sudden appearance of a vortex like this would naturally arouse quite a bit of attention. However, few southern domain cultivators ever came to this area. Moments later, someone emerged from the vortex of the black hole. He staggered forward, then looked back at the vortex, causing his white hair to whip around his head. On his forehead could be seen a mark that looked both like a scale and a feather. This was none other than Meng Hao. Using the powerful momentum of the rock, he had activated his good luck charm to teleport away from the region of the rebirth cave, to reappear here. He floated in mid-air, watching the vortex disappear, a look of confusion covering his face. Everything around him was quiet, except for the sound of the wind. After some time passed, he produced a jade slip and looked down at it with a serious expression. Having confirmed his current location, he let out a sigh. He turned toward the direction of the Violet Fate sect and gave a deep bow. He held the bow for the space of several breaths. When he looked back up, the confusion in his eyes was gone, replaced instead with determination. "I spent roughly 10 comfortable years in the Violet Fate sect," he murmured quietly. "I've almost forgotten what it's like to live life as a lone rogue cultivator." He waved his right hand, causing a violet-colored seed to fly out and burrow into the ground. Suddenly, the dirt heaved, and a mass of thick vines flew up to circle around Meng Hao. He sat down cross-legged in their midst. Eyes glittering, he passed his will into the vines, and they surged forward, carrying him toward the Black Lands. He closed his eyes as he traveled as quickly as possible away from the southern domain. He would not allow any delays. However, his cultivation base was unstable at the moment, and he had been seriously injured. His life force and longevity had been restored somewhat by the scale feather. However, what remained was still less than a 60-year cycle. Unless it were absolutely necessary, Meng Hao had no desire to waste or consume it. "I'll be in the Black Lands soon. Once I'm there, I can find a suitable place to treat my injuries. It's impossible to say for sure how long it will be before people from the G-clan come looking for me to kill me." His expression was calm as he traveled along, sitting cross-legged atop the vines. He permitted them to move forward at the fastest speed possible, which allowed him to spend some time tending to his wounds. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the copper mirror. He glanced at it for a moment, then put it back. As soon as I reached core formation, he thought, I got the feeling that all I had to do was calm myself and cast my sense into the mirror. With that, I would be able to awaken the spirit within. Unfortunately, the circumstances were far too dire at the time. He wasn't sure what would happen when the spirit within the item emerged. Now, his mind was not at peace, so it wasn't the best time to attempt to communicate with it. He would wait until after he was fully healed. Next, he produced Ji Hongdong's bag of holding. The first thing he noticed was a magical sealing mark on its surface. It wouldn't be easy to open. After a moment's consideration, he put it back. With the flick of a hand, he next produced a small bell. This bell was the magical item Ji Hongdong had used. Meng Hao examined it for a moment, then closed his eyes and focused on dealing with his injuries. As of dusk of the following day, he had encountered nothing startling or dangerous. Meng Hao's vines carried him into the Black Lands, which was an easily identifiable area. The ground here was black, as were most of the plants that grew in the area. This was the reason it was called the Black Lands. However, the instant Meng Hao entered the Black Lands, the ancient voice of the demon-sealing jade suddenly appeared in his mind. An immortal of the 9th mountain, the pinnacle of brushwork, magical symbols of all creatures, collapse of the heavens. The power is fused within this land, transformed into destruction, and filled with demonic life force. This land can be used to cultivate the art of righteous bestowal. Meng Hao's mind shook, and his eyes immediately snapped open. He snatched out the demon-sealing jade. As soon as he touched it, an icy coldness poured into his fingers, filling his mind. It transformed into a mnemonic, a unique divine ability of the League of Demon Sealers. Righteous bestowal, impart demonic power upon any living creature. It was dusk in the Black Lands. The sky was pocked with darkness. The land beneath was pitch black. Everything felt desolate. No mortals could be seen. It was difficult for them to survive in an environment like this. This area was occupied for the most part by cultivators. If you did occasionally encounter mortals, they would be descendants of cultivator clans, powerfully built, with hardy chi and blood. When Meng Hao entered the Black Lands, he looked back for a moment, and a flash of suspicion appeared on his face. For some reason, he had the feeling that upon entering this land, there was some sort of invisible thread attached to his body that had been covered up. Before entering the Black Lands, he had been unable to detect it. However, as soon as it was covered up, he could. Meng Hao muttered to himself thoughtfully as the vines carried him forward at high speed. Moments later, he cleared his thoughts. His eyes glittered as he cast his spiritual sense about. The region 300 meters in all directions suddenly appeared in his mind. I need to find a quiet place where I can recuperate. I remember that Zhou Dikuntu was taken to the Black Lands. Furthermore, there should be information about the eyeless larva 3 here. I wonder if I'll be able to refine one. Meng Hao once again produced Ji Hongdong's bag of holding. The magical symbol on it was by no means weak. Meng Hao was able to suppress it slightly, but was unable to open the bag. He could tell that if he was able to suppress the seal for long enough, then he would be able to. A long time passed, after which Meng Hao once again closed his eyes. He allowed the vines to continue forward without rest. Soon, more than a month had passed. Occasionally, he would encounter some Black Lands cultivators. They were for the most part skinny and bony, with an intensely fiendish aura. They were usually alone or rarely in groups of 3 or 5. To Meng Hao, most of them seemed like lone wolves. This was very different than the southern domain. It seemed people here were used to treading the line between life and death. The only way to ensure continued existence was to soak one's hands in blood. However, despite their ferocity, when the local cultivators saw Meng Hao, their pupils would constrict. Meng Hao's white hair was very conspicuous as it billowed around his head. Combined with the paleness of his face, it left people with a very ghastly impression. When you added the vicious-looking vines, the entire picture was one of powerful maliciousness. Meng Hao emanated the aura of core formation, as well as the reek of blood. Anyone who saw him would immediately come to the conclusion that he was someone not to be trifled with. Even some cultivators of the same level as he, after sensing the aura of his cultivation base, would hesitate for a moment and then get out of his way. In the Black Lands, killing was a constant part of life, and it was common to see bodies laying about. As Meng Hao traveled, he saw dozens of vicious magical battles between cultivators. He also saw quite a few deaths. Based on his observations, he quickly came to a better understanding of the Black Lands. What he found the strangest was that after a month passed, despite his constant vigilance, no one from the Ji clan came in pursuit of him. He couldn't help but think of the invisible thread that had been covered up the moment he entered the Black Lands. He hesitated for a moment, uncertain of exactly what was going on. Could it be that the thread appeared after I killed Ji Hongdong? Is it a mark that the Ji clan can use to track me down? If that's the case, why would it be covered up when I entered the Black Lands? Time slowly passed. Soon, another month had gone by. Compared to the southern domain, the Black Lands wasn't very large. As he traveled, though, Meng Hao found that there weren't very many cities, which made everything seem much further spread out. Nearly everything was empty and desolate. The soil was pitch black, permeated with oppressive, deathly stillness. Even fewer places were filled with spiritual energy. Thankfully, Meng Hao currently didn't have any strong requirement for spiritual energy. One day, as he sat cross-legged on the vines, he suddenly opened his eyes to look off into the distance. With his spiritual sense, he could see a short mountain about 40 kilometers away, as well as a simple Immortal's cave. The Immortal's cave wasn't located within the mountain, but rather underneath it, almost like a burrow. Next to the mountain was a spring, the waters of which had pooled together to form a cistern. The waters of the cistern were muddy and foul, and the whole area was littered with animal droppings and weeds. The place looked abandoned. If Meng Hao weren't specifically looking for a place to rest and restore his health, he would most likely have overlooked a location like this. Actually, it's not that bad, he thought. He transmitted his will to the vines, and they moved off in the direction of the short mountain. Soon thereafter, he arrived in the area. He approached on foot, allowing the vines to burrow down into the soil and conceal themselves. Meng Hao walked through the weeds, passing the cistern. As he did, he noticed a small, black creature drinking from its waters. It looked up at him, emanating a cruel and vicious air. Meng Hao ignored it, flying up in the air to inspect the mountain. Afterward, he flew toward a wide fissure on the surface of the mountain, a look of satisfaction on his face. The jagged fissure led downward, and it took only a moment for the main door of the Immortal's cave to appear in front of him. Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the door to tremble, then slowly open. The Immortal's cave wasn't large. Almost everything inside was covered in dust. Apparently it hadn't been occupied for some time, although some aura of the 5th or 6th level of chi condensation still lingered inside. It appeared that the original owner of the cave didn't have a very high cultivation base. After looking around for a moment, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, causing a wind to spring up that instantly cleared away the dust and the damp. Next, he sat down cross-legged and took a long, deep breath. A thoughtful look filled his eyes, after which his hand flashed in an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger toward the main door. It slowly closed, after which magical symbols appeared on it, sealing it. My injuries are currently about 50% healed. I really was seriously hurt this time. He produced some medicinal pills, consumed them, and then closed his eyes to meditate. Slowly but surely, his injuries began to recover. As a grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy, he was naturally able to concoct the optimal pills for treatment of his own injuries. Time passed slowly and peacefully. It was quiet inside the Immortal's cave, and dark as well. He sat alone for some time. When he finally awoke from his trance, he opened his eyes and looked out at the darkness. For some reason, the events from his time in the Violet Fate sect appeared in his mind. The G clan. A bright glow appeared in his eyes, which he closed once again. 3 months slowly went by, although Meng Hao wasn't very aware of the passage of time. His wounds were mostly recovered now, at least 80% so. According to his calculations, within a few months, he would be completely recovered and back at the peak state he used to be in. In fact, he might even be able to make a bit of progress. The absolute strangest thing to him was that in the past 3 months there hadn't been the slightest bit of pursuit on the part of the G clan. Meng Hao couldn't help but draw some of his own conclusions about this. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be because of Master? He thought silently about this for a while. Finally, he sighed, closed his eyes, and continued to focus on his injuries. After a moment, though, his expression suddenly flickered, and he focused his attention outside of the Immortal's cave. About 50 kilometers away from the short mountain was an emaciated man of about 30 years of age, walking along with utmost caution and prudence. His cultivation base was not very high, perhaps at the 6th level of chi condensation. A savage gleam could be seen in his eyes. Were this the southern domain, few people of the same level would be able to come out victorious against this man. I really struck it unlucky this time, grumbled the man through gritted teeth. What the hell was that place anyway? Kept me trapped for 2 years. His eyes flitted about as he proceeded at top speed toward the small mountain. Seemingly out of routine, the man took a circuitous route toward the small mountain, glancing this way and that the entire time. Assured that he was in no danger, and seeing no one following him, he hopped into the fissure and made his way down. From now on, I'm never going to that damned place ever again. Thankfully, even though I was trapped for 2 years, at least my life wasn't in danger. Anyone else would most likely have been killed. He sighed, muttered to himself as he climbed down into the fissure. Having seen so much death, he had reached the point where he was perhaps not numb, but at the least took it all as a normal part of life. Unfortunately, I still have no medicinal elixir, he muttered. However, considering that I have my own Immortal's cave, I definitely count as someone who has a lot of good fortune. Looking complacent, he relaxed a bit. Finally, he was back to his Immortal's cave, where he could rest. He lifted up his right hand and produced a command medallion which he tossed toward the door. His eyes immediately went wide as he watched the medallion clatter to the ground. The main door of the Immortal's cave didn't budge. Is it broken? He thought, gaping. He walked forward, picked up the command medallion, and then looked over it carefully. He was about to try to use it again, when suddenly he noticed some marks in the dust on the ground that made it obvious the door had been opened recently. Fury immediately burned in the man's eyes. How could he not understand that his Immortal's cave had been stolen by someone? I don't know where you came from, you stupid ignoramus, he immediately shouted. But this is the Immortal's cave of Grandpa Huang. Get the hell out of there this instant. In his estimation, the spiritual energy in the Immortal's cave had long since dried up. High-level chi condensation cultivators would obviously have little interest in it, let alone anyone more powerful than that. Furthermore, he had occupied this Immortal's cave for many years. Sure, some people had attempted to take it from him before, but all of them were people of a lower level than him, and he had exterminated each and every one. In the end, he was definitely the master of this tiny Immortal's cave. However, now it seemed obvious that in the 2 years he'd been away, someone had indeed come to seize it. Open the door. You're Granny. This is Grandpa Huang's territory, and Grandpa Huang's Immortal's cave. Everyone in the entire area knows that I'm the 8-armed Dragon King, Huang Daxian. Within the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao frowned. The place had looked abandoned before. He'd never imagined that someone was actually living here. You've got some big aspirations and the guts of a leopard to try to steal Grandpa Huang's Immortal's cave, howled Huang Daxian. Seeing no response coming from inside, he gave a cold snort and then began to perform an incantation with his right hand. He stretched out his finger and, face flushed, sent a tongue of fire shooting out. It transformed into a fire globe which shot toward the main door of the Immortal's cave. A boom filled the narrow fissure, after which Huang Daxian immediately began shouting again, "Open the door, you damned!" Before he could finish speaking, the main door quietly opened a sliver. Huang Daxian gave a cold harumph, congratulating himself on intimidating his opponent with his magical technique. He was filled with fury, but he didn't immediately charge inside. A look of caution gleamed in his eyes. He slowly opened the main door. Inside, he saw that there was no dust. Instead, Meng Hao sat there peacefully. Seeing Meng Hao alone, he said, "You're Gran." However, in the midst of his fury, he suddenly looked into Meng Hao's eyes. Within their profundity was an icy dignity. His hair was completely white, and he emanated a shocking, terrifying aura. His skin was pallid, as if he needed more blood to make it look normal again. All of this caused Huang Daxian to feel as if a bucket of cold water had just been dumped onto his head. He immediately began to shiver. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. Huang Daxian could not stop the pounding of his heart. His face was pale white, and as he trembled, he pasted a benevolent smile onto his face. Without even thinking about it, he began to edge away. "Ha! Greetings. What a lucky coincidence that we meet each other. Fellow Taoist, if you want to live here, well, no problem. No problem." Body quivering, Huang Daxian immediately made to leave. However, as he did, Meng Hao's calm eyes swept over him, coming to rest on his feet. A tremor ran through Huang Daxian's body. He didn't dare to move even an inch. Beads of cold sweat began to bead up on his forehead and then drip down his pale face. It seemed almost like as soon as Meng Hao's gaze landed on his feet, they suddenly didn't belong to him anymore. Eventually, Meng Hao's gaze rose up and he looked Huang Daxian in the eyes. Huang Daxian's brain felt like it was convulsing, as if his soul had fled his body. An intense feeling of dread completely submerged him. Foundation establishment. This is definitely Foundation establishment. The most powerful person Huang Daxian had ever faced in his entire life was of the Foundation establishment stage. The terror he felt because of Meng Hao was nearly unfathomable. This in turn caused him to think of the most powerful person he had ever seen. Before Meng Hao even said a single word, a flopping sound could be heard as Huang Daxian dropped to his knees, his face devoid of blood. "Senior, please spare my life. Sir, I spoke rashly just now, I was mistaken. Senior, you are a great man, and truly magnanimous. Please spare my life." Huang Daxian's appearance was that of the ultimate supplication. The back of his garment was already soaked with cold sweat. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. There was no need to cause trouble for this tiny qi condensation cultivator. Furthermore, if the Immortal's cave did indeed belong to the man, then it meant he truly had stolen it. As soon as Huang Daxian saw his hesitation, it immediately filled him with even more terror. "He wants to kill me," he thought. "I'm finished. Finished. I've heard of these foundation establishment cultivators. They kill people all the time, and I've even heard that some of them have the habit of eating raw human flesh." As he thought of this, Huang Daxian's vision suddenly began to grow dim, his heart filled with grief and indignation. He suddenly realized he would rather stay stuck in the place he had just escaped from than be here. At least there his life hadn't been in danger. But now, suddenly Huang Daxian gave a start. He didn't want to die, and therefore, several ideas suddenly sprang to being in his mind. Just as it seemed Meng Hao was about to say something, Huang Daxian let out a shout and said, "Is this actually my Immortal's cave? How strange, it seems the spiritual energy here is much too dense. Furthermore, everything is so glittering and translucent. It really feels like the dwelling place of an immortal. Senior, you truly are an amazing person. See, this Immortal's cave used to be so ordinary, but once you started living in it, your presence lent it a graceful glitter. It's like some sort of celestial wonderland." Hearing Huang Daxian's words caused Meng Hao to gape. His gaping caused Huang Daxian's spirit to be roused. It seemed he had managed to grasp hold of a chance at survival. Therefore, he went at it with even more gusto. "After seeing this Immortal's cave, I don't think I could possibly ever calm down." He looked around at the extremely ordinary Immortal's cave as if he had seen some type of miracle. His eyes filled with passion and reverence. "Now I suddenly understand what I have been missing, which is nothing other than your stubborn persistence in cultivation, sir, as well as your transcendent temperament which gives birth to such impressive dignity. Sir, you truly have the air of a transcendent being. I really can't help but bow to you in my heart. With each bow, my excitement rages out of control, and even my cultivation base leaps with joy." The more he spoke, the more excited Huang Daxian became, until spittle flew from his mouth. He seemed to be sparing nothing in his efforts to ingratiate himself to Meng Hao. Meng Hao stared, dumbstruck, and once again hesitated for a moment. Finally, his face began to grow red. "I was thinking," gushed Huang Daxian. "Perhaps this is the will of heaven. The will of heaven has caused Senior to appear here. Sir, I have no other request than to simply be able to stand in front of you and be touched by your immortal qi. Senior, I beg that you allow me this one request." Glistening teardrops poured down his cheeks as he stared earnestly at Meng Hao, looking feverishly hopeful. All of his words had caused Meng Hao's scalp to grow numb. He had always thought he had learned quite a bit about flattery back in the Reliance sect, and was more than equal to the task. However, he suddenly came to the realization that there were many more capable people in the world than him. One such person existed here in the Black Lands. Unfortunately, such words were useless on Meng Hao. He looked at the cultivator standing in front of him, his expression solemn. The solemnity immediately caused Huang Daxian's heart to tremble once more. Bracing himself, he spoke once again. "Senior, you have another virtue, your greatest, and that is, when the moment of truth arrives, you are not swayed by flattery. All fawning words are like a slight breeze hitting a mountain. If you wish to get angry, you get angry. You are efficient and decisive. You are truly a great hero, a towering figure." At this point, Meng Hao couldn't take it anymore. He laughed, and the laugh loosened some of the pressure that had been weighing down upon him because of all of the events back at the Rebirth Cave. Interrupting any further ass-kissing on the part of Huang Daxian, Meng Hao said, "Very well. I'm accustomed to quiet. Since this Immortal's cave belongs to you, I won't occupy it for free. Whatever you require, I will provide to you as rent." Huang Daxian's head was soaked with sweat, but finally he felt somewhat relaxed inside. In order to save his own little life, he had used all the mental power he could muster. Hearing Meng Hao's words just now, how could he possibly speak out any sort of requirement? "Senior, since you've taken a liking to this Immortal's cave, how could I possibly ask for anything? Sir, there's no need, really. Please live here without any hesitation whatsoever." Meng Hao looked at Huang Daxian for a moment, muttering to himself for a moment. What he lacked most now was spirit stones. He slapped his bag of holding to produce a qi condensation pill that was not marked with a pill cauldron. This was a qi condensation pill that he had concocted a very long time ago, and was of ordinary medicinal strength. It was one of the types he had concocted before becoming famous, and he actually didn't have many left in his bag of holding. As he pulled the pill out, Meng Hao got the feeling that it wasn't very much to offer. He was about to put it back and pull out something else, when suddenly he heard ragged panting. Huang Daxian's eyes went wide, and he was breathing heavily. He stared fixedly at the medicinal pill in Meng Hao's hand. His eyes filled with intense anticipation. His body trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. To him, the medicinal pill appeared to be shining and beautiful, plump to the extreme. Its appearance instantly filled the entire Immortal's cave with thick spiritual energy. The spiritual energy enveloped the Immortal's cave, immediately causing all of the pores on his body to open up. His cultivation base immediately seemed to grow, causing Huang Daxian's mind to spin. Medicinal. That's a medicinal pill. His mouth and tongue were dry, and he seemed to have lost his faculties, as if at any moment he might lunge forward and try to snatch the pill away from Meng Hao. In his entire life, he had only been fortunate enough to consume one medicinal pill. That was long ago when he was with his master. Upon receiving a serious injury, he and his master had fled. On his deathbed, his master had bequeathed him with a dark, bumpy medicinal pill. That medicinal pill had been highly valued by his master. It was also the first medicinal pill Huang Daxian had ever eaten, and, in fact, the only one. However, that pill had absolutely no way to compare to the one he was looking at right now. One was the earth, the other was the heavens. The black lands were barren, and the cultivators there lived arduous lives. Medicinal plants were not easy to grow, and there were virtually no alchemists, therefore medicinal pills were extremely hard to come by. Of even more relevance was the polarization of the black lands. One half of it was part of the southern domain, the other half was of the western desert. Cultivators here either never saw medicinal pills or, like Huang Daxian, caught sight of one once or twice in their lives. Generally speaking, cultivators here relied on medicinal elixirs, which were created by repeatedly breaking down medicinal pills until they formed a liquid. Such medicinal elixirs were not incredibly effective, but they were something that Black Lands cultivators couldn't live without. "Senior, are you going to give me that medicinal pill?" asked Huang Daxian, his voice quavering. He stared at the pill, panting. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He had been in the Black Lands for several months, but hadn't had much dealings with the outside world. He had seen much while traveling and had come to understand quite a bit. However, his thinking regarding the value of objects was still based on his time in the southern domain. Now he understood everything. He waved his hand, sending the medicinal pill flying into Huang Daxian's hands. "One medicinal pill to rent your Immortal's cave for a period of time," said Meng Hao coolly. Huang Daxian clutched at the medicinal pill as if it were some sort of treasure. He looked at Meng Hao, his face filled with intense veneration. He bowed deeply, then remembering how Meng Hao had said he valued quiet, suddenly was worried that Meng Hao might change his mind. He quickly took his leave, hurrying out of the Immortal's cave. When he was away from the short mountain, he took a deep breath, and his eyes gleamed with the excitement he had been holding back just now. "I've struck the jackpot," he thought. "This medicinal pill. It's a miracle." He hurried away, preparing not to consume the pill, but to break it down into medicinal elixir, which could be used for quite some time. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the Immortal's cave, his eyes filled with thoughtfulness. His experience with the Qi condensation cultivator had helped him to realize how scarce resources really were for the impoverished Blacklands cultivators. I still have quite a few medicinal pills in my bag of holding, Meng Hao thought. Most are marked with a pill cauldron, but I can erase that. Considering my lack of spirit stones, though, I need to be careful. There are no alchemists in the Blacklands, so a sudden influx in medicinal pills would definitely arouse suspicion. He continued to think about the matter for a while. He had left a bit of spiritual sense on the Qi condensation cultivator. If the man tried to plot against him, he could immediately activate the spiritual sense and kill him. Eventually, Meng Hao closed his eyes and focused once again on treating his injuries. As far as the damage to his longevity, Meng Hao wasn't too worried about it. That problem would be easy to solve, either with the Outlander pill or the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, one of the 3 great pills of the ancient Tao of alchemy. Time passed, and eventually, Meng Hao's wounds were fully healed. He opened his eyes, which glittered as he retrieved the copper mirror from within his bag of holding. Upon reaching core formation, the spirit within this copper mirror should awaken. He looked at the mirror, which he had acquired all those years ago in the Reliance sect. It had been with him all the way until this day. Now it was time for the spirit within to awaken. You could say that without this treasure, Meng Hao would not have the cultivation base he did. Nor would he have been able to travel to the southern domain or join the Violet Fate sect. He would still be in the state of Zhao, floating with that old turtle patriarch Reliance, off in some unknown location. Memories flitted through Meng Hao's eyes. So many things had happened since he had acquired this copper mirror that so loved to emit an aura that browbeat creatures of fur and feather. Furthermore, it had a heaven-defying ability of duplication. Then there was the painful abhorrence the meat jelly showed toward it. The meat jelly had gone so far as to take the form of a parrot, in which it constantly chattered and gnashed its teeth. Meng Hao thought back to the time he had left the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament and had touched the blood-colored mask. Thanks to the Li clan patriarch, he had almost lost control of his mind. It was only the bird call from within the copper mirror that had enabled him to avoid calamity. Then there was the time in the ancient blessed land, when the power of the copper mirror had enabled him to step foot into the square cauldron, despite the fact that he did not possess an ancient bloodline. The instant Meng Hao had reached core formation, he had felt an aura awakening within the copper mirror. "Parrot," he said, his eyes glittering. His violet core began to rotate as he drew on the power of his cultivation base. Guiding it with his will, he sent it through his right hand and into the mirror. The mirror gradually began to emit a mysterious glow. The light grew more intense, and then suddenly the meat jelly flew out from the blood-colored mask in his bag of holding. It emerged in a beam of light, and the face of the old man appeared on its surface. Its eyes glistened with stubbornness, determination, and sincerity, as if it were about to face its greatest enemy. Its expression also contained a bit of holiness, as if it were its mission to participate in a great battle that would decide the fate of all the stars in existence. "Evil archenemy, you finally appear," it said, its face filled with a sacred air. "I've been waiting for you for a very, very long time. This time, the first thing you'll see when you awaken is me. I will definitely convert you. I will bring you back from the path of wickedness." The meat jelly actually seemed a bit less long-winded than before. A pedantic air slowly began to grow thicker and thicker around it. Ignoring the meat jelly, Meng Hao concentrated, focusing on his cultivation base and sending a continuous flow of power into the copper mirror, which seemed like a bottomless pit. Time slowly passed by, and soon Meng Hao was using nearly 60% of his cultivation base. It was then that the glow in the mirror exploded out. A phantom image began to appear above the surface of the mirror. It was still very blurry. "Come out, my archenemy," said the meat jelly solemnly. "Come out. We are destined to fight this battle. Come out." Hey, Meng Hao, push a little harder. "He's almost out." Hearing the meat jelly's voice caused Meng Hao to remember something, and he cleared his throat. Actually, one of the main goals in causing the spirit to emerge from the mirror was because he wanted it to deal with the meat jelly. Perhaps it would be able to suppress the thing's chattering. He took a deep breath and then sent out more power from his cultivation base. 70%, 80%, 90%. The image above the mirror began to grow clearer. It was now obviously the shape of a bird. It was covered with colorful feathers, gaudy even. Its eyes were closed, and it had a curved beak and sharp claws. Actually, its appearance wasn't perverted in the way the meat jellies had been when it assumed the parrot form. Instead, it exuded an air of extreme, wild arrogance. Even asleep, the arrogant aura seemed to buffet against Meng Hao's face. "What an evil aura," said the meat jelly, trembling. "That's it. That's its aura. The appearance is dead on. This is my archenemy. This is my mission in life. I will convert it." The air of holiness swirled around the meat jelly even more thickly. Meng Hao suddenly felt weak inside. It caused him a bit of alarm. Perhaps it hadn't been the best decision to call to the spirit after having just recovered from his injuries. If he sustained any injuries now, then he wouldn't be able to provide the power the copper mirror needed. That would result in further nasty injuries to himself. Time passed. Just as Meng Hao's cultivation base was almost completely pouring into the copper mirror. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed out from within. It contained vast arrogance and immense bossiness. The sound of it echoed about, in such a way that would cause any living creature that heard it to bow in veneration. As the cry echoed out, the parrot above the mirror suddenly opened its eyes. A bright light shone out, along with a blast of aura that felt like immortal chi. It emanated out, filling the entire Immortal's cave. It had a blank look in its eyes, as well as an archaic air. It only took a moment for haughtiness to appear. Clearly, its body was that of a small bird, but anyone who looked at it would get the feeling it could split the heavens and rend the earth in two. Even the very air in the area seemed to grow thicker. The meat jelly emitted a howl that made it difficult to determine whether it was excited or furious. It immediately appeared directly in front of the parrot and looked it dead in the eye. "Look at me, my archenemy. Do you see who I am?" The parrot looked back at the meat jelly, and a cool look of contempt appeared. Its expression was arrogant to the extreme as it tilted its head back to look at Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't move or say anything. He took a few steps back, looking at the parrot and meat jelly, and also working on recovering his cultivation base. Based on his experience with the meat jelly, he figured that his best course of action was to first observe what was going to happen. The meat jelly gave an angry howl. Then it flickered, moving to block the parrot's line of sight. The meat jelly stared at the parrot, and as it did, it seemed all enmity bubbled up. "Archenemy of my life, the heavens have opened their eyes and seen fit to allow us to meet again. You are evil, immoral. So tell me, do you remember me?" The color of the meat jelly's body changed into a turbulent blur as it shouted, "Speak! Why don't you speak? You wicked, perverted bird. Why don't you speak?" It had waited many years. Now the parrot was here in front of it, but wasn't responding. Then, "Are you crazy? Screw your sister, bitch!" squawked the parrot, its face filled with impatience. Immediately, the meat jelly's eyes began to gleam. This reaction on the part of the parrot seemed to be in line with the wickedness it remembered. "Cursing at people is wrong," said the meat jelly solemnly. "You've sinned yet again. Screw your granny. Screw your aunt. Screw your other granny. Screw your uncle. Screw your grandkids. Screw your sister, bitch." The parrot slowly said one sentence after another, ignoring the suddenly trembling meat jelly. It flapped its wings a few times, and then flew up into the air, making a few circles around the Immortal's cave. Eventually, it landed on Meng Hao's shoulder and looked over at him arrogantly. "So, you're my master in this world? Remember my name, Lord Fifth. I'm an ancient celestial bird. After being born, I was revered and respected. Even the heavens bowed their head to me. Before I was born, no living creature wore clothes. After I was born, who dared not to? Before me, no spirit creatures had fur or feathers. After my birth, great aspirations burned, and furred and feathered beasts were required in heaven and earth. After that, which creatures in the world dared not grow furs or feathers? On the outside, I permit you to call upon my name, it said arrogantly. When the name of Lord Fifth is spoken, all living creatures become terror-stricken. No one will dare to offend you. That is because within the entire world, in and out of the heavens, if anyone offends me, I screw them to death. Its domineering air leaked out, filling the area. However, Meng Hao had a strange look on his face. From his perspective, he was looking at nothing but a colorful, boasting bird. Off to the side, the meat jelly solemnly said, "Boasting is immoral. You've sinned yet again. I will convert you." An air of righteousness shot out from it toward the parrot. However, as it neared, a look of disdain filled the parrot's face, and its arrogance grew even thicker, as if it were the boss, and the heavens were its assistant. Looking at the meat jelly, it said, "Years ago, countless almighty beings refined the Milky Way into a statue for me in the flaming mountains. Do you want to know why? Long ago, deep within the star sea, I forced 30,000 great peace virgin Taoist nuns to bathe in front of me. Do you want to know why they agreed? Countless years ago, who was the greatest bully in all the stars? Furthermore, do you remember the fatso who ambushed you that one time, and then kowtowed to me for 100,000 years? Do you want to know where he is now? Do you want to learn how to count past 1, 2, 3? The parrot's words came out slowly, and as they did, the meat jelly slowly began to stop moving. By the time the parrot finished, it was staring mutely, its face filled with conflict. However, it still seemed able to suppress its curiosity. The parrot eyed the meat jelly with a look of utmost haughtiness. "If you want to know, then you need to behave a bit better in front of Lord Fifth. Bitch, I haven't seen you for years, and yet you're still completely retarded." Witnessing all this, Meng Hao suddenly realized how the parrot was able to deal with the meat jelly. The meat jelly was incredibly curious, and this was actually its greatest weakness. That having been said, Meng Hao had the feeling that the personality of this parrot was a bit different than that portrayed earlier by the meat jelly. He wasn't able to sense any perverted air on it, only wild arrogance. It was at this moment that the parrot's beak suddenly clicked, and a suspicious expression appeared on its face. It looked around for a moment, then flew into the air, circling a few more times around the Immortal's cave. "Eh?" it said suspiciously as it flew around. "This isn't right. What smell is that?" This immediately aroused the curiosity of the meat jelly, and it also began to look around dubiously. When it saw the parrot seemingly sniffing for something, a popping sound suddenly rang out as it transformed into a big white dog. It pushed its nose into the ground and began nosing about, wagging its tail. "What the heck is it?" the meat jelly asked after sniffing around for a while. "I don't smell anything. What are you smelling?" It looked up curiously at the parrot. "You don't understand crap. It doesn't matter if you turn into a dog, you wouldn't be able to smell anything. I'm an ancient celestial bird, esteemed in all the heavens. These black-colored lands have a very curious aura. I've already determined what it is. Amazing. Incredible. Ah, now I understand what's going on." The arrogant look on its face made it seem as if it understood everything within heaven and earth. The meat jelly's face twisted with unbearable curiosity. It seemed to itch with anxiety. Apparently it didn't matter which form it took. It wouldn't be able to detect this supposed aura. Off to the side, Meng Hao watched the commotion. Hearing the dialogue between the two, he suddenly thought back to the words spoken by the demon sealing jade when he entered the Black Lands, and felt a twinge of excitement. "So what's so special about this place?" he asked. The parrot glanced back at him. The look said that it was an ancient celestial parrot, and that it didn't need to explain anything to him. It continued flying around, a look of arrogance on its face, as if it were matchlessly unique in all heaven and earth. Meng Hao frowned and then coolly said, "Well, anybody can brag. If you don't know the answer, there's no need to go about pretending like you do." He was of the core formation stage, on his path to becoming a powerful expert, and having experienced what he did at the rebirth cave, he was able to speak his words in a completely dull tone, as if he weren't the least bit upset and also completely confident in himself. His words caused the parrot to immediately stop in mid-flight. All of the colorful feathers on its body stood on end, and it glared at Meng Hao, looking as if it had been woefully dishonored. I don't know? I'm an ancient celestial bird. I know about the immortals above and the mortals below. You think there's something Lord Fifth doesn't know? I know everything. You really don't need to boast, replied Meng Hao quickly. His heart trembled, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Lord Fifth knows. You don't know. Arar. Fine, squawked the parrot, flapping its wings. You shall know how powerful an ancient celestial bird is. The parrot's eyes had turned green. Its dignity had been questioned. A multicolored light suddenly blazed out from it, filling the entire small mountain in the space of a single breath. Then, the light returned, as if it had collected something from within the mountain. The light gathered together, transforming into a pile of black soil the size of a fist. See, said the parrot arrogantly, its voice shrill. The secret of these black-colored lands can be found within this very mountain. This was refined out by me, Lord Fifth, personally. Off to the side, the meat jelly watched in a daze, completely quiet, as if it had just been enlightened. Despite its apparent sudden realization, however, it quickly grew more curious. What the heck is it? It said. It rolled its eyes as it considered Meng Hao's words from just now, and then the arrogant posturing of the parrot. Suddenly, it felt very excited and gushed. You're trying to use that crap to fool us? You old bird. You don't have any idea at all what it is. The parrot looked scornfully at the meat jelly. This time, it didn't react at all like it had toward Meng Hao, causing the meat jelly to stare dumbfounded. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked closely at the soil, which was actually a dark purplish green. Just looking at it, he didn't see anything unusual. In fact, it seemed quite ordinary. You don't even know where this random clump of mud came from, and yet you dare to claim that you're omniscient? Said Meng Hao coolly. It seemed that the parrot didn't like to be provoked by people. Even though the meat jelly had tried this method moments ago to no effect, Meng Hao decided to try it out one more time. Even as the words were leaving his mouth, the parrot's colorful feathers stood up on end. A green light shone from within its eyes, and a white chi began to seep out from the top of its head. It seemed that its dignity had been seriously slighted, something it couldn't accept in its arrogance. Apparently it could ignore whatever the meat jelly said, but not even the slightest bit of provocation from Meng Hao. You dare to look down on Lord Fifth? Shrieked the parrot furiously. Lord Fifth is an ancient celestial bird. There's nothing I don't know. Mountains and seas, the heavens. Who doesn't know that if you have faith in the Lord Fifth, you can attain eternal life? You listen to Lord Fifth, buddy. This stuff is immortal sense soil. Many years ago, an almighty member of the senior generation painted a talisman out amidst the stars. He threw it down with the intention of sealing this particular planet. However, someone else blocked it, and as the talisman entered the planet, it was burned into ash. However, that almighty ancient had an exceedingly high cultivation base, and therefore, the magical symbols he painted contained divine abilities. Even though it became ash, it still contained the power of an immortal. The ash fell down onto this very land. That's why the soil in this place is black, because the land here contains the remnants of that burned talisman. An ancient celestial bird, saw all this happen so many years ago. How could I possibly be mistaken? After hearing all this, Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled. A cultivator who wielded power great enough to be able to paint magical symbols among the stars, and use them to seal an entire planet. Before the events at the Rebirth Cave, Meng Hao would not have easily believed that such a thing could be true. But after seeing Chomentai, he now had a much greater understanding of such matters. Right now, he breathed deeply as he looked at the incensed parrot, having already been 70 to 80% convinced of what it was saying. Some almighty person capable of painting a seal that can lock down a whole planet. That's just shocking. he thought. But for someone to interfere with it, to burn it and cause the ash to create the black lands. Well, who was that? At the moment, the character G was hovering in his mind. It can be hard to distinguish illusions from reality, said Meng Hao coolly. That's a nice story, but who knows whether it's true or not? Actually, Meng Hao was mostly convinced already, but he allowed no change of expression to appear on his face. The parrot looked even more enraged. It flew around in circles around the Immortal's cave, glaring at Meng Hao. Then, it opened its mouth and spit out a glowing green light which shot toward Meng Hao. It happened so fast that Meng Hao had no chance to dodge. The green light entered into him through his forehead, transforming into information that branded itself onto his mind. The information consisted of a few hundred characters. They were complex, but after examining them, Meng Hao realized what it was. A vision technique. Use this technique and look again. This celestial technique has been branded onto you, so there's no need for enlightenment or study. Just use it. The parrot glared at Meng Hao, apparently unwilling to rest until Meng Hao believed what he said. Meng Hao closed his eyes. When he opened them, the pupil of his right eye shrank. As it did, he felt as if cultivation base power were suddenly being emitted out of his right eye. In an instant, it felt as if his cultivation base were withered, causing Meng Hao to feel quite alarmed. Suddenly, a strand of the immortal spiritual energy within his body went toward his right eye, fusing with it. He felt a stab of pain in his right eye, and tears flowed out of it. His vision grew blurry, but then cleared. Now, the world as he viewed it through his right eye looked very different, although it was hard to describe exactly how. He looked down at the violet-green clump of soil. Even at first glance, Meng Hao's mind was shaken. Slowly, pulses of a golden-colored aura became visible, floating up from the soil and congealing in the air to form faint magical symbols. The symbols, of course, were golden-colored. Furthermore, they emitted an intense pressure that only Meng Hao was able to sense. Under the influence of the pressure, the magical symbols seemed to transform into tiny people. All of them floated there in front of Meng Hao, and they appeared to be painting something. There was only a tiny bit of pressure, but it caused Meng Hao's mind to fill with a roaring sound, and his spiritual sense to grow unstable. He suddenly closed his eyes, cutting off his vision and thus ending the technique. Even still, his face was pale, and it took him a while to recover his senses. When he opened his eyes, his right eye was filled with veins of blood. "Well, did you feel it?" asked the parrot haughtily. "Lord Fifth knows everything. This is nothing but a clump of dirt with a bit of magical symbols in it. If you had encountered the ash created by the true immortal talisman that year, you wouldn't have been struck absent-minded. You would have been struck dead. You know, soil like this is everywhere in this black-colored land. You can't say there's a huge amount, but there is quite a bit. People like you who can actually gaze upon the will of the immortal talisman. Well, let's just say you're as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Were it not for the fact that this area is suppressed, it wouldn't have lasted until now. If this soil is taken away from this land, then it will become useless. Oh, and let me tell you another secret. If you possess enough fortune and luck, you can collect more soil like this, and then you might gain enlightenment regarding some of the divine abilities within the magical symbols of that almighty senior. Now, please repeat after me in a loud voice. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Many years ago, countless people chanted these very lines. It looked at the pale-faced Meng Hao even more egotistically, apparently more and more convinced of how powerful it was. Meng Hao ignored the parrot. Such a powerful aura, especially considering this is just a tiny clump of soil, and yet it contains such shocking power. To think that there is more of this dirt throughout the Black Lands. He began to breathe deeply, and his eyes glowed. He suddenly thought of the words of the demon sealing jade. An immortal of the ninth mountain, the pinnacle of brushwork, magical symbols of all creatures, collapse of the heavens. The power is fused within this land, transformed into destruction, and filled with demonic life force. This land can be used to cultivate the art of righteous bestowal. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. The method for cultivating the art of righteous bestowal already existed in his mind. During his time focused on healing his injuries, he'd had no time to work toward enlightenment, but having seen this clump of soil, he suddenly found himself lost in thought. Time slipped by. Soon half a month had gone past. The parrot and the meat jelly had disappeared somewhere, and were no longer in the Immortal's cave. The interchanges between these two old enemies usually involved the meat jelly provoking the parrot in some way. However, the parrot was always able to respond with only a few words that would send the meat jelly shrinking in on itself. Meng Hao was focused on the art of righteous bestowal. Occasionally he would use the vision technique to examine the soil. Each time he would come up lacking in some aspect of enlightenment or another. As he continued to study it, he would sometimes take out Ji Hongdong's bag of holding. The magical sealing symbol was still there, but it was growing weaker. After a few attempts at breaking it, Meng Hao got the feeling that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to open the bag. Time slowly passed. Other than research, he spent his time thinking. He didn't consume the Outlander pill that Master had given him. True, it could extend longevity, but more importantly, it could be used to suppress the resurrection lily. He could only consume 3 in his life, and did not wish to squander those opportunities. As for the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, it could also extend longevity, but he only had 1. At the moment, he didn't have enough spirit stones to duplicate a copy, so after a moment's thought, he sealed it back up. At the moment, he was completely recovered. His longevity was significantly shortened, but it wasn't an extreme emergency. For now, what he was most worried about was the heavenly tribulation that would come with his perfect gold core. Right now, he had all the ingredients he needed to make the perfect core pill, except for one plant. The plant he needed wasn't extremely rare. Meng Hao guessed that, even in the Black Lands, he would most likely be able to get a hold of one. However, after thinking for quite a long time about the heavenly tribulation, Meng Hao still had no idea how he would deal with it, other than the meat jelly. On one particular day, after gaining a bit of enlightenment regarding the celestial soil, Meng Hao's mind suddenly quivered. He sent his spiritual sense out roughly 50 kilometers out from his Immortal's cave. There, he could see Huang Daxian, very cautiously leading a group of grim, malevolent-looking Foundation establishment cultivators in his direction. "Seniors," he said in a low voice. "Up ahead. The 4 of you will be able to see the place where that guy is staying." His nose was bloodied, and his face swollen, and it seemed he was even missing a few teeth. His expression was very dispirited. "Cut the crap," said one of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators with a cold snort. "Keep leading the way. I really want to see if this guy truly has the superhuman abilities you claim," said another. "And then there's the supposed medicinal pills." The 4 cultivators' eyes glittered with avarice. Among the 4, one was surprisingly of the great circle of Foundation establishment. The other 3 were in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. These 4 held sway over the region with iron fists, and they were quite well known. Their bodies were festooned with what could almost be called totem tattoos, very similar to those of Western desert cultivators, although not quite the same. The 4 of them exchanged glances and began to converse in hushed tones. "We'll need to be careful. With so many medicinal pills, he must not be an ordinary person. Make sure not to damage his bag of holding before he dies. Otherwise this trip will have been in vain. Right? We'll all attack at once and wipe him out. Don't give him a chance to destroy his own bag of holding before that." Huang Daxian looked furious, but didn't dare to say anything other than to mumble in agreement with them. Meng Hao retracted his spiritual sense. Huang Daxian was branded with his spiritual sense, so Meng Hao was aware of all of his activities, including the disaster he had brought upon himself because of the medicinal pill, and how he had been captured. If he wanted to, Meng Hao could just exterminate all of them. However, after thinking about the celestial soil which contained the celestial talismanic symbols, he changed his mind and allowed Huang Daxian to lead them here. "I need enough celestial soil. The more the better. That will increase my ability to achieve full enlightenment." Meng Hao closed his eyes. It requires a bit of time for foundation establishment cultivators to travel 50 kilometers. While he waited for them, Meng Hao sat meditating. He had now gained more experience in researching the art of righteous bestowal. As far as enlightenment regarding the celestial soil, there was no need to be anxious. It would require slow and steady progress. By gradually increasing his collection, he would have time to study it properly. In that way, he would be able to slowly supplement whichever magical symbols he lacked. He currently sat cross-legged, examining his violet core as it slowly rotated. In the blink of an eye, it would send out a massive pulsating aura throughout his body, which would then retract. It was like lightning. Extend, retract, a cycle. This allowed him to burst forth with a type of cultivation base power completely different and far more formidable than that of the foundation establishment stage. Master said that after reaching core formation, I would be able to fuse the ever-burning flame with my core. Then I would be able to utilize my personal alchemic flame. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. To accomplish that would of course require painstaking effort in secluded meditation. He hadn't even been in the Black Lands for a year, and yet his time spent recovering in secluded meditation had led to a complete lack of mental focus. However, the matters of the celestial soil, the art of righteous bestowal, igniting his alchemic flame, and Ji Hongdong's bag of holding were all things that he needed to allocate time for now that he was in the core formation stage. Because of his concerns of being tracked down by the Ji clan, he was constantly on guard. This entire time, he hadn't been able to relax. However, he already had an inkling as to why no one from the Ji clan had come after him yet. He made his decision. It seems I need to stay in secluded meditation for a bit longer. When I've accomplished everything I need to, I can go out and track down the final medicinal plant I need to make the perfect gold core pill. He lifted his head, and within his eyes could be seen a cold glow. His lips twisted into a meaningful smile that had a touch of a demonic air. It seemed to be filled with frigidness. At the moment, the 4 foundation establishment cultivators were flying through the air toward the short mountain. They approached without hesitation, and reached the fissure in the mountain in only a moment, and then shot down inside. Huang Daxian's face was pale and fear filled his heart. However, he also had an idea. Gritting his teeth, voice trembling, he loudly said, Just down here." The foundation establishment cultivators looked at him with killing intent springing from their eyes. "Quiet," said one. The 4 of them reaching the bottom of the fissure in an instant. They looked at the Immortal's cave, and their expressions changed to fill with vigilance. This was because the door of Meng Hao's Immortal's cave was not closed. Instead, it was wide open, allowing them to see Meng Hao sitting inside cross-legged. He slowly raised up his head. His expression was that of complete calm. He wore an ordinary green robe, but considering how it strikingly framed his white hair, it immediately caused an intense fear to push down onto their hearts. In addition, his face seemed devoid of any blood. That, combined with the icy coldness of his gaze, made the temperature in the area seem to instantly plummet beyond freezing. The 4 foundation establishment cultivators all gasped. Meng Hao's appearance immediately caused an intense feeling of crisis to rise up inside of them. It made the man sitting in front of them seem to be, not a cultivator, but an ancient wild beast. His gaze seemed as if it would consume them whole. Cold sweat immediately began to pour down their foreheads. Their mouths and tongues went dry, and their minds seemed almost lost. They stood there, not moving a muscle. Meng Hao didn't say anything. Deathly silence filled the mountain fissure. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The silence gradually transformed into an intense pressure, as if the entire mountain were weighing down on the hearts of everyone present. The feeling seemed to place them at the border between life and death. Meng Hao's gaze filled them with the profound impression that if they moved, they would be dead instantly. Finally, though, one of the 4 foundation cultivators, the one with the lowest cultivation base, couldn't take the pressure any longer. Unable to stay standing there, he let out a howl and shot upward toward the mouth of the fissure. Even as he began to fly up, Meng Hao lifted the finger of his right hand. "Pipe down." 2 words, 1 sentence, and a miserable shriek rang out. A corpse fell down to land directly in front of the 3 other Foundation establishment cultivators, causing their faces to grow even more white and their bodies to tremble even harder. The corpse that had just fallen down had a bloody hole on its forehead, out from which fresh, red blood gurgled. The corpse's eyes were wide open and clearly filled with dread and despair. The scene transformed into a new pressure that caused the remaining 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to be filled with awe. Although they had done their fair share of killing, they knew that it wasn't a simple thing to be able to slay a Foundation establishment cultivator. All of them instantly began to shake violently. Core formation. This guy is definitely in the core formation stage. Damn it. Why did we have to provoke a core formation expert? The 3 of them exchanged glances filled with bitterness and desperation. Huang Daxian was trembling even harder than they were, and anxiety filled his face. He had guessed that Meng Hao was powerful, but he had never imagined that his power had reached the level that he could exterminate a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. Some time passed, and the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators grew so nervous and frightened that it seemed their hearts might explode. Being forced to wait such a long time under the threat of death was something that ordinary people usually can't endure. Finally, another among the remaining 3 couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that Meng Hao had long since closed his eyes, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and suddenly flew up into the air. At the same time, he crushed a jade slip, which caused a mist to surround his body and explosively increased his speed. As he seemed on the verge of making his escape, Meng Hao didn't move. He didn't even open his eyes. A look of excitement appeared on the face of the escaping cultivator, causing the remaining 2 to hesitate momentarily and consider following him. Suddenly, the rocks on either side of the mountain fissure suddenly seemed to loosen. A dark violet vine suddenly erupted out, emanating an intense viciousness. The end of the vine split into a jagged, gaping, bloody mouth. The Foundation establishment cultivator let out an astonished scream as he was instantly swallowed up whole as if by a giant snake. After swallowing the man down, massive amounts of gooey fluid flowed down the vine. At the same time, even more vines burrowed out through the mountain rocks. There were dozens of them writhing about. They sealed off the mouth of the fissure, and then stretched out to point in the direction of Huang Daxian and the remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Huang Daxian's face was pale white and completely blank. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were left panting. The scene just now replayed in their minds, and suddenly they had the intense sensation that they were currently in hell. Senior, spare me, said the cultivator of the great circle of Foundation establishment, his voice trembling as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Meng Hao. Senior, I was in the wrong, please spare me, said the other Foundation establishment cultivator, also plopping to the ground and kowtowing. Both of them were scared out of their minds. Meng Hao slowly opened his eyes and coolly gazed over the 2 of them, as well as Huang Daxian. He had long since taken notice of the totems' tattoos on their bodies. They weren't the same as those of the Western Desert cultivators, but they appeared to be able to move just as fluidly. Are you here to request medicinal pills? Asked Meng Hao. He lifted his hand, and 2 medicinal pills appeared in his palm. They were bluish-black and emitted no medicinal fragrance whatsoever. In fact, faintly visible on the surface of each pill was the image of a ferocious, writhing centipede. At a glance, it was obvious that these were poison pills. Before the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators could respond to his question, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, and the 2 pills shot out like lightning toward their mouths. They had no time to react. The pills slammed into their teeth and then entered their throats. In the blink of an eye, they had dissolved. The 2 men's faces changed immediately. However, they didn't do anything to resist. They could only let out bitter sighs. They knew that, at the very least, they were being allowed to live a bit longer. Think of this pill as a punishment, said Meng Hao calmly. I want the 2 of you to take Huang Daxian and look around for soil that looks like this. The more you find, the faster I'll dispel that poison. In fact, if you find enough, I'll even give you some medicinal pills. He glanced over at Huang Daxian for a moment. Huang Daxian immediately gave a start, then loudly voiced his consent. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, sending a bit of violet-green soil shooting out to each of the three of them. Then, the Immortal's cave slammed shut with a boom. The tentacles sealing off the fissure drew back, and everything returned to normal. With bitter smiles, the two Foundation establishment cultivators let out quiet sighs. They weren't sure what extraordinary properties were contained in the soil given them by the powerful man in the cave. However, it actually seemed to them that they had come across a bit of luck. Their eyes gleaming, they exchanged a glance, then shot out of the cave, taking Huang Daxian along very politely. According to Meng Hao's requirements, they went searching for the soil. Time passed by. Soon it was half a month later. During that time, Meng Hao had become much more familiar with the art of righteous bestowal. The power of the art was difficult to fathom. It was similar to being able to touch something and make it become demonic. However, instead of using the word touch, it used the word bestow. Bestow demonism upon any living thing, and use it. It also contained the character righteous, which was the opposite of evil. And yet, the art itself was clearly very aggressive and oppressive. It seemed like receiving the righteous bestowal of a demon sealer gave the beneficiary some sort of official approval. Furthermore, every time Meng Hao rotated his cultivation base, he could feel a faint aura in existence. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could use this aura to perform the righteous bestowal and perform demonic transformation. The resulting demon would have no spirit, only an involuntary aura. However, Meng Hao would be able to control it. It would be a strange sensation, similar to the astral projection Meng Hao had read about in the ancient records of the Violet Fate sect. Compel any living creature to become demonic. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. He lifted his hand and gazed at his finger. After a moment's thought, he pushed his finger down against the floor of the Immortal's cave. "Righteous bestowal," he said. Immediately, ghost images sprang up throughout the Immortal's cave. Immediately he was able to sense a faint aura inside of the Immortal's cave, set free from within the short mountain. This aura was strange and filled with variations. Meng Hao's senses couldn't tell clearly exactly what it was. However, it didn't take long for him to understand that this was demonic chi of living things. His eyes flickered as he sent his spiritual sense into the aura. A roaring filled his mind, and suddenly his field of vision expanded rapidly. He was now able to see everything for 150 to 200 kilometers around the short mountain. By concentrating on the fusion of his spiritual sense and the demonic chi, he could sense everything in the area. Just when he was about to retract his vision, he suddenly saw something off to the northwest, what appeared to be a field of rubble. Ordinarily, he wouldn't take note of it, but in this unique state, he suddenly heard a voice coming from within the rubble. A mournful, archaic voice suddenly boomed out. "Heavens of G do not die. I do not die. Heavens of G. You've been suppressing me for 30,000 years, but I still refuse to step foot onto the immortality bestowal dais." As the voice echoed out, it suddenly said, "Who are you?" Meng Hao felt as if a gaze as powerful as the heavens had suddenly fallen upon him. Meng Hao's heart trembled as his eyes snapped open. He pulled his fingers back from the ground. He felt as if some incredible force had battered him out of the strange state he was in just now. His eyes glittered as he raised his head, allowing his gaze to pass through the rock walls of the Immortal's cave to look toward the field of rocky rubble. So it's another enemy of the G clan. However, this person seems different from the square cauldron in the ancient blessed land. The fact that he noticed me shows that his will is still here. After collecting his thoughts, Meng Hao rose and left the Immortal's cave. Moments later, he emerged from the fissure in the small mountain. It was midday, and the sun burned brightly overhead, baking the land until it seemed it would bubble with grease. After leaving the mountain, Meng Hao looked in the direction of the field of rubble. After a moment of thought, he flicked the sleeve of his robe and shot off toward it. It didn't take long before he floated in mid-air above the field of rubble, looking down at it. It wasn't a very large area, perhaps several dozen kilometers wide in either direction. The entire area was strewn with bizarrely shaped rocks, some of which were more than half sunken into the soil. Some, on the other hand, lay on the surface of the ground. It gave off a very bleak air, as if each and every stone in this place had been here for ages. Meng Hao didn't get too close, choosing instead to remain up in the air. However, after some time passed, he still had no idea what this place was. It seemed completely ordinary. Maintaining his attitude of vigilance, he sent out his spiritual sense to investigate further, but yet again came up empty-handed. Of course, thought Meng Hao. This is exactly how you would expect it to be. Outsiders wouldn't be able to notice anything unusual. Not even me. If I hadn't been in that unusual state, I would never have sensed anything strange here. He decided not to rashly proceed forward, instead choosing to turn and leave. Absolutely nothing happened as he left. Back in the Immortal's cave, he thought back to the powerful, archaic voice which had pierced into his mind, and the bone-deep rancor it had expressed regarding the Ji clan. Heavens of Ji, thought Meng Hao. After all of his experiences, his curiosity had been suppressed for far too long. However, he knew that in the cultivation world, each step can be fraught with peril. A lack of caution can lead to mistakes that can never be righted. Therefore, after thinking for a bit longer about the archaic voice, he decided to ignore it until he had a more powerful cultivation base. At the moment, he was only at the early core formation stage, and as such, the situation was just too risky. Even though this person claimed to be an enemy of the Ji clan, that didn't necessarily mean he wouldn't harm Meng Hao. With the help of this demonic qi, my spiritual sense can be amplified by several times. Who knows the extent to which I can cultivate the art of righteous bestowal? I wonder if I can combine my will with the qi to produce an incarnation of myself. Giving no more thought to the powerful voice, Meng Hao focused his attention onto the art of righteous bestowal. His first test of the art had left him with the sense that this technique was definitely beyond ordinary. I wonder if it might have something to do with cultivating the Tao divinity scripture, and how it made my spiritual sense far beyond that of any cultivator of my same level. Meng Hao continued to analyze the matter calmly. Eventually the sky outside began to turn dark, and Meng Hao closed his eyes. Enlightenment regarding the art of righteous bestowal swirled within his head. He had the feeling that this technique was something extremely important to him. A month passed, during which time Meng Hao never opened his eyes. One day he sensed 10 or more cultivators outside of the Immortal's cave. They wore deferential expressions, and were kowtowing just outside the cave. Each of them possessed some of the violet-green soil, and 2 of their number were the Foundation establishment cultivators from before. During the past month, they had returned a few times. Each time, Meng Hao dispelled some of their poison, to the point where it was more than half gone. He had even bestowed them with medicinal pills. They had long since forgotten their other 2 fellow Taoist friends who had been killed. In order to earn even more medicinal pills, they had recruited others they knew, and the group had formed a small-scale power base. A few in the group had harbored ill intentions. However, after the ground shook and fierce tentacles burst out to rip them to shreds and eat them, anyone else with similar thoughts put them to rest. When you added in the fact that Meng Hao gave out real medicinal pills as rewards, which to these cultivators were extremely rare, it arose a zealous fanaticism among them. In addition, the fact that Meng Hao's cultivation base was deeply unfathomable to them also had something to do with it. As for Huang Daxian, even though his cultivation base wasn't very high, he held a special position within the group. At the moment, he stood outside of the Immortal's cave looking complacently out over the group of people. The meat jelly was perched on his head and the colorful parrot on his shoulder. "I shall impart to you the words of the patriarch," he said. "You did well, and this is your reward." He produced a small bottle, from within which he distributed a tiny medicinal pill to everyone present. As the cultivators received their medicinal pill, their faces lit with excitement and they immediately consumed the pills. Meng Hao didn't have a lot of low-level medicinal pills such as these in his bag of holding. Seeing the increase in the number of people during his month of secluded meditation, he had taken a single medicinal pill and refined it into dozens of smaller pills. Even still, to these cultivators, Something like that was like a precious treasure, as different from the medicinal elixirs they usually consumed as heaven was from the earth. It was thus not difficult to understand why the area around Meng Hao's Immortal's cave attracted a dozen or more cultivators in one short month, all of them willing to join the group. In fact, they had settled in the area, constructing simple houses that surrounded the Immortal's cave and the small mountain. Eventually, the mountain itself came to be a sort of holy ground. Meng Hao had never anticipated that something like this would happen. However, this small-scale power base was providing him with more and more of the soil that he needed. Because of this soil, Meng Hao ignored everything else. Based on his experience, the cultivators who took up residence here were doing it not just for the sake of the medicinal pills, but also for protection. Meng Hao was a formidable person, and although these people hadn't seen much directly, the ferocity of the vines had been personally witnessed by quite a few eyes. People were able to draw the connection between the two. Whoever was able to raise something like the vines must be terribly frightening. Therefore, they believed this place to be safe. In the Black Lands, safety was an invaluable treasure. Actually, at one point during the month, a group of a dozen or so cultivators belonging to a different local power group showed up. They desired to slay Meng Hao and take his medicinal pills by force. A single cold snort echoed out from within the Immortal's cave, causing heaven and earth to shake, and instantly killing half of the group. The other half coughed up blood and sustained serious injuries. The most powerful of their number was a pseudo-core formation expert. His shock was extreme, and he immediately retreated 5 kilometers. However, at that point he suddenly lost control of his own body. A powerful force bound him up and dragged him back. After seeing this, other cultivators immediately swore fealty. Shocked, even the pseudo-core cultivator gave in and became a member of Meng Hao's group. On one particular day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his Immortal's cave, a strange light shining in his eyes. Within his pupils, something appeared like a burning fire. This was none other than the East Pill Division's ever-burning flame legacy. Feed it with your core. Ignite the ever-burning flame. With this flame, the spirit summoning incantation can be used, and a great path of the Tao of alchemy can be opened. Meng Hao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As he did, tongues of flame appeared on his violet core. They appeared weak, but they did not burn out, and as they flickered there, they gradually grew stronger. At the exact moment in which Meng Hao ignited his alchemic flame, off in the southern domain, within the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate sect, Pill Demon sat in the limestone cave next to the ever-burning flame, his face devoid of blood. So you ignited the ever-burning flame? Huh? Good. With the legacy of the flame passed on, if I, your master, end up returning to the dust, then he can smile on his way to the underworld. Pill Demon smiled, a smile filled with kindness and even more exhaustion. Clearly, he still hadn't recovered from his battle with Jifeng. Pill Demon lifted his head to look at the East Pill ever-burning flame, and memories seemed to flicker within his eyes. So long as this flame before me is not extinguished, then neither shall I be. More time passed, 3 months. In his Immortal's cave in the small mountain in the Black Lands, Meng Hao was thoroughly engrossed in stoking the alchemic flame. No flame burned on his body, but a broiling heat surrounded him. His skin was as pale as before, but the violet core within him was now a ball of fire, burning oh so slowly. This was none other than Meng Hao's alchemic flame. 3 more days passed, and when Meng Hao opened his eyes, flames flickered within. They quickly disappeared, and as they did, Meng Hao turned his head to look toward the southern domain. These 3 months were like a dream, he thought. I dreamed of the look of kindness and praise on Master's face. As his alchemic flame had kindled brighter during the months, he could sense his cultivation base growing stronger. He was now definitely at the peak of the early core formation stage. After some time passed, he sent his spiritual sense sweeping about, and instantly gaped in shock. He could see that the area surrounding his Immortal's cave was inhabited by dozens and dozens of cultivators. Most were of the Qi condensation stage, and 6 or 7 were of the foundation establishment stage. This was no longer a small-scale power, but a medium-scale power. They surrounded the small mountain in all directions. Neatly arranged houses had been constructed, and the entire place was quite bustling. Huang Daxian was now at the 9th level of qi condensation, close to foundation establishment. With a foundation establishment pill, it would not be difficult for him to break through. That, of course, would require a stroke of luck, or perhaps assistance from totemic power. In the Black Lands, totemic tattoos were a common sight, just like the ones he had seen on those foundation establishment cultivators earlier. Now Meng Hao understood. Cultivators here who wanted to enter foundation establishment, but who did not have a foundation establishment pill, had no other choice than to use totemic power to increase their chances of doing so. Meng Hao had observed a bit of totem cultivation, and had even made some inquiries about it. The initial process didn't seem difficult. Apparently, you simply had to kill some creature, then use its lifeblood to inscribe an image onto your body. Then, you would be able to wield totemic power. Such a method seemed problematic. However, Meng Hao didn't understand totemic arts too well, so it was difficult for him to analyze the specifics.